Okay. Welcome back to the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education meeting. Item 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance, will be led by our superintendent.
Thank you very much. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. Student Member Shake, broadcast statement.
Thank you, President Pritchett. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, February 22nd at noon, and Wednesday, February 24th at 7 p.m., and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments which are posted on our website or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public were also provided the opportunity to speak to the board during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak submitted a form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Perfect. Thank you, Student Member Shake. All right, item 4.3, do we have our stellar student online?
I do not see the stellar student. I just resent the invite as well when we were talking a little moments ago, so.
Okay, our legal counsel, what's the recommendation? Should we come back to this or should we just move on?
Sure, we can come back to this. I can make the announcements out of closed session and then you can take it out of order and go back.
Okay, item 5.0 now.
President Rich, can I ask our interpreter if he was able to connect with the family?
Okay. If you allow me, I will do that. Okay.
Thank you. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, good evening, Madam President. There are 4 announcements coming out of closed session this evening. First, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 20200600079 by a vote of 7-0. Second, during closed session, the board adopted a resolution pursuant to Education Code Section 44951 and authorized the district superintendent or his designee to notify 5 specific certificated site administrators of their release and or reassignment by a vote of 7-0. Third, the board adopted a resolution pursuant to Education Code 44954 to release 64 temporary certificated employees and or certificated substitutes and authorized the district superintendent or his designee to notify those employees of their release by a vote of 7-0. Finally, the board adopted a resolution pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21 to non-reelect 18 probationary certificated employees and authorize the district superintendent or his designee to notify those employees of their non-reelection by a vote of 7-0. And that is it.
Thank you, Ms. Collins, and welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Before we move on to agenda adoption, do we any luck on our stellar student?
I don't see them have joined yet, President Pritchett.
Okay, and so what is the recommendation? Can we bring him back on a later date? Or should we just go ahead and honor him?
President Pritchett, perhaps we just continue just seeing that the next resolutions are about 5 minutes long. If we can successfully contact the family, then we can come back as soon as we hear.
I would love that. Okay, that sounds good. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
And superintendent, we do not need a roll call vote. Can all in favor say aye?
Aye.
All right. Item 7.0, special presentations. Resolution 3181, African American History Month. Member Wu.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to, this resolution recognizes the importance of culturally relevant curriculum that outlines the contributions of Black history and their communities. This resolution is also in recognition of the closeness between the Asian Pacific Islander community and the African American and Blacks with our ethnic studies requirement. I'm just going to read a couple of the whereases. Whereas Carter G. Woodson, African American historian, author, and journalist, is credited for establishing Black History Month, wrote, "If you teach the Negro that he has accomplished as much good as any other race, he will aspire to equality and justice without regard to race." National Black History Month is a national tradition established in response to the inadequate and oftentimes biased depiction of Black history and African American communities in history books and schools curricula of the era. The contributions of African American citizens, scientists, inventors, educators, farmers, homemakers, elected officials, clergy, entertainers, athletes, and explorers of earth and sky have been recognized annually during National Black History Month. African American citizens have participated and continue to in every American effort to secure, protect, and maintain the essence and substance of American democracy. Whereas the National Black History Month is a vehicle to promote culturally relevant activities and scholarship at Sacramento City Unified School District to focus ways to close health opportunities and achievement gaps for Black students, employees, and families, not only during the month of February, but throughout the remainder of this year. It is important that Sac City Unified School District seek to understand how to thoughtfully and holistically address African American disparities in educational outcomes, degree and certificate completion, and diversity hiring in order to move towards greater equity in our education system and the larger community. Therefore, be it resolved that Sac City Unified School District Board of Education does hereby recognize the month of February as Black History Month and supports the important work and services provided by campus staff, managers, administrators, and residents throughout the district and across the nation.
Thank you so much, Member Wu. And it is my understanding that we have 2 live public comments on this agenda item.
Yes, President Pritchett, we had 2 individuals request to speak live. However, I only see one online right now, which would be Terrence Gladney.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I think that if we hold as our guiding compass as a district equity and data, then we need to be consistently including that in each and every action that we take as a district, and you guys should as a board. So I think that while this is a great start as far as language, I would love to see us look internally as a district and speak towards how we have traditionally and historically underserved the population that we're speaking to want to improve outcomes for. So, you know, as an equity and data focused district, the achievement gap is not new. It wasn't new at the time of Superintendent Aguilar's, coming onto the district, but yet March 3rd will be the first full meeting of the new African American Advisory Task Force or board. So 2 or 3 years in, we know that these population of students have been underserved, but 2 to 3 years into a tenure is when we choose to prioritize the work. So I would love to see some language to talk about the historical underrepresentation of African American students in positions of success and what role our district has played in creating that narrative. And then I think that we could make a bigger step towards having a complete resolution that would dictate actions necessary as well as a timeline. You know, if we just have empty promises of we're going to do this or we're going to seek to do this with no actionable items, then we continue the cycle that has continued for tens and hundreds of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney, and I look forward to a report out from the African American Achievement Task Force. Do we have our second commenter, Anne?
No, they are still not online.
Okay, this is an action item with a roll call vote. So we will, student preferential vote? Oh, I'm sorry.
Really quickly, you have comments.
Yeah, it looks like we have comments first. I apologize. Member Rhodes and Member Phillips.
I'll defer to Member Phillips before I go.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Rhodes. I did read over this, and I think what Mr. Gladney is saying is that we need to make sure that we are strengthening the context of an original quote that is in there by Carter G. Woodson. And I believe it's the thesis of Mr. Goodson's book, The Miseducation of a Negro. And quote, the thesis of Dr. Woodson's book is that Blacks of his day were being culturally indoctrinated rather than taught in American schools. This conditioning, he claims, causes Black people to become dependent and to seek out inferior places in the greater society of which they are a part. I believe that speaks volumes to the misrepresentation that and that we have with Black students in our school district. So obviously it would be a motion to amend to add that after the first, the whereas regarding Carter G. Woodson, an African-American historian, author, and journalist.
Okay.
I think that we just need to add more to the context of that.
Okay, can you please clarify exactly where you're asking for a motion?
So after the paragraph that states, whereas Carter G. Woodson, African-American historian, author, and journalist, after it ends with regard to race, that a secondary quote is placed here regarding the thesis of Dr. Woodson's book, the one that I just read.
Got it. Okay, and do we have a second on that motion? Member Rhodes, is that you're giving a second on the motion? Okay, we need to have a discussion on the motion that's on the table. Is there any discussion? Okay, we will vote on the motion, the amended motion that is on the table. Anne, do you need any clarification on the amended motion?
No, I think I have it.
Oh, no, sorry, not you, Anne. Anne Collins. That's going to get confusing.
So long as staff has the quote from Member Phillips regarding the thesis of Dr. Woodson's book, Ms. Moretti, do you have that language?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, if, there has been a motion made to amend, and we will just need a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote.
Abstain.
Okay, we need a roll call vote.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morawski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Perfect. And forgive me if I'm incorrect, Ms. Collins, we need now on the resolution itself, correct?
You've got it. Yes.
All right, I'm catching on. All right, student preferential vote.
I believe Member Rhodes had comments before we launched into this discussion.
Well, did you have a question about the process, Member Rhodes?
I had a comment.
Okay.
General comment. I'm excited to see this come to the board. It's great, and thank you, Member Wu, for having the connection for our API community and our Black community in the solidarity and the walk that we must do together as people of color to move forward. The disparities that we have in our nation, but also in our district. But also what Terrence was saying earlier, I think that a great point to be made, and it's not about this resolution here, but I think that there should be a resolution brought to the board in collaboration with our African American Task Force, with Black Parallel School Board, and our other CBOs coming together as a community to really build out a resolution that speaks towards the things that Terrence was speaking towards, that Trustee Phillips was speaking towards as well. And I think there can be a broader conversation there, not necessarily towards this resolution, but then actually bringing a resolution and having action items around how we really uplift Black students here in the district, and having a joint voice as a board to really support that. So I just want to throw that out there and work with all of the task force and members of our board to bring a resolution sometimes within this year around that topic. I think that it will be something that's worth doing and that we should do as a board. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, and definitely. Member Morosky?
I just wanted to support Member Rhodes in that, just recognize that the work of dismantling anti-Black racism is the work of white people and everyone. And I just want to support all these efforts and look forward to having a report back from our African American Achievement Task Force. I've been asking about that too. I think we need to hear what we've done with the recommendations that the board adopted from that task force, and just keep moving on it and keep oversight to make sure things are moving forward. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Are there any other comments on this resolution? Okay, so this vote next is to approve Resolution 3181 with the amendments. Can I please get a motion?
I move.
So moved. All right, I got a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, it's Superintendent, roll call?
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Thank you so much. All right, item 7.2, Resolution 3187, National Eating Disorder Awareness Week. Do we have, oh, there she is. Hi, Victoria, how are you? All right, with this resolution, before I hand it over to Victoria, I asked to co-present, just it's kind of an opening with Victoria from someone that suffered from an eating disorder at a very young age. This is very important to me. This affects our young children later in life. And I was very fortunate to have someone that reached out to me that recognized the issues that I was having to be able to get me the help that I needed. So with that, I'll hand this over to Ms. Flores.
Thank you so much, Board Member Pritchett, and thank you for using your platform and your personal story. And I hope people listening tonight are really taking that to heart. We really appreciate that. So I won't read the whole resolution, but this is in recognition of National Eating Disorder Awareness Week, which is February 22nd to February 28th. But just like you say, we need to pay attention to this issue all the time. So some of the data that's presented here is 20 million girls and women and 10 million boys and men are impacted by eating disorders. We tend to think of it as more of a gender, based issue, but it does impact everyone. And it is increasing among our young people in younger groups as young as 7. And it is treatable when diagnosed early. So I think some people tend to believe, or there's stigma around this being a very difficult issue to treat, but it really is, as you pointed out. And it really does impact our students' ability to learn, as this last whereas speaks to. Eating disorders may cause our students to feel irritable, decrease ability to concentrate, focus, listen, and process information, all things that we really need them to do to access their education. And also, it's often coexists with other issues such as anxiety, depression, and maybe even obsessive compulsive disorder. So we ask the board, to respectfully approve this resolution and help us, spread this message. We've got posts on our social media and more will be coming out next week. So thank you for this time.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. And I'd just like to say in this day and age of social media, and any magazine that you pull out shows that every girl should be skinny. And so I encourage everyone to learn the signs, because sometimes it can look like something else is going on, but it is just getting them the help that they need for an eating disorder. So with that, I'll take a motion to approve Resolution 3187.
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right. Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
And Member Phillips.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Flores. All right. Do we have our student?
I apologize. Yeah, I called the family.
Are they on now?
No, they are not. They try many times, to get in, but the father is at work, and he has the email address. But I tried to give him the Zoom meeting ID as well as a password, but with the Chromebook, the child could not log in, so they are not online.
Okay. I think for me, it's really important that we have our students online when we're giving them an award. So with that, I'd like to bring him back at the next board meeting if that's sufficient, Superintendent. And do we need a vote on that?
No, you do not. You can move that forward with consent of the board. You guys can, by show of hands, consent to that.
Okay, does everyone consent to that? All right, perfect. Thank you so much. And we'll make sure we get him back for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, item 7.3, Board Policy 3100, Revised Board Policy. This is a conference and third reading for reserves and use of one-time funds. Ms. Ramos?
Okay, and Member Pritchett, before Ms. Ramos starts, I just wanted to set the stage here. This is an important third reading. As you know, this is a discussion that's really important, but I think it became even more important to bring back this item for third reading, given the action that the board took in adopting the resolution about or recognizing some of our fiscal challenges. And this, I think, is very interwoven in that we are looking for a discussion about two board policies that I think are critical given that recognition by the board.
Thank you, Superintendent. If you could please start the PowerPoint. Good evening, President Pritchett and board members, members of the public. As you just heard, this is a third reading of Board Policy 3100. It's a revision specifically to address reserves and use of one-time funds. And just to set a little bit of background, why a third reading, we brought this to the board it's going to be a year now since it was first brought to the board to improve some of the district's budget processes. Specifically with reserves consideration to increase, and then with the transparency in the use of one-time funds to prevent the use of one-time funds for ongoing resources expenditures, unless there's some specific exceptions that you'll see in a future slide. Next slide, please. So the top half of this slide is our current Board Policy 3100. As you'll see by the few sentences here, it's very general and not too specific. And it basically just says that the district will maintain the current required percentage reserve, which is 2%. And this is not an option. We are required to do this, and you see this amount in our financial statements. It's referred to also as the Reserve for Economic Uncertainties. And the proposed revision is the second half of this slide, which states that, and I'm not going to read word for word, but just to summarize, that the district will aspire to a 5% reserve for economic uncertainty. And the reason for this, of course, as you heard Superintendent mention, was just to stabilize and improve the district's fiscal status. Not that the district is in a position currently to be able to achieve this. We are currently, it's a challenge to achieve a 2% in all 3 years, as our financial statements have reflected that we've shared with you. And additionally, when we shared these revisions with our board last year, there were some very good suggestions that were shared with us in terms of adding some additional language to these, and you'll hear some of our board members discuss that once I'm done reading some of these slides. And then just to provide a little bit of context on that 2%, what does that mean? For 2% right now as a first interim, that was about $12.5 million. So a 5%, assuming again first interim for the current year, it would come out to about $32 million. Sounds like a lot, but you'll see a little bit more information in another slide that'll put that in better context for you. Next slide, please. So the benefits of having a reserve higher than the required is to protect a district from a future fiscal crisis. It provides a little bit of a buffer in the event that we experience some funding losses. It allows a district time to adjust their budget thoughtfully and strategically without having to be very reactionary. And it might allow also to be able to mitigate an unexpected increase in liabilities. I've worked in some districts where they have a reserve above a required reserve, and some of this is strategic. They're planning for a program to be able to sustain a program over a long time, and the district is building towards that, knowing that there's some other funding that's supporting this program that will be expiring, or because the board perhaps would like to make some future programmatic decisions and they want the ability to be able to have somewhere from which to draw from. So, and you'll see that as you visit other districts and see their financial statements, you'll often see an additional reserve there. Next slide, please. So a little bit of information. So as I currently shared, our current reserve as a first interim is the 2% required, which is about 12.8 approximately. So based on first interim, a 5% would be about 32. Now, what does that mean for a district's expenses right now as of this moment? So our average monthly cash flow for 10 months is about $47 million. What this means is that every month on average for 10 months, which are the months that we have the highest level of activity, we pay out about $47 million in expenditures. This includes payroll. And of that $47 million, you'll see that payroll accounts for the majority of it. For those same 10 months on average, we pay out about $37 million in payroll expenses only. So now when you compare that to a 5% reserve, that reserve is not that much, right? It's probably barely going to make payroll in some months, if at that. So a 5% is not anything too out of line. That's what I've seen in other districts that have a reserve above their required reserve. And of course, that will fluctuate, right? I don't want you to believe that these numbers up here, as far as the reserve is concerned, are fixed amounts. They're based on our projected expenditures at the time that we're presenting to you an official report. So our next official report is second interim, and you'll see an updated reserve. It's not going to fluctuate too much from that 12.8, but it will fluctuate based on our projected expenses for this year. Next slide, please. The next revision was for use of one-time funds. And the proposal was that one-time funds should not be used for ongoing expenses, only if it's an expenditure as a last resort measure to preserve something, until that perhaps expenditure had time to identify some other funding or had time to implement a exit strategy. And so what the proposal is that part of the annual budget process, the board would receive information that listed specifically use of one-time funds and how those one-time funds were being proposed to be used in the budget. And the board would take action on such uses. And again, as I shared earlier, we received last year some specific language from some of our board members, very good information about beefing this up just a little bit, making it far more specific and far more clarity. And what this will do is this will provide the district with some clear guidance going forward as we build our budgets and we utilize one-time resources. As many of you have read in prior reports that have been conducted on the district, some reviews of the district's finances, one of the district's issues was the reliance on use of one-time funds for ongoing expenditures without a plan to exit that. And this is what has contributed to some of the district's fiscal situations. Next slide, please. So I just discussed the benefits again on the use of one-time funds. That it's not a good practice, and again, should be only something as the last resort, but should be clearly shared with the public and the board for a decision, and should be very transparent when this is occurring. And I can give you an example of recent activity that our board has taken for the use of one-time funds. And the board took action just in this last board meeting with our fiscal recovery plan. We had a few items on the fiscal recovery plan that we moved over to our CARES funds. As you may recall, our social workers, our counselors, and our after-school programs, these are recurring expenses, but the board did take action to utilize CARE funds. They are eligible expenses to be charged there until the district perhaps has time to find a plan to continue funding these programs. And again, it was done transparently and it was listed specifically. And these programs will have a termination date when those CARES funds do expire. So there's not that risk that the district will, have to incur the cost of these expenditures without a funding source. Next slide, please. And so that basically summarizes the revisions to Board Policy 3100. And as Superintendent stated, this is not for action tonight. It was simply just to bring it back as a reminder and a refresher. And also the timing is good is with the passing of the resolution on the fiscal recovery plan. We can certainly add some language and we can take questions at this point or comments.
Great, thank you, Ms. Ramos. I believe we have one live comment.
Yes, we had one request for live comment, but again, the person is not in the list.
Okay, do we have any additional comments?
No, there are no written comments for this item.
Okay, I will open it up for board discussion. Member Rhodes?
I just had a quick question. What is our current reserve? Are we like right now? Where are we at percentage wise?
2%. It's as a first interim member Rhodes, it's $12.8 million projected for the current year.
So we're at 2% currently.
Yes, we are. And the percentage is based on, it's a requirement put out by the state. It's based on your ADA. So there are 3 percentages, a 1, a 2, and a 3. The larger the district, the larger your ADA is, the smaller the percentage. So we're right in the middle.
That's my only question. I wanted to know.
Oh, okay.
Because you were saying that we want to go to 5%, and I'm saying currently with our reserve, are we at or above our 2% that's mandated by state due to our ADA? That's a clarification.
You're asking me what our balance is, our current ending fund balance is?
Yes.
Our total reserves. For the current year, we do have excess reserves because we know we're deficit spending. So in the 2 out years, so we do have enough to support the district's deficit, meaning pay our bills for next year because we don't have enough revenue to support those expenses. However, in the third year, as you may recall in our first interim, we do not have sufficient ending balance to satisfy our 2% reserve. We are ending that year in the negative, projected, based on first interim. So it's not sufficient if that's your question. And we are required to show not only our current year, the ability to satisfy our current year 2% reserve, but we have to show that we have the ability to satisfy the 2 out years. So that's why I'm kind of including all of them in my response to you.
Yeah, so my question was just simply for this year, what percentage do we have in a reserve? Are we at our 2% reserve? Are we at 3%? Are we at 5%? On the money we have in our accounts now, where are we at in reference to the 5% that's on the resolution?
Yeah, we're above the 2% this year. I don't have a percentage in front of me, but I can certainly provide that for you.
That
this
will be
year, as of just this year, just for this year, but yeah.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you, Rose. Yeah, we've talked about this resolution before, or not resolution, this board policy a number of times. So I'm glad we're taking the time to really think through this. This being the third time that we discuss it, and I think every time I at least find something to further fine tune. It's also one of the findings in the FCMAT report. If I recall, for my first board meeting, it was one of the areas where the district could improve, right? Adopting a board policy that is clear relative to the level of reserves that it would, that we decide to have. It's also important to recognize that this is a goal. The goal of the board is to have 5%. It doesn't mean that we can't have more. It doesn't mean that we can have less. It certainly means that it's the goal of the district. And also, I think it also provides the board with more clarity, more transparency in the event that we go above or below, and also clarity and transparency for our community, right? So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. I do have some suggestions in terms of further clarifying the language, and I'm not sure if you want to put up the slide or how you want to do this. Certainly shared this with you in writing so it's clear, but I would like to just read it publicly so that it's clear for our community as well and to my fellow board members. So where it says under the proposed language, I think it's right after the language in brown. So in the event that restoring the reserve at a rate of 1% per year will result in a negative impact. This talks about if the district or the board adopt a reserve of lower than 5%. So how do we get back to 5%, right? So it establishes sort of the phase-in approach to get back to 5%. Then the board can elect to restore the reserve level at a rate less than 1%. So I'd like to change that the board may elect. I think it's just some more common language as opposed to can. So may elect to restore the reserve level at a less than 1% per year. And then the following sentence I'd also like to change. I think we can make that more clear. I would actually recommend that we strike that entire sentence and then replace it with beginning with the 2022-23 budget. The district shall maintain a 5% reserve of the total general fund expenditures. So it's consistent with the goal. And again, this is ultimately, something that we are asking the staff to strive towards, and for the board, as a board, we strive to maintain a 5% reserve. So I just wanted to leave it at that. Those are just some of the comments that I like to add relative to this board policy that continues to be further fine-tuned.
Thank you, Member Garcia.
Thank you.
Member Morosky?
Thank you, President Pritchett. And thank you, Ms. Ramos, for bringing this back. This is one I'm really excited about adopting soon. And I appreciate you working with us on, our comments on tweaking the language a little bit. I just want to support, I think, what I understand of Member Garcia's request to just make that last sentence more clear in terms of just starting with the 22-23 budget. I realize, we've had conversations about this over, going back to last year, and we were in a little different place in June of last year than we are now, given, what's happened at the state budget. And, so I think it's a reasonable goal to strive to be able to maintain, hopefully, from where we are, starting with the 22-23 budget year. The other thing, which I think you alluded to, is just the language that I had proposed last time, and I'll just say that again for the record. And this is about not the reserve, but the one-time funds. And I just really wanted to make sure that we have a supplemental budget display that identifies the one-time funds. And so right now, the policy proposes that we consider the proposed use of one-time funding for ongoing expenditures as part of the annual budget and take separate action to approve such uses. I just want to be clear for us, for any board members and district staff that come after us for many, many years to come, that we have clarity and it's like well understood why we're doing that. And so the language that I had proposed was that to add to that section about use of one-time funds, that a supplemental budget display shall be presented to the board for approval that clearly explains the following: the source of funds and any restrictions or guidance on the use of one-time funding, when the one-time funding source expires, a clear explanation of how the one-time funding is proposed to be used, if proposed to support an ongoing expenditure, a rationale for the proposed use of that one-time funding for such expenditure, and the plan to support the expenditure after the expiration of the one-time funding. So I think including that, as well as just an explanation that one-time funding can be either 1 year, single year, or multi-year. I think that would provide more clarity, because we will specify, we have like a little separate table or budget display that will show us really clearly what we're doing and why. So we'll never have a reason to not know. We'll do just if we choose to use one-time funding to support ongoing expenditures, we're doing it eyes wide open with a plan for the future. So I think this was something that was not done in the past, and that's something that will benefit us going forward. So thank you very much. I look forward to being able to adopt this very soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, I appreciate all the comments from from my colleagues. I do have one question for Ms. Ramos. Can you just remind us how long would a 2% reserve last in our district with our expenses?
Well, probably about a week or so. If you're looking at your monthly expenditures, yeah, we pay about $48 million in bills. So using first interim, we have $12.5 million in a reserve for 2%.
So a 5% would last 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, it lasts a little bit longer. Correct. That's why I just wanted to put that in perspective, because they're such big numbers, and it's kind of hard to grasp what the impact of they are.
We're not going to hold you to that. I think it's important that we say what 2% means for our district.
Correct.
All right. Well, with that, I don't see any other comments or questions. So this is a conference third reading, and we'll be bringing this back for a vote soon. Thank you, Ms. Ramos. All right. Item 7.4, update on the adopted conditions of readiness for reopening of schools.
Thank you, President Pritchett. I just want to acknowledge how critical this presentation is for our board as well as for our community. We do have a number of slides. Often people have asked me what are some of the things that we've learned, takeaways from this pandemic, and I just want to acknowledge the amount of cross-departmental work that I hope the board and our community will recognize as you look at these slides, this deck of slides, and certainly that is one of the greatest lessons learned, I think, for large organizations that are working through this pandemic, and it is an area that I hope we will continue to stay committed to, this ability to do cross-departmental work, again, that I hope you'll be able to recognize and appreciate in this next deck of slides. With that, again, I do want to thank the staff that have put in a lot of time and effort into this. We are looking forward to this discussion. I know there are a lot of public comments, and we're very interested in hearing the public comments and the questions and comments as well from board members. So, President Pritchett, I'm not sure how you want to handle this. If you want to wait for questions and comments at the end, I'll defer to you, but we do have a number of staff members that will be presenting the next slides.
Sure. If board members have urgent questions during the presentation, feel free to raise your hand.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability. I'm joined by several district leaders to present to you this evening an update on conditions of readiness for school reopening. If we go to the next slide. Ultimately tonight, this is really a presentation anchored around the center part of our Return Together vision statement, in which our Return Together plan will abide by all county public health orders to safely serve as many students as possible through in-person instruction. This evening, we'll be providing a lot more context about what that means, the work that's underway, and the preparedness that we already have in terms of many of our key indicators that we've discussed with you over the last couple of months are already set, and you'll see a list of those this evening. Can we go to the next slide, please? We know that one of the biggest factors as we've managed our way through this pandemic now for nearly a year has been managing the community spread. And so this chart you've seen many times. And of course, everybody knows that right now we're within the purple tier. But as we think about reopening, certainly we've been seeing the decreasing case rate, which has been encouraging, and of course, the decreasing positivity rate, which has been encouraging. And so those, of course, are key indicators for us that have helped us think through this notion of how do we set conditions of readiness and for a safe and effective reopening. Go to the next slide. And so this slide simply presents kind of the scenarios, if you will. And if we were to think about them in kind of an alternative set of words, where you see purple, think today, where you see red, think tomorrow. And so as we think about the notion of reopening our system and service to our students and community, in the purple status, we ultimately are in a very strong position to speak about reopening in terms of from preschool to 6th grade. And basically by guideline, we know that one of the biggest enablers of this is the community spread rate of 25 cases per 100,000 residents or less. And so right at this point, we've actually met that threshold now for over a week. And so that is or just about a week. And so that's been a very encouraging sign in terms of our ability then to reopen. And of course, again, focused on our preschool to 6th graders. As we think about tomorrow, certainly we know that as the K rate continues to decline, we will potentially reach eligibility for the red tier. With that, we have to get to a case rate of 7. So of course, we have to reduce this current case rate by more than half, and then at a positivity rate between 5 and 8%. You can see actually currently our positivity rate actually meets that threshold. And so as we think about going to the red tier, that's when we really think about all grades being able to be eligible for the reopening, in which after 5 consecutive days of maintaining the red tier, all grades may be open for in-person instruction. So again, as we think about reopening, we're definitely very in tune with the conditions of readiness that are driven by our community spread factors. Go to the next slide. And with that, I'll turn over to our Director of Health Services, Student Services and Health Services, Victoria Flores.
Good evening. And so we do always think it's important to come back to ground ourselves in the current reality. And so as you'll see right now, Sacramento County has 18.7 cases per day per 100,000 residents. So you can see we've had that blip over the summer. We went way up over winter break, and now we're starting to come back down. It's really encouraging. Our positivity rate, as Chief Harris was talking about, is 6.0, and we have a 9.2 health equity positivity rate. We want to see those be the same, right? Then we know COVID is spreading kind of the same in our whole county. So we know we have communities that are disproportionately impacted by COVID. And just to remind us, schools can open once our 7-day average case rate is less than 25. So right now, our preschool through 6 schools may open, but our case rate has us sitting still in that deep purple because we're really trying to hit that 7 or less indicator. Next slide, please. And so we just wanted to remind everyone that our learning hubs and our athletics are also still allowable and happening. We know we've been operating learning hubs and will continue to expand those. We have cohorts of no more than 16 individuals, and at this time we can't exceed that 25% of the entire school population. So while we look to potentially be able to open preschool through 6th grade, we can continue to expand or provide services and supports under this cohort guidance. And then of course our outdoor only sports conditioning and competitive play is allowable using equipment. And I know we've got teams that were, likely out there tonight practicing. Next slide. So this last Friday, the CDC also released some new schools guidance. It was really, a welcome thing to see. And what I'll say is it's very much in line with CDPH and with our own return to health plan. So that was really a relief to read that. And much like that Swiss cheese model that we've talked about, I think Board Member Morawski's talked about it, and we've looked at where we're using a combination of strategies such as wearing face coverings, physical distancing, hygiene practices, sneezing in hands, disinfecting, and this real focus on contact tracing, which we've been doing since this summer, honestly. They've got recommended steps for us to take. They have indicators that reflect COVID spread in the community that very much align with what we're looking at. Vaccination is definitely in there, but they do stress it's not a condition for reopening. But, we do want to get everyone vaccinated as quickly as we can. And then testing to identify people infected with the virus and to really help stop the spread of COVID in our community, which will help us more safely reopen schools. Next slide, please. The other really great thing the CDC did is they also posted the research, grounding us in the science. So the research and the data about the effectiveness of mitigation measures, when they're well implemented consistently, we are not seeing the widespread transmission in schools or even, in other workspaces. This is really very much in line with what we've experienced in our learning hubs and in our school and district spaces. We know people might feel nervous about coming back together, but this research really reminds us we need to be constantly vigilant to ensure our practices are followed. So things like you're going to hear about tonight with signs, daily check-ins, people monitoring, health screenings, all of those things will help us stay ever present and vigilant so that we can really also see these impacts of these measures. Next slide, please. And so on to vaccine, because I know everyone's really excited. I just want to draw your attention to this picture on the right that has the check boxes for all of phase 1B, at least that first tier. So on Tuesday, February 16th, our county moved into vaccinating, childcare workers, educators, and I believe food service as well. And so individuals may sign up for vaccine through many different venues. We've got the Sac County Public Health website on there. They're listing all of the clinics that are open. We can access our health insurance providers. And then I'm really pleased to share that we have this partnership with Dignity Health. And so we will be hosting a series of vaccination clinics specifically for SUSD staff and community members. And so we'll have basically 6 vaccine clinics scheduled, but 3 are for the first dose and then 3 are for the second dose. And while people are getting our vaccine, they'll be encouraged to sign up for that second dose right then and there. We also just want to share that vaccination is voluntary and it is by appointment only. Next slide, please. So we initially put out this initial priority groups. They were communicated out to everyone on the 16th, just really trying to figure out how do we prioritize, how do we get through all of these big groups of employees, because our goal is to make sure everyone has access to vaccine and we move, quickly through all of these groups. So I just want to say this has been a real struggle and something that we've really grappled with. And so I'm pleased to share on the next slide, if you go over there, that these are some of our revised priority groups. So we were able to send out nearly 2,000 invites to individuals, and approximately, and actually that number is now updated, approximately 1,100, 1,100 to 1,200 staff have registered. Our next round of invites will go out as soon as our vaccine supply is confirmed. As you may be, reading in the paper, this winter weather that is impacting our country is also unfortunately impacting our supply of vaccine. And so I just, want to say we also focused on our groups that are physically present, who might be coming back first. Of course, our learning hubs, our employees that are 65 and older, we know they're more at risk, and we will work as quickly as we can to get everyone on that list, everyone who wants access, including if someone's just not sure yet this time around, we will continue to come back and make sure and educate and do everything we can to get people a vaccine who want it. Next slide, please. And so I just wanted to show you a couple of pictures. I ran from the Cerna Center back home after helping to set up for our clinic tomorrow morning. I'll be there at 7 a.m. I know there will be many others there with me as well. And this is what you're seeing. So this first room on the left here is actually the shot giving room. And so when you come in through the lobby, you're going to get checked in. We'll get you in the queue. Make sure we've got a health screening happening so you're healthy to be there. There's 10 shot givers. And so we'll move rather quickly down that line. You can see a picture there of one of the stations that's set up with hand sanitizer, wipes, Band-Aids. And then your boardroom, your lovely boardroom. So thank you, board, for giving this over to us, will be our waiting station where individuals will wait that 15 minutes, make sure they're okay. During that time, we'll have them register for their second visit, second dose, and be on our way. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. Superintendent talked about the cross collaboration, and I just have to say this would not be doable without so many people in human resources and IT and budget and nutrition services who's feeding our volunteers. I'm very deeply grateful, and to all the volunteers who are going to show up and staff these 6 events. So next slide, thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Good evening. I'm Diana Flores, Director of School Nutrition for Sacramento City Unified. Since school closures in March 2020, our nutrition team has been offering food curbside to ensure all our students have access to meals, fresh milk, produce every day at no cost. We have attached a video link for your review from Sacramento Mayor Steinberg recognizing the great work of our nutrition heroes. To date, we have served 8.1 million meals curbside. Our Return to Nutrition plan includes the same level of service and no-cost meal access we have provided all these past months. Our hybrid learning model will provide hot meals while learning in the classroom, as well as multiple days of ready-to-cook meals served curbside for the days of distance learning. Students attending in-person learning will pick up meals in the cafeteria in small groups or cohorts while practicing physical distancing measures, and additional outdoor service will be offered at secondary schools. Meal consumption will take place in the classroom or outdoors. Students engaged in 100% distance learning will continue to be offered 5 days of curbside meals, picked up 2 days per week. Lastly, water fountains will be turned off for COVID safety. Therefore, water in cups will be made available in the classrooms with water faucets, or if sinks are not available, bottled water will be provided. Next slide, please.
Hi, board members. Tara Gallegos, your Chief Communications Officer. I just wanted to walk you through our reopening dashboard. We introduced you to the dashboard several weeks ago. And explained at that time, it's a snapshot to provide you information about where we are and where we must go. I think we're trying to get it on the screen. I think we're having a little trouble. So it provides you with information about different metrics that you've adopted and where we are in the planning process, whether we're in progress or whether the metric has been completed. When we premiered that, it was a very high level. So we provided the metrics with those in progress and completed status. But we know that our community has different appetites for information. So while some might want to know where we're at, others might want to know, why did we identify that metric? What does our measurement mean? They may want a definition of the metric, more information and background, and an FAQ. And so that's what we have added over the past few weeks. I think we're still trying to get, it's okay. We've also added different languages. So you can now view the dashboard in Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Hmong. And so I would certainly encourage you to go to the reopening dashboard, which is reopeningdashboard.susd.edu. And as you can see, some of those different metrics are now hyperlinked. And so if you click on them, like for example, the videos and websites published, click on that one. It'll take you to a page which talks about what we've done and also provides you links to all of those different resources. And also know that over the next few weeks, we'll continue to update, of course, as we make progress on any of these metrics. If there's additional information that we can communicate, the beauty of having a website is that we can continue to add additional information. So please look out for that. Look out for updates from our community or for our community. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Gallegos. Ms. Flores, if you can go right back to that, only because I know that in the deck of slides, there are some images that to fit into the slides, you may not be able to really appreciate it. But if you go back to the website, there will be, for example, just in the next couple of slides, one slide that discusses our daily checklist, for example. The website, please, Mr. Flores.
It's above, if you scroll up.
So there, right in the middle, the second column, please go down. Right there. Yeah. So for our board members, as well as for members of our community, as you're listening to some of these slides, just know that all of this is hyperlinked. A lot of this information, a lot of these artifacts are viewable on our website, so that you're not trying to just see the actual slides that might just have a portion of a document, because that's all we were able to fit within the PowerPoint deck of slides. So thank you so much to Tara for all of this work. Again, I hope that our board members, as well as our community, will see the amount of effort that's gone into making sure that that members of our community, families, our students can have access to some of this information in real time.
Right. So in terms of the next series of slides, we'll go through them actually relatively quickly, because the goal here is simply to affirm many of these, of course, measures you've seen previously, and you'll see that we'll go through a series of measures that have been completed. The structure of our time over these next series of slides is really to focus you on the measurements that are still in progress, and that's where we'll have more staff discussion to give you a sense of our timelines to complete those metrics. But obviously, as Ms. Gallegos has already shared with you, a lot of work has already been accomplished. You saw many of these completed on the dashboard itself, so we won't spend a whole lot of time on the completed slides, other than just to acknowledge that these metrics are all completed. So here's obviously a series of the communication metrics, and of course those have previously, you just saw those moments ago. If we go to the next slide. And then, of course, our return to health plan, which is really a very comprehensive and complete document to give all of the key considerations around vaccines, testing, the whole notion of cohorting. So a very important communication item for everyone. If we go to the next slide. And then, of course, really speaking to this notion of how do we ensure safety. And so a lot of work has been underway with our facilities team and risk management, ensuring that we have a disinfection schedule, plexiglass barriers across the system, so that we can ensure everyone has a maximum mitigation measures in place for potential outbreak. And then, as the superintendent just mentioned, we have our daily inspection checklist, which of course will be a very vital tool on a daily basis to ensure oversight. Go to the next slide. And of course, obviously many metrics centering around ventilation and hygiene. I should just point up front, this will be an area where we'll go deeper into the presentation in a few more slides. So many things in terms of hygiene have already been completed, and we'll give a greater, deeper, more robust perspective on the ventilation efforts as well. The next slide. And of course, obviously professional learning is very important. And of course, again, our county has already been providing testing, and so we've made that available. And then of course, we have a process for reporting of positive tests. Again, very important in terms of safety and mitigation. Next slide. And then of course, all the things that relate to safety in terms of temperature checks, you'll actually in a moment hear from our risk management team in terms of our thermal scanners. But of course, we require the face coverings to ensure safety in all of our classrooms and common places, and face coverings for all grades. So recognizing that we know that a face covering is one of the most important mitigation efforts, and so everyone will be expected to wear them as students and staff. Next slide.
Hi, good afternoon, or good evening, Board Member Pritchett and board members. This slide speaks to our thermal scanners. As previously stated by Mr. Harris, one of our dashboard metrics is the thermal scanners, as you see right here. This is a device used to help provide a fast, efficient way to safely take each student's temperature as they walk on campus. Each site has been provided with the unit. Starting with the cluster of units on the left, these pictures are from our learning hubs: Sam Brannan, Isidore Cohen, and Ethelene Baker. Just about every site has one of these units in particular. Some of our sites, depending on their average daily attendance, their ADA, will have 2 units or one of the larger units that you see on the cluster of pictures to the right. These pictures are from our central office locations, such as the print shop, transportation services, and even the CERNA Center. All of our high schools have the larger unit that you see to the far right, that's at the CERNA Center. Each unit has the capability to screen a high volume of people in a short period of time. And so the larger unit is capable of screening 35 people in 30 minutes, while this, and screening every student safely and every person safely, and they also can be screened as they safely social distance. And lastly, the small kiosk or unit on the left can scan up to 350 people in 30 minutes. Next slide, please.
One of our other above and beyond metrics is on the dashboard is to have all school sites assessed by a third party for COVID-19 readiness. PBK Architects was selected for this effort based on their extensive work in this area. They had previously provided their COVID-19 readiness assessment to Twin Rivers Unified, San Bernardino Unified, and a handful of other districts across the state. PBK walked each site and classroom in December, assessed the current level of readiness for opening at that time. They outlined any additional needs at each site that may have been needed to address COVID-19 mitigation efforts. Some of those additional needs identified by PBK include more COVID-19 signage, greater physical distancing measures in key areas, and a covering of potential shared items in classrooms. Those additional adjustments identified are being made now with the intent of having PBK return for a validation of our readiness by April. You can see a picture of a secondary classroom to the bottom left of the slide, as well as a sample report diagram used by PBK on the bottom right. Next slide, please. Additional components of our dashboard metrics include the installation of plexiglass barriers in key locations across each school site, including front office counters, library counters, and cafeterias. As you can see, we have nearly completed this metric with only library counters needing to still be addressed, and that will be completed by March. Another dashboard metric is the supply of stanchions and directional signage to sites to best direct the flow of traffic in sometimes congested areas. Stanchions are crowd control stands with the retractable belts that individuals may remember back when we could go to concerts or movies. Those have all been delivered to sites for their use. We are currently awaiting the arrival of additional directional floor dots and signage that will be provided to sites in the next coming weeks. Next slide. As noted in the previous slide, we currently have plexiglass barriers at all of our front office counters, but the district is revisiting those spaces to install thicker, stronger, and more permanent barriers that will better stand the test of time in those sometimes highly trafficked areas. Once those are installed, the previous front counter plexiglass units will be transitioned into our library spaces. The pictures on the slide are barriers installed at our front counters and cafeteria areas. Next slide. The district has also developed site-specific signage maps for each school that will be utilized by site leaders to ensure proper traffic flows, health screening locations, and signage. These maps are meant to supplement the daily inspection checklists mentioned by the superintendent and my colleague just recently spoke about. Next slide. Another metric on the district's dashboard is around continuously replacing HVAC filters. It was the previous practice of the district to replace filters once a year, but that has been increased to 3 or more times per year in order to best mitigate the COVID-19 virus. The district used MERV 8 filters in all of its systems previous to the COVID-19 pandemic. Since that time, we have installed MERV 13 filters in all HVAC systems capable of receiving them without adversely impacting the operation of those HVAC units. Now, about 15% of all HVAC units have MERV 13 filtration, and that is the MERV rating recommended by CDC, CDPH, and ASHRAE. My colleague Jeff Wynn will expand on MERV ratings a little further in the next couple slides. Back one more for me. Thank you. The first complete filter change took place through this past fall. Unfortunately, the first round of changes took the district's internal staff many months to complete due to bandwidth and competing priorities of our HVAC staff. Therefore, the district has contracted out for the current complete filter change and subsequent filter changes. The second district-wide filter change is underway now and will be completed by March 1st, and the third filter change will be taking place during the month of June. I wanted to also briefly take a minute to make sure the board and the community know a little bit more about the MERV rating system for filters. MERV stands for Minimum Efficiency Reporting Value, and it measures how much particulate passes through an air filter. MERV ratings are on a scale of 1 to 20, depending on the minimum size of particulates a filter can be expected to capture. And anything with a MERV 17 rating or higher is considered to reach the HEPA level. A MERV 13 filter is able to filter out less than 75% particulates with a size of 0.3 of a micron to 1 micron. For comparison, the COVID-19 virus ranges in size from 6/100ths of a micron to 14/100ths of a micron. Next slide, please. The district has taken a multi-layered approach to ventilation to mitigate the COVID-19 virus, as recommended by the CDC. Some of the measures the district has implemented include opening all outside air dampers to 100% in order to pull the most outside air possible rather than recirculating it, opening operable doors and windows in classrooms to increase cross ventilation. Some classrooms do not have operable windows, but an open door with a fully open damper supplies adequate fresh air movement in those spaces. The idea is to get a cross ventilation in those spaces. Reprogramming all HVAC units to operate with windows and doors open is also a key measure. Typically, there are magnetic door and window contacts that temporarily turn off HVAC units when they're open per building code. Those have been disabled this time in order to allow the most air through a space, making sure that we can continue to run the HVAC units and having those windows and doors open. As I said, changing filters throughout the district 3 or more times per year, utilizing portable air filters to add another layer of ventilation, and more. And so with that, I'd like to introduce my colleague Jeff Wynn, the Facilities Maintenance Manager, to discuss ventilation further in the following slides. With that, next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathaniel. This slide talks about on February 16th, some recent guidance from the Centers for Disease Control on returning for school, and our facilities department following the back to school guidelines that are issued by the agencies listed here: California Department of Public Health, Centers for Disease Control, and ASHRAE. All of them have released guidelines and standards on ventilation. Next slide, please. So in an effort to achieve a multi-layered approach to proper ventilation and filtration in our district, as I mentioned, we've been following the guidelines from each of these different agencies, CDPH, CDC, and ASHRAE. And this gives you an idea of what the SUSD has done in relationship to the recommendations from each of these agencies. As you can see, all of the boxes on the right have an X in them, or they're not applicable. The district did purchase portable units that were intended to meet the HEPA standard using UV technology. Portable unit selection process is described in the following slides. Next slide, please. ASHRAE states that the MERV filters of 13 or greater should be installed in HVAC units. Filters are much thicker and heavier than a typical MERV 8 filter that's installed in the rest of the district. As my colleague Nathaniel mentioned, about 15% of the district currently has MERV 13 filters, and the remainder of units in the district still have a MERV 8 filter. District staff have replaced all MERV 8 filters with MERV 13 where possible. Where we cannot meet MERV 13 standards, ASHRAE states if an increase in filter MERV level cannot be accommodated using the existing air handling equipment, fans, and motors, consider using in-room HEPA filter units in high occupancy and high bioburden spaces. Next slide, please. District staff have several criteria for considering an in-room HEPA filter unit. Mitigation of COVID virus was obviously tops on the list. Our goal was to find a unit that would be adequate for an average 960 square foot classroom. The unit had to work with our existing electrical infrastructure, and health and safety of staff tasked with replacing those HEPA filters, addressing VOCs caused by wildfire smoke, improving general indoor air quality, and the unit needed to be commercially available and readily available parts from those vendors to repair those units in the event of failure. The district selected Johnson Controls to provide the hvac SC unit from the company named UVDI, Ultraviolet Devices Incorporated. These units provide HEPA equivalency in the way that they destroy viruses and bacteria, and they do that with a series of filters that are at a MERV 14 or greater efficiency rating. In addition to that, they use ultraviolet germicidal irradiation, which is endorsed by the Centers for Disease Control. And then there's a final layer of photocatalytic oxidation to address VOCs. Next slide, please. Each of these units costs the district about $600 plus a small shipping fee. This commercial unit is designed to directly address COVID-19 and wildfire smoke, not pollen, dust, and tobacco smoke. Those things are addressed by the existing HVAC system in each space. One of these units is capable of handling a room up to about 1,000 square feet. In rooms that are larger than 1,000 square feet, 2 units would need to be placed. The diagram on the right-hand side gives you a pretty good idea of how the unit functions, bringing air through a series of multi-layer filters. The last filter filtering down to 0.3 microns. Then it passes through the photocatalytic converter section and the UVC light section. Next slide, please. The district plans to test and confirm that these units meet the standards that ASHRAE has put forth, and a third party is being hired to handle this testing and provide that data back to the district so that we can ensure that these units are safe for use around our students and staff. Upgrading to MERV 13 filtration at all district school sites is a goal that we have in the future. The staff will provide a third-party budget for this in the near future as to what it would cost to modernize all of our HVAC systems. There will be time will be needed to provide this data due to the complexities of individual systems within our school district. Staff will provide a plan and timeline for providing this information within 2 weeks. As we anticipate that modernizing all HVAC units within the district to meet MERV 13 filtration standards would be cost and schedule prohibitive. The district is working to secure an estimate on the cost and timeline for electrical upgrades for use in the future for additional filtration options. Next slide, please. There have been some recent concerns raised around the acronym CADR, which stands for Clean Air Delivery Rate. Clean Air Delivery Rate is a metric used by AHAM, which is the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. As you've noted in the acronym, it's for home appliances such as toasters and microwaves, and it tests for the ability of the unit to filter pollen, dust, and tobacco smoke, none of which was a criteria for the selection of the UVDI portable air purification unit. These units were chosen based on their ability to deal with viruses, bacteria, and also wildfire smoke primarily, as well as the fact that our existing electrical infrastructure could handle these units. In order to meet the CARES Act spending deadline for December 2020, our staff reached out to 11 vendors over the summer, and we received 3 responses from commercial distributors that had a product available at that time. The only product that met the criteria that we had set forth for viruses, for the mitigation of viruses and bacteria, as well as electrical infrastructure requirements, was the UVDI unit. So this is the device that was selected. There were less expensive units that have been shown to be available. These are for household use and not commercial type devices that are readily available in large quantities, as well as readily available parts through recognized commercial distributors of HVAC accessories and purification devices. Next slide, please.
All right. Hi there, Victoria Flores with Student Support and Health Services again. And want to talk with you a little bit about our COVID testing. One of the things I want to start off with is that testing itself is not a mitigation effort. It's just one more layer to lower that risk that we're using. And so we are looking to bring at least weekly testing to all of our sites that will be opening. Right now, we're looking at Learning Hub sites and all of our district locations where we have staff regularly reporting. And we will follow that CDPH testing cadence as we need to. So we held our first training and practice event on February 10th. We held it at the Cerna Center. That's where all of our supplies were. And we had our school nurses and health services staff out to really just test this out. What does this process look like? Testing the software. We did have a little bit of a glitch with the software on the software company's end. And so they actually are going to be revising that soon. Our goal is to have testing out to every site by the end of March 2021. And we do feel pretty confident we can do this. We've got more staff coming on next week, and we'll be training them and getting them out to those sites. And just as a reminder, we're going to be doing 2 types of testing. The PCR testing, which gives you your results in about 24 to 48 hours, and then that rapid antigen testing, which gives you a result in 15 minutes. And if you'll go to the next slide, I'll actually show you what this looked like in practice. Can we go to the next one? There we go. And so what you'll see on the left-hand side right at the top here is our school nurse, Stephanie Fox. She's checking me in. So she's scanning my testing kit, matching it with my name, and off I go. And you'll see a couple of our school nurses here. This is school nurse Ava, Teresa Hippolito, and Becky Mojica down there at the bottom doing the self-swab. So they've got a staff member. You'll also see down here, Manpreet Kaur, Youth Development Director. They all gave me permission to use their photos, getting walked through how to do this self-swab. What you'll see at the top and on the bottom right here is the rapid antigen test. So that's the test that we run right there on site. We put a little dropper of liquid, you roll the tube after the person does their own self-swab, and you'll see the timer there for 15 minutes and your results are read. And then over here in the bottom left, what you're seeing is the card that everyone gets saying, you know, this was your test kit. But what I wanted to also show you, this is from my phone, so you can see that you get a text message when you put in your cell phone that shows that you had taken your test, and then that bottom message is actually my test results. So that was really easy. I got a text, I clicked on that link, I verified who I was, and my test results came right up, and I'm happy to say negative. And I just tested again yesterday, and I got my results again tonight. So we're talking about just over a 24-hour turnaround. So we're really excited. This is a huge undertaking for us. The other thing I wanted to say was both CDPH and Sac County Public Health showed up at our training event and first testing event. They've been wonderful partners. They continue to work with us and link us with other people who are successfully doing this so that we can learn and grow together. And so we look forward to bringing you more updates in the future. Next slide.
And speaking of updates, hello, my name is Concy McCarn, your Chief Human Resource Officer. We, as you know, as we've previously shared, put out an intent to return questionnaire, essentially asking employees if and when the district was ready to return, safely return, where were they? What would they be thinking in terms of their ability to do so? We sent one out in August, we sent another in November, and most recently sent one last month, mid-January. We've shared the results throughout all of those, but wanted to show you the most recent results, where we are at, and broke it down just a little bit more. We are using the Informed K-12 platform, which makes it much easier to provide some of the information that you see on the screen and that we think is going to be helpful for planning purposes. So this was a request of employees, again, to help us plan. Did they think they would be able to plan once schools reopen to return physically with some assistance, to return remotely or remain remote, or not intending to return at all? You can see as we broke down the various sections with 51%, even though it is only 51, the number of plans to return physically, either without assistance or with, is the majority of the responses that we received. And we would highlight just the individuals within the sections, within the departments and school sites that have been reporting every day already, right? Nutrition services, our K-12, EK3 teachers, as we're looking at moving forward, was an important one for us to begin to gather information about, as well as the others you see on the screen. So we'll continue to monitor this as we get additional information, because all of it is really helpful in helping us plan. Next slide.
Good evening, and knowing that we have staff excited to return, we cannot wait to welcome our staff and of course our students who we miss so much back to our campuses. And we have a plan. We promised you, we promised our community continually that we would not let this crisis go to waste, and that we would not return to normal, but that we would return better able to meet the needs of the students that we serve. So I want to start by sharing that we do have our essential standards and our scope and sequence in place, and they remain the foundation for ensuring that all of our students are receiving a guaranteed and viable curriculum. You'll remember that beginning last spring and then again during our pre-service time together, we went through work with the Universal Design for Learning. We've been working hard with our site leaders and our system leaders on gaining additional expertise in being able to ensure that all of our students have access in their areas of strength. Our site leaders have engaged in modules, and then we've also created modules that our site leaders have taken back to their sites so that every one of our teachers and all of our other practitioners that support our kids are also getting this training and important professional learning on the Universal Design for Learning. We've also linked this very carefully to anti-racism and have a full few modules that I'll share with you in just a moment on anti-racism work that's happening in our system. We also are very excited that we have a database decision-making cohort 1 of 25 schools up and leading the way to make sure that they're ready to meet the needs of our students. I want to end this slide with our promise to make sure that we're working toward having an anti-racist system supporting our students. We've partnered with EPIC and we're gifted through our Supporting Inclusive Practices grants, modules for both independent learning, and then we've scheduled into our principal learning sessions ongoing opportunities for group reflection. And we're really grateful to Maisie Lee, our Director of Social Emotional Learning, and her team of training specialists who have been helping us to work through these modules together. Next slide, please. And in this next slide, you can see the 9 modules again as we're preparing to return. It's our promise to return, able to serve our students and better than we left when we left together. It's hard to believe, almost a year ago. We're going through each of these modules. We've just completed becoming racially and ethnically conscious, and we're empowering our site and system leaders with skills to be able to take this work back to the classroom, back to their sites, so that we can better serve every single one of the students that we serve. Next slide, please. As you hear that we hear you loud and clear that some of our students wish to remain in distance learning. We will offer, as we return better, a full distance learning model for any of our families who choose this option. We call this option C. And I don't want, as your CAO, for a moment to have any of us think that as we return with some of the model that I'll be describing tonight, that this is going to be able to completely emulate, completely bringing back all of our students, all of our teachers, every day, all day. It won't. But what I can promise you is that we're coming back with a plan that is the very best plan that we can offer our children. So we have this full distance learning model that we will offer families by choice. We will also offer a concurrent learning model for in-person instruction. In this model, some students will have about 3 hours of instruction in their classroom 2 days a week, while other students will be learning concurrently at home with their peers that are in the classroom. You'll hear this as you hear in the news and other districts starting to come back, being referred to as the concurrent model. With our current planning and with the fabulous information that our partners in HR have been gathering from our staff, we're planning for a model that allows our kids to be able to stay with their current teacher or teachers and to be able to stay with their current learning community. We know that that's really important in returning to some sort of safety regarding being with the group of people that they've been learning with as we've navigated this very difficult year. Next slide, please. As we look at this slide, we can start to see what a full week of our learning model looks like. You'll see that we're offering a full day of distance learning, and right now we're looking at that being on a Monday. You'll also see that we're offering these concurrent models where we have a group A that would present in person on Tuesday. And while that group of students is learning in person, another group, Group B, will be learning concurrently with those students from home. You'll notice that that Group C, the full distance learning model, will be learning full distance throughout the week. We're also looking at a Group D, we're calling this. We know right now that we have about 460 students who are being incredibly served in our learning hubs. And what we're looking for is we're trying to determine if our learning hubs can continue based on possible facilities constraints. As we bring back students in the A and B model, we need to know, and this is our elementary plan, are we able to have enough classrooms to also keep our learning hubs on the campus? And so that Model D is there with an asterisk because things are fluid and changing, and we're still waiting to analyze to find out if we can support the hubs on campus as we open to our other students. Next.
Ms. Beta, if we can stay on that slide, I just wanted to really just emphasize here that this is an area that we will be coming back to the board and to our community. We know that our learning hubs have been very successful and have served some of our most vulnerable students, of course. Those are programs that go throughout the entire day. In many cases, as I've gone to visit our learning hubs, they're serving siblings from same households. And so again, I just want to reiterate what Ms. Beta just mentioned. We are going to be actively analyzing in terms of facilities, limitations, and availability, whether this is a viable option for those families that have been sending their children to these learning hubs since as early as October of last year, who may want to continue to have their students participating in these learning hubs. But it really is going to depend on whether or not we have sufficient facilities and availability at our schools. And that, of course, will also depend on how many of our families choose to send their children to this concurrent model 2 days a week. So we will get back to the board on this. I do want to just emphasize that because we are so committed to these learning hubs, we know that they're serving our students very well, our most vulnerable students. We didn't want to immediately say that the learning hubs would end when we bring back some of our students for in-person instruction.
Ms. Beta, before we go too far, Member Phillips had her hand up. I want to make sure she gets in. It could have been about these slides. Member Phillips?
The question that I had really had to do with the UVGI. So it's a lot of information to process. And I think it just may have gotten away from me. We were talking about the filters, but for Ms. Beta, is there a requirement for teachers to participate in the cohort training? Or is that something that's done voluntarily?
Which cohort training, Member Phillips?
I'm thinking about the first one, not the anti-racist, the first one that you spoke about.
The Universal Design for Learning?
No, that's possibly, yeah, that's one where we have one cohort and then it'll double up on a second and third. Is that what you're talking about there?
The MTSS or the DBDM cohort?
Yes.
Yes, that one. So we have that first 25 schools, that cohort is right now in training. And it's not for every teacher right now. Right now, what we're doing is just gaining our learning and getting a common language, common understanding, and learning those components of an MTSS model. And so we have those site-based teams that are currently learning. Next year, they move into implementation.
Okay, so is there a train the trainer kind of program? Is that what's happening right now? Or that's
that? Yes.
Thank you. I also had a question regarding UVGI. There's a lot of discord, and it's not for you, Miss Beata. Sorry, it's probably for Mr. Wynn. We can come back to that after we finish, but I think that there's some information that we really just need to. I feel like I need to get some information on the record regarding the UV GI.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But after we're done.
All right, perfect. And Ms. Beata, can you tell me when the anti-racism PD training will be available?
So we've already had the one session that all 9 of those modules have been sent through a link to all of our site leaders and our central office team. So they have all of each person has a dashboard and already has all those modules available. And so we're going through module by module throughout the rest of the year, pausing on some of them to take some additional time and to link them to the universal design for learning work. So it'll be ongoing, just like all of our other professional learning throughout the rest of our school year.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. We can go to the next slide and look at a service model for our secondary students. So this is our thoughts for return for secondary. Again, we have a full distance learning day on Monday. And again, you'll see this A-B modeling. I'd like to share here really briefly that we've heard from our principals who have heard from their teachers that rather than have group A come on, for example, a Tuesday and then a Wednesday, the thought is that students will gain more learning if they're in person. And I'll tell you, that's not my dog. Usually everybody that knows it's my dog that's barking. Today, it's not my dog. But in this model, the students will come for in-person learning, for example, on a Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, they would concurrently be receiving instruction in a distance learning format, and then come back again on Thursday, and then be concurrently at home on Friday. So it's going every other day. And when you think of back to even an elementary student trying to learn to read, it allows for less disruption in the length of time when they're with a teacher and learning beside their peers. You'll also see in this secondary model the offering of when the different periods will be taught throughout the week. So this is the start of our secondary thinking. And I also want you to notice that there is the distance learning model, the full distance learning model, which we're calling Group C, that continues in this model. We're also recommending that the determination of the students who are in Group A or Group B is made by the teachers who have been working so deeply with these students, as well as the site administrator. And also, most importantly, both for our elementary service and for this secondary service, I'd like to give an enormous hug and shout out to Diana and our nutrition services team for the work they've been doing for our community since the moment that we closed. And I'd like to invite Diana back in for just a moment to help the board and community to understand, back to the slide she shared before, when we're looking at these models, how we're ensuring that that our students and families are still being fed. Diana, do you have a moment to join back in for a bit?
I do. Thank you, Ms. Veda. So when you're looking at this model here and you see Group A and Group B, those students would be in classroom and they would receive meals while on campus 2 days per week. On Monday, for Distance Learning Day, that would be the day we would serve our curbside meals, and each child in Group A and Group B would be eligible for 3 meals for the distance learning days, the 3 days they are not on campus. For Group C, that group of students are distance learning of 100%. So our plan is to offer 5 days of meals on 2 days, and it really will depend on how many students are enrolled in that program, whether we can do a one-time pickup and they get all 5 days. That would be our perfect world. or depending on how many students are enrolled, it might take 2 days. But that is our plan, that Monday distance learning day becomes our curbside model for our hybrid.
Thank you. And thank you so much for everything you do for our students. We're all so appreciative. We know our kids can't learn if they're not well fed. So thank you, Diana.
Thank you, Christine.
Next slide, please. In this next slide, I wanted to share with you some of what we're seeing coming out regionally. So when we look across our region, we see these A-B models as being the models that are starting to come forward. We're seeing that most districts are also offering a full day of distance learning. And also regionally, we're starting to see that everyone is offering time at the end of the day where teachers are able to do their planning, they're doing parent outreach, they're doing additional targeted and care support for kids, but they're not in, when we say a full day with student service, there's some time at the end of the day as we continue to acknowledge that this distance learning work is a very different type of work for our teaching team, and that they're going to need that time to be able to effectively care for our kids. So this is just a slide to help us understand what's happening in models in nearby districts. Next slide, please. So as we prepare to welcome back our students, we're proposing a phased-in approach. What I would recommend is that the first 1 to 2 weeks, we would welcome back just our staff. This is going to give our staff, teachers, time to continue distance learning from their classrooms as they start to learn to navigate all of the incredible signage, the pathways for navigating the campus, the ways that we'll manage big spaces, for example, a lunch space or any other spaces on campus. It'll give time for our staff to begin to acclimate because our staff has also been away. This will help them also to gain confidence and comfort with the safety procedures and routines that we are then going to need to teach our students when our students return. After that staff return, we'll have that spring break, and it's hard to believe, but this is right where we were last year when our schools closed, and then we were returning back together. After our spring break, we're recommending that all of our pre-K through third grade students, as well as all of our kindergarten through sixth grade special day class students, return to campus. And so this will be an offering for our students who want to return. They would return in those A-B models. We heard from Director Flores about the need to continue to maintain those cohorting models, and this maintains those cohorting models. So we would allow for those A-B groupings to each have a day on campus as they return. You'll see here on a Thursday or a Friday, depending if they're Group A or Group B, to have a day just to get to know the campus and get to know the site and safety routines before they come back the following week for those 2 days alternating that they'll be doing their learning. We have that same recommendation for the following week when we would return on April 15th, all of our 4th through 6th grade students. You'll see again that we're making a recommendation. We'd like to return those students again on a Thursday. That would give an A group and a B group 1 day that week, and it would be our recommendation that that day was just for acclimation, understanding safety routines and procedures, and just to get to know each other together again in space. Assuming and hoping that we're moving into red tier, we plan to welcome back all of our 7th through 12th grade students as soon as it is safe, but no later than May 6th. As we move to our next slide, Chief Harris will lead us through listening and being able to answer any questions that you may have.
So we'll turn the presentation back over to the board for public comment.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank staff for that very informative presentation. You can tell a lot of work has been going into getting our campuses safe and getting our kids and staff back into the classroom. So just thank you on behalf of the board for all of your work. Before we go to board discussion, we do have public comment, and I believe we have 9 live comments and 63 written. And so with the 9 live comments, I'm going to extend the time slightly to allow 2 minutes for each live comment. The 63 written comments were sent to board members via email and are posted and will be posted to the district's website. So with that, Anne?
Yeah, excuse me. I do not see all of the folks that requested live comment online currently, but our first public commenter is Kimberly Buchholz.
All right, good evening, board. Thank you very much for allowing for public comment, and thank you for that presentation. I found it incredibly, I have hope now, and I didn't, to be quite honest, coming in. My public comment was mostly discussing the CDC guidelines, the New York Times study that surveyed 175 pediatricians talking about how kids need to be back in school. From just listening to that presentation, it seems like we're there. The CDC guidelines, check. Above and beyond measures, a multi-layered approach, check. HVAC units, check. Ventilation, check. Contact tracing, testing, check. Working with community health partners. I don't think that any additional above and beyond layers should prohibit our kids from returning to school. I have 2 elementary age children. They're ready to go back. If we're eligible to open, as Chief Harris, Director Flores, Chief Beta have all attested to, I would encourage you to open up the schools immediately. One thing that I would comment on is that I don't believe that teachers would need 2 weeks to acclimate to get back into the classroom. When I return to my office, I'm just in it. I'm going. I think teachers who are ready to go back to the classroom are ready to see their students. And I think that if you surveyed those teachers who responded that they want to go back to the classroom, that they wouldn't need 2 weeks. They want to see their students. My teachers want to see my kids and their students. So I would encourage you to open sooner than April 8th. But I do thank the district for such a thorough plan. I'm so happy about that, and I just hope that politics that don't get in the way, that the union doesn't get in the way of these children returning to school as soon as possible. So again, thank you all for that really good presentation. And I feel like I know more about ventilation than I ever needed to. So thanks to those facility reps for their thoroughness as well. Thank you very much. With that, I'll end.
Thank you, Ms. Beckholtz. I think we all feel that way.
Our next public comment is from Jamie James.
Hi, Jamie, are you there? You're on mute.
Unmute. Hi.
All right, we can hear you.
Yay! Gosh. Okay, this isn't working so well. Hi, I'm Jamie. I'm speaking tonight also in support of reopening Sacramento City schools. I also am just so grateful for everything that I heard tonight. It was just really wonderful, and it kind of changes my whole comment, but I'll still go with, just what I was planning on discussing was just how strongly I feel that this should be just of the utmost concern for our district, to be discussed first at every board meeting, because it's just the biggest issue to me that we're facing right now is just getting these kids back in school and having a solid reopening date, a goal to strive for. But it kind of sounds like we're getting there, and so I'm grateful. On a personal level, I have a 3rd and a 5th grader. I'm watching them lose interest, lose focus, grades slipping. I battle with them all the time, and we certainly don't love doing that. And I've just realized that nothing replaces a classroom environment when it comes to learning. I'd love to see a return to class as soon as possible, but I'm happy to see that it's at least this year, because I'm concerned about the learning loss that naturally occurs over summer breaks. And then I was just feeling like if we weren't getting back before then, the loss would be just huge, too great. And I don't want to sit back any longer and watch numbers drop and watch us move into different tiers, red tiers, orange tiers, and watch other surrounding districts start to go back to school in person, and constantly hearing these recommendations for returning to in person from CDC, WHO, American Academy of Pediatrics, county health departments, and just not moving forward with it. So, but after tonight, I feel encouraged that we will. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. James.
Our next public speaker is Mo Kashmiri.
Hi, everybody. This is Mo Kashmiri, parent of a William Land fourth grader. I'm grateful that this district is moving towards reopening the schools. I think our kids really need it. And I think the danger is if we don't reopen, then we may look uncompetitive and continue to lose students. I think declining enrollment is our biggest ultimate structural problem, and I want to make sure we're building the schools that people want to come to. That being said, I also think that the thing that I hear missing in the plan is really communication and buy-in from our staff. I'd encourage us to get that. Right now, I understand that the big difference is ventilation. I'd encourage this board to, it looks like we're only talking about $2 million to really get this place up and going. And with the new money that's coming in, not just from the federal government, the state government, we have the money to make that happen. We have the money to make sure that our staff is happy. We need to do that too, because the truth is, we need to recruit and retain and respect our staff so that we can keep them. We already are missing 100 spots of teachers that aren't there, right? And we need to make sure that we're getting enough educators that can fill our system. And to do that, we've got to treat our folks with respect and hopefully build a system that will work with them together so that we end these decades of conflict. And we can't control what other parties can do. All we can do is control what we can do. And I think one of the things we can do is listen to the requests of our staff, listen to the four-stage, process of reopening, and help meet those goals. I also want to say thank you to Kevin McCarty, who proposed a bill today, which would get us closer to meeting those goals. And I think these are all opportunities. And this is all not counting any money that we may receive from President Biden's potential $1.9 trillion stimulus. So we have the money to make it happen. Let's make the connections and get there. I'd encourage our board to really listen deeply to our staff and help make that happen. Thank you.
Thank
Our
you,
next-
Mr. Kashmiri.
Our next speaker is Meredith Nickel.
Ms. Nicole, I believe you're on mute.
Thank you. I had to click two buttons. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and members of the public. I want to thank staff for that excellent presentation with so much detail. I, along with Mo, who just spoke before me, joined with a group of parent leaders in a written letter request demand that the school district adopt, together with its labor partners, a plan by the end of spring break, which would be April 5th, to deploy the resources and create standards for addressing learning loss and psychological impacts from distance learning, and safely return teachers, staff, and students to classrooms as soon as public health conditions allow. And I think the presentation of the staff tonight make it clear that the district is ready to take action on a plan and a recommended reopening date. I think the district is ready to do that tonight at its board meeting. Although I recognize it's not on the agenda for an action item, I think it needs to be at the next opportunity. I also want to echo Mo's comments about taking this plan to the labor partners in negotiations and enter those negotiations with open ears and honesty, and find a way to reach what I think is really a common goal, which is to give our students and the children in this community the opportunities that we all had to be out in the world and meet new people and play on the playground and have lunch in the courtyard, and interact with their teachers, their coaches. And I think we can get there. So I would encourage the board members to please review the request that the parents have submitted. I think that the district has made many of these requests already happen in progress tonight. I would encourage the district to continue a transparent process, including progress reports at every single board meeting until a plan is adopted. I think it also is important to provide more regular updates on when and what subject matters are being presented during meetings with the district and labor partners. The current website that has, the district website that has the links to recent negotiations with the various unions needs to be updated very regularly so that parents,
Thank you, Ms.
other
Nicole.
members of the public,
Your 2 minutes are up.
and stay informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nicole.
Our next speaker is Lisa Riley.
Hi there, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have a conversation tonight. I would echo several of the other commenters. Was very, very pleased with the information that was shared tonight. I'm very impressed with the work that the district has done, and just maybe wish it had come out sooner. I know that we didn't have it all pulled together, but it's all there. It's coming together. We've got a date I'm very excited about, or some dates that we're leading towards. And I think that there's been a fair number of people in the community who have felt really in the dark, that this, that sort of feeling like nothing's happening. And in fact, so much has been happening. So thank you so much to all the district staff. I also want to just give a shout out to the teachers. I do think they've been doing an incredible job trying to educate our kids and working really hard under really difficult circumstances. But in the end, the kids are suffering. They need to get back in classrooms. I'm very excited that that's what's happening. And I just want to, speak on behalf of all the kids who just can't wait to be with their friends, eat lunch, do all of the things that are important, recognizing too that some won't be ready to come back. And I'm so pleased that there's that option. So I guess I would just, finish by saying and echoing, I think it was the first speaker. I agree. I think the teachers, I don't know that they need 2 weeks to get acclimated to a school site that they've been on for a long time. I think they can step on campus a good week, learn the routes, learn what's going to happen. We're going to have bumps no matter what. But I hate to see that extra week being spent, roaming the halls, wondering what's going to happen next. So that would be my only comment. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks so much for taking our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Riley.
Our final live speaker is Jason Span.
Hello. I'm putting in my support for starting in-person learning as soon as possible. Actually, I had something else prepared, but I was impressed by what the district has put together as a return to in-person learning plan. I wish it would have happened months ago. I think it should have happened months ago, but I'm happy to see that there's been a lot of work put out there. I was also pleased to see the large percentage of staff and teachers who looks like they're willing to return back to school. That was very encouraging. I'm hoping that certain organizations don't try to sway that, but obviously you should be prepared for that. And just know that, it's good to see the plan, but ultimately that plan needs to be adopted and implemented. And there are many of us, many parents, many community members out there, and we're growing in numbers that are watching what is going on. And we'll be holding the district accountable to do the right thing to get our kids back to in-person learning. But I do want to thank you for your obvious efforts in trying to get kids back into the classroom. Once again, that was very encouraging. And we really hope to see those dates met, if not earlier. And we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Strand. Was that our last live comment, Anne?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess that will give us room for 2 additional written comments.
Okay, the first is from David Fisher, and the time is being combined with that of Nikki Malevsky and Cindy Stewart. And it says, the Sacramento City Teachers Association presented a, quote, framework, unquote, to the district last week, outlining necessary steps required to bring students back to school this school year. SCTA's recommendations were influenced by the, quote, classroom learning and safe schools for employees and students, classes, a pathway to bring students back to school, unquote. Plan developed by the California Teachers Association in conjunction with the California Federation of Teachers, the Service Employee International Union, and other groups representing school employees. Released this month, the plan outlines steps needed to physically and safely return to schools. Our goal is to get everyone back into the school buildings, students, teachers, and other school workers, and do it safely. We can do this if SCUSD takes the necessary steps to prioritize vaccines for staff, provides schools with proper ventilation to mitigate the virus, and adopts other steps we've outlined. Our framework for reopening touches on 5 areas. 1, vaccination. All staff reporting to schools and work sites in SUSD must have the opportunity, both in eligibility and access, to be vaccinated. This week, in an editorial entitled, quote, reopening California schools is an equity issue and teachers must be vaccinated, unquote, the Sacramento Bee editorial board echoed this position. Last week, we reached an agreement with the district to create a vaccination clinic staffed with SCTA represented school nurses, with the first vaccinations of SCUSD staff to begin tomorrow morning. 2, ventilation. We presented the district with very specific guidelines for air filtration ratings and filters based on recommendation from national experts that would be required for centralized HVAC systems and portable air filtration units. SCTA also has called for the purchase and installation of carbon dioxide monitors according to the provisions of state law AB 841, which provides additional funding to school districts that meet particular ventilation system standards. The SUSD's purchase of untested portable air filters has been a source of controversy in the recent weeks. 3, mitigation. The district needs to enact a clearly understood, multi-layered approach to protect students and staff that would include mandatory wearing of masks, social distancing, asymptomatic testing, contact tracing, and rigorous attention to sanitizing desks and cleaning schools, as well as attention to hygiene for students. Prior to the pandemic, many of SUSD school buildings lacked warm water in student bathrooms and often were not regularly supplied with soap. 4, low levels of community spread. Schools in Sac City should not reopen for in-person instruction until Sacramento County has reached the red tier or better for at least 2 weeks. This standard should be met in all zip codes served by SUSD. Sacramento County is still in the purple tier, and educators are concerned about the threat posed by highly contagious COVID-19 variants. 5, student interventions. With COVID relief packages already passed by the federal government and included in Governor Gavin Newsom's proposed California budget, SUSD will receive more than $225 million in additional funding. In addition, President Biden has proposed $130 billion for schools in the COVID-19 relief bill now moving through Congress. SCTA is proposing that a significant portion of funds directed to SUSD be used for after-school tutoring, summer school, to fund lower class sizes and other areas of support for students who may have fallen behind when classes went virtual or who have had other issues that posed challenges to learning, particularly students with special needs. SCTA is also proposing that SCUSD continue to provide an online option for students with acute health issues or who may have better education outcomes in a distance learning environment. The next public comment is from Natasha Martin Lerner and says, as a parent of a 3rd and 6th grader, I am writing to urge the district to open schools as soon as possible. The recent CDC guidance makes it clear that schools can open safely by employing mitigation measures, regardless of whether teachers have been vaccinated. Personally, I would favor opening schools 2 weeks after teachers have had the opportunity to receive their first dose of vaccine. This would add another layer of protection for teachers while still getting our schools open in early March. For the sake of their mental, physical, and emotional health, our students cannot wait any longer to receive the benefits of in-person instruction. Nothing in life is without risk, but by following CDC guidance, it is possible to have in-person learning with minimal risk. We have all seen our kids become enthusiastic and regular mask wearers. Let's follow the science and safely return our kids to school. And that's the 2 public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. All right, and that brings up a good point, that, this is I appreciate all the public comments. Definitely sounds like a sound plan that's got a lot of work put into it, but there's still work to be done in the negotiations room to get this set in stone. So I look forward to bringing this back. I'm going to open this up for board discussion. I do have a couple questions. My first question is for Nathaniel. There you are. Thank you. I appreciate the work that you guys have done in the cafeterias. And this may be a question, it might be a question for Ms. Flores as well. How lunchtime will be handled at school sites?
I think Ms. Flores might be best.
Yeah, sorry. Once I said Nathaniel, I realized it was by Ms. Flores.
I didn't hear which Ms. Flores you were asking. Sorry. Could you ask that question again?
I'm wondering, in terms of lunchtime, I know there's been a lot of work being done in the cafeterias, but how will lunchtime be handled once sites are back open?
So lunchtime will be small cohorts of students coming through the lunch line like they did before. We will not have salad bars like we did in the past. It would be a grab and go meal, and then they will socially distance as they're coming through and then go back to the classroom or eat outside, depending on grade levels.
If they go back to the classrooms, whom will be responsible for overseeing the students? Do we have that plan in place? Or?
That is not something I've had to determine at this time.
Okay, I'm assuming we'll be working on all of those. I just want to make sure that we're working through them. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. And then my next question is for Ms. McCarn. I have a question. I'm really happy to see that 51% of our staff has responded in terms of the survey for returning. But I'm wondering, is there a plan to reach out to the remaining 49% of staff?
Yes, actually, we send regular reminders for them to complete it. We do seem to get good responses back immediately after. So kind of that, you might have heard like the nagware that continues to remind you. But in addition to that, we're also following up not just with people who haven't responded, but with those who are indicating that they can come back physically, but they need something, right? Like what is that additional little something that is needed so we can begin to prepare and make sure that we're ready that way. What we will do additional follow-up as we get a little bit closer, because people can also go in and change, right? They can go in and say, I wasn't ready, but now I'm hearing things, or now I have my vaccination. So they can go and update and make some changes. We will, as we have done in the past, do some individual outreach, especially for sites where we notice a low response rate.
Perfect. And I'm assuming as we get closer and there's additional people that have not been reached, and we'll work on calling individuals, correct?
Yep, we actually have done that in the past as well. We do see people making some changes on their own as they're exposed to more information. And again, now that the clinics are opening up, that seems to be having people change their minds as well. So that's all positive.
Perfect. And then when we're at that point, I'd like to volunteer myself to help make phone calls as well.
Thank you.
And President Pritchett, if I can just mention very quickly, this, of course, is a very complex and fluid issue in that depending on the board discussion today and guidance and direction, we, of course, will start moving forward with communicating with families as well to get a better sense of how many families are thinking that they will continue the academic year having their children in distance learning, full distance learning versus coming back for in-person instruction. Again, if we can figure out the logistics of continuing learning hubs, how many will continue through learning hubs. The reason why these data are so important is because at some point we're going to have to figure out, do we have the right staffing levels to meet the needs of the number of students coming back to class, those kinds of things, the accommodations that we have to make for any staff member that is unable to return due to medical exemptions or medical reasons, underlying medical reasons, other reasons. So again, these are lots of moving parts, but just know that our staff is fully aware of that, which is why we wanted to give you an update on that, and we will continue to update our board on those items.
Perfect. And not my next question is not a question that needs to be answered, but I would really like us to kind of unpack and investigate a little bit more about the 2-week transition. I do feel that 2 weeks of a loss of learning is a lot for our students at this point. So I'd like to bring that back and just kind of unpack that a little bit more. All right. Any other board comments or questions? Member Phillips and Member Villa. Oh, you're on mute, Member Phillips.
Yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to go back to that ultraviolet germicidal irradiation. So specifically, we have filters that have been removed from classrooms because we're going to have them tested in the next couple of weeks. And I have come across information that I feel may not necessarily be an impediment, but maybe something that we need to take notice of. So I have a little bit to read here. I just want to make sure that that's okay, Madam President. Take me about 2 minutes. Did I freeze?
Just step in and say, go right ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks. So this is in response to a question regarding the ultraviolet lamp contained inside those UVDI devices. And how it compares to the CDC documentation on effectiveness. So there seems to be some discord in the community. There seems to be still some misunderstanding as to what those UVGIs are going to be able to do in the classroom. So a statement made by Teresa Pistaccini. Her statement in response to that question is that ultraviolet light of the appropriate wavelength has been demonstrated to inactivate certain airborne microorganisms as long as the intensity of the light and the exposure time requirements to the air are met. That's what's described in the CDC document. So upper room UV systems are designed to light the upper half of the room so there's no direct exposure on, in our case, children and teachers in the classroom, where the air is moving slowly and the light is contact with the air for a significant amount of time. she goes on to state that in contrast, the UVDI product packages a UVC lamp and a portable air cleaner. So these are the ones that we've removed from the classrooms. The air is moving fast inside the portable air cleaner, and the expectation is that there will be minimal benefit because the exposure time is so short, which is a fraction of a second, and that this is not comparable to approach described by the CDC in a paper cited under NIOSH at the cdc.gov website. It says in addition as well, the UVDI product uses the UVC lamp to activate a photocatalytic converter, which I believe we talked about way back in those slides when we were talking about ventilation, which may create harmful byproducts. And I know we've had some talks about that. A recent guide on in-room air cleaners published by the ASHRAE. I can't remember the acronym, but I think it's, I don't know, the Association for, I'll continue though. Technologies such as ionizers, UVPCO, and many called by other names may claim to remove or destroy multiple types of contaminants, but may convert them to other compounds that might be harmful. The compounds are not listed here. These technologies are designated by CDC as emerging technologies without an established body of evidence reflecting proven efficacy under as-used conditions. So the recommendation that we got from Ms. Pistaccini was for SCUSD not to use the UVDI product and instead do some indoor testing to balance out air ventilation rates. And I think Mr. Wynn went into this, installing MERV 13 filters, installing CO2 sensors. I myself personally am not familiar with their purpose inside. I know we did talk about how there is a little bit more infrastructure that's required in order to install CO2 sensors, but to also use cost-effective portable air cleaners that have mechanical filtration only to supplement central filtration when needed, where cost effectiveness is determined by the cost of the air cleaner and the clean air delivery rate, CADR, as measured by AHAM standard AC1. So I just want to make sure that this is on the record. The presentation that we had, my hat's off to staff. I think though that we need to bridge the conversation surrounding what one group of people believe versus what another group of persons believe. So I can submit this. I would like to see if staff can follow up and look into this more specifically. And like I said, again, it's something that we have numerous times gone over, but I think it needs to be gone over in a more peaceful way. So I'm hoping that staff can look into this. And I'll be glad to send that to Ms. Moretti so that she can forward that to the applicable staff. That is my comment.
Member Phillips, thank you for that, and I look forward to seeing the statement as well. A couple items I would love to help address if possible. First, UVGI technology has been around since the 1940s. First was used to help address the tuberculosis outbreak. It's used in many settings and in many different areas since that time. The UVDI unit that the district had purchased takes into account a number of different technologies in order to filter down to the same level as HEPA filtration does. Part of that is the pre-filters that my colleague Jeff spoke about, in addition to the the UVGI light, and the PCO process, and lastly, an activated carbon filter. So also that unit is does not have, it has a slower draw of air than what the SACB or other individuals have pointed out that certain HEPA filtration units have. And part of that process is because it allows the air to move through at a little slower rate. So it is able, the UVC light is able to address that air. The UVC light in that unit, again with all the other components, do indeed address bacteria and viruses. So the filter gets down to a certain level. The light then is able to, and the PCO process is able to oxidize and neutralize a lot of the smaller VOCs, such as wildfire smoke, viruses, and bacteria.
Can you tell me what that acronym VOC means?
Volatile organic compound.
And Mr. Browning, can you also just clarify for our board members, our community, a little bit more details about the testing protocol, the conditions for the testing that third-party entity is going to be conducting? Again, just for awareness purposes.
Yes, we are still working to establish some of those protocols. We want it to be a very stringent process to make sure that the test is as viable as possible from an outside expert entity. So the idea is to have an entity come in, a third party come in, test the air in classrooms where the product has not run, but has had all the other mitigating measures that we spoke about in place. So the constant exhaust fan running, the supply fan running, damper open completely. So test the air and get a base test. And then throughout the process, turn on the UVDI unit that we've purchased, and then measure the air throughout the time that UVDI unit is running and has run for multiple days, up to 3 days, and then take those air samples to show that to measure carbon dioxide levels, to measure ozone. The product that we've purchased is carb rated, so it does not create ozone, but we want to test for it anyway. We also want to test for any formaldehyde production, total VOCs, and particulate matter to PM10 and PM2.5 levels.
Does that answer your question, Member Phillips?
Yes.
Okay, and I know I received an email tonight from David Fisher regarding some of these issues as well, which I'll be overviewing and working with staff to unpack it a little bit to get some answers. Member Villa.
So I wanted to say that I have some notes here. Obviously, that was a great presentation. Staff did a wonderful job. That dashboard is built on science, data, state, community guidelines, county guidelines, excuse me, and working with outside experts, aligning with other districts. I think that is spot on what we need to be doing. I know there's obviously a lot of resources out there. We need to flesh out a lot of the daily details that will take place on the school sites. I have a few questions here. One, how are we going to communicate ongoing these details of, say, the daily routines that are going to be going on the school sites? Is that going to be via site, or is that coming via the district? I want to make sure that our teachers or staff have the understanding every single day what happens in this situation. And like I said, in the learning centers that I was able to visit this week, they did have a very clear guideline of what happens in every situation. I just want to make sure that that protocol is district-wide, and so everybody does have that understanding, obviously for everybody to feel safe. I'm really impressed that 2,300 teachers are wanting to come back. That makes me extremely excited for our community. I have a few other questions here. Going back, well, I want to also say that I want to thank all of the parents, community members, teachers, and different folks who've reached out and expressed their interest in making sure that our schools open by the end of the year. I think that's critical for our children's mental well-being, physical well-being. So April 8th, while it does seem far away for a lot of us, it's a great start, and I'm really impressed with the work that's being done. Going back to some of the information that Christine had noted, the anti-racist training, is that going to be mandatory?
We have all of our site leaders and all of our central office team engaged in that, and it's mandatory. We are having the site leaders take that work back to their sites. That's our model this year in Membervilla for training, is to have our leaders learn and then build their capacity and then be able to take it back to site during times in the teacher work week, when we can engage with teachers with learning. So per our CBA, we have a meeting once a month when we can work with teachers. And so that's some of the time that we're using for that work.
Great. Just wanted to make sure of that. So just some other notes that I have. We know this is not a perfect answer, but I'm glad that we're leaning on the other districts. I also want to say that our kids' education cannot be put up for negotiations. We have a reopening plan. We have the folks in place that are willing to implement these procedures. I don't want these negotiated solutions, if we get stuck in the mud, that our kids and our families will continuously feel the impact of this. It's been a long 11 months. It'll be over a year that our children have been in school. They've suffered enough, and it's really time for us to work together to make sure that we get back to school safely. So I really hope that all of our partners can work with us and listen to our parents, listen to the community leaders, listen to the state, county guidelines, the CDC, and get our kids back to school. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you so much, Member Vela. Any other board comments or questions? Member Morawski, and then Student Member Shake. I see you.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Well, lots of thoughts and reflections. So I would just first want to thank staff. It's an amazing amount of work that has been put in, and I'm so excited for the vaccination effort starting tomorrow. That's been, a long time coming, and I'm just thrilled to have that getting off the ground. I guess I would say, it's not, I think for many of us, including me, it's not a lack of work and preparation that has gone into it, but more maybe that we haven't communicated as clearly, as often as folks really need to hear from us as far as what's going on. So I'm thrilled that the dashboard is more populated now. I feel like we're in a much better place with all of that, and it's a very opportune, good timing for that to be in this better place. So I really appreciate that, and I would just encourage us all to think about how we really provide that clarity and that timeliness of communication with our community throughout the next few weeks and months to come. So I would like to propose off the bat having, as some folks have asked for, a reopening discussion either as part of each board meeting or at a separate meeting in a regular way, in the same time frame every 2 weeks until that date that we get back to school. It is the most important thing happening right now. We have a lot to talk about at our board. So if we need to have different sessions, maybe town halls, or, I really think we need to engage folks in a different way if we can. I know it's a lot of work, but that's just part of what we need to do now. And if we need to use some of the resources that we have for COVID to do, more outreach and communication, then we need to do that, I think. So I've been on this journey, as a mom, as a board member for 11 months with you all. And so some reflections about, where we are with reopening, because I feel like now I think our community deserves to hear, firmly like where we stand as a board. And I don't think we've had the space to have this discussion as much as we need to. But, the first thing I would say is just school is a place. And, people talked about it, school's School's still in session. School's a place. It's not a service we can send over the internet. And it's no matter how hard teachers work, and I know they're working so hard. I see it every day. And no matter how hard we try as parents to support our children, we can't change. That's just a fact. School is a place. And right now that place is closed. So I think it's just a testament to the importance of in-person learning and the effectiveness of that face-to-face instruction, that withholding it is so devastating for our kids and for our families. You know, this is the one universal support that everyone is guaranteed access to until now. That's the only support we have in place for working families, and we have stripped it away and basically abandoned a lot of families who cannot access their education while we're still closed. So I think we need to just break the spell on this. We're kind of in this place where we need to change the frame from reopening schools. Oh, should we? Or that's a big deal, or that's radical. Keeping them closed is radical, especially when we know we can safely reopen with common sense measures. That would be a radical solution. Opening our schools is not the radical thing to do. That should be just the basic expectation. School is a place. The place should be open, and we know it's safe to do because of the courage of other schools and around the country, around the world. We've even done it, at our learning hubs. We've been able to safely implement all of those protocols. So I'm really proud of that. We know that our private schools, our parochial schools are staying open, and that just makes me ill. Every day we stay closed and our kids remain isolated. They're losing opportunities to grow, and the kids who are the most vulnerable, who are homeless, who are couch surfing, whose someone whose mom is so depressed they can't get off the couch, that's who is suffering right now. So I want us to be really attuned to what we shouldn't let drive our reopening decisions. And I've heard a lot of stuff out there, and I've heard, kids are resilient. We need to get to zero risk. We need an abundance of caution, rumors, negative thinking, catastrophizing, comfort, convenience, unattainable standards that are beyond what we know is necessary. And those things should not drive us. It's going to be hard and uncomfortable, but we can do it. And after hearing that presentation, I'm really optimistic from what I've heard. So, I acknowledge there is fear. I acknowledge the depth of the challenge, but I don't think we should let anxiety cloud our vision. We've done a really good job in our district of leading with science and data and evidence, all the public health practices that are tried and true, thinking about the needs of our children, comprehensive reviews of the evidence, not like single studies or one person says this. Look at the whole picture, and that's what we've been driving towards. So we need to just keep being smart and balanced and have courage and weigh the risks and benefits and grow and learn along with each other and be optimistic. I've heard so much negativity, and I am tired of it. I don't want it anymore. We need to have hope. We can do this. And so I feel like I have to say that we need to reject the kind of fatalism of oh, we can't do this, it's too hard, it's not worth it, whatever. It's just unacceptable. So I'm really encouraged that we have a date certain. I do think it's I wish it was earlier. I guess one of my questions is kind of of all of the different things that are driving that date, is there what is the one? Is there one constraint that is keeping us from reopening earlier? Or are they all kind of working towards that date? Because, I would love to see us be able to come back even earlier.
Thank you, Member Morowski.
So that was a question.
I'll give you my perspective as your superintendent. And you heard a little bit in the presentation, Ms. Flores talked about all of the preparation for the testing pieces to the reopening and the thought that we should be done in the latter part of March, for example. I do want to make sure that we go through the second cycle of filter replacement across the entire district as well. So those are the kinds of elements. There are some areas in the third-party assessment that's taking place across the entire district where we've prioritized, for example, our elementary schools. We are really actively working to address some of the findings. They're not major findings, and I would ask Nathaniel to give examples of it, but I do want to make sure that we're maximizing space in each of our classrooms so that we can bring as many students as we can. So really, it's just a matter of several of those things coming together and feeling more confident that would be the timeline that we could have everything checked off as completed, if you will. I do want to just mention to the board and to our community that as you spend time looking at that data dashboard, there are some areas that still show in progress, for example. But I would really encourage our community members, our board members to click on those artifacts. In some cases, for example, the thermal scanners, they are on our sites. And what is lacking is just making sure that that our custodians, our plant managers, are installing, are putting the right measures in place. So I just really encourage people to study that. I don't want, for example, on the thermal scanners, for people to think that they're still in order, or they're still being shipped, or we don't have them. So that would be my best response, Member Morawski. Again, we as much as we wanted to bring this plan to the board and to our community, we also want to hear from our board members who of course are talking to many of our families, many of your constituents, and we can of course come back and provide another update on whether any of those things look like we're going to be able to speed them up. But that is my best response. There's a number of pieces that I think I want to just kind of demonstrate that we've completed entirely, and that's how that date was reached.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. It's a very honest answer, and I don't think anyone would want us to skip over or skip over some of the safety protocols or give those short shifts. So I appreciate that. Do we have time for a couple quick questions? I know we're running a little over.
We're about an hour over, so if you can just quickly, still have a few more board members.
I am well. I'll just mention a couple of my concerns, and then we can follow up. One is just that that we bring the plan back to the board for action. I think it's just important to actually have a plan approved by the board. Another is on the HVAC. It sounds like we went with the UVDI units because we thought it would be cost prohibitive to handle the MERV 13 that would require like a whole upgrade to our HVAC. We thought it would be cost prohibitive to upgrade the electrical that would allow us to use the HEPA filters. But it doesn't sound like we actually know or have. I mean, I'm just hoping that we at least have a ballpark that we know, because it sounds like we're in the process of getting those estimates now. So I just, I wonder about, do we have those estimates? And the other issue is, what is the backup plan if the tests come back and say, there's a problem? We don't have a lot of time, so I just don't understand what the backup plan is, and I want to make sure that we have that.
Sure.
And then the final thing is, with respect to the instructional plan, I'm just, I know it's not ideal, it's a step forward. It makes sense given where we are. Just want to make sure that we have a plan for input an outreach to our families, and just want to know like how that's going to go. And the other thing is just staffing. Like, do we need extra staff? Like, I think there was a really good question asked about like who's taking care of the kids over lunch. Like, it seems like there's just pieces of it that will require extra staff, and that takes time to do. And I just want to be sure that we're ready to meet all of the needs that will come up, and that might just require some extra planning at the site level and things that we might not even realize until we kind of think every detail through. So I will leave it there. I know we're very short on time, so we can follow up on some of those items. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Member Morosky.
Member Pritchett, if I can just take a minute real quickly, and I do want Ms. Ramos and Nathaniel and Jeff to chime in on your question, Member Morosky, around cost estimates related to upgrading electrical panels and such, or upgrading HVAC systems entirely. One of the things that I've realized, of course, in Sac City Unified, that we need to have access to third-party independent analyses and estimates. So I will ask Rose and her team to give you kind of their perspective on that particular question, but I do want to reiterate that we are in the process of bringing back to the board sort of an independent expert estimate on what it would cost for upgrading HVAC systems from a cost perspective, from a timing perspective. If we had to upgrade electrical panels and stuff, what would that look like? Again, I fully trust our team, Rose and her team, in the answer that they will give you right now. But I also understand the importance in our community, given what I've realized and learned here, and I say that to our staff all the time. It's not that we don't trust you. It's not that I don't trust you. But let's just bring that independent source as well.
Thank you, Superintendent. And why don't I just turn it over to Jeff so he can quickly address that right away and not hold this up. Jeff, can you please provide that?
Thank you, everyone. We've done some preliminary analysis in-house on the potential cost of electrical upgrades to each site to accommodate true commercial portable HEPA filtration in each room. Unfortunately, in a district of our size, it's very challenging to come up with very accurate estimates without hiring a third party to come in and do a complete assessment of every site. Each school site and the electrical loads on each circuit are very different based on how the site uses those spaces, as well as the age of the buildings and the recent electrical upgrades that may have occurred through other projects on those sites. So they're all in varying stages of electrical capacity at this time. But our rough estimate for all school sites in the district to accommodate a dedicated circuit that would be required for portable HEPA filtration is just over $100 million. Our rough estimate for HVAC replacement district-wide, so all HVAC systems would have a minimum MERV 13 air filter, is over $1 billion. It's a significant amount of money, and back to the time frame for completion, it would take approximately 2 years for the electrical upgrades and 5 to 10 years to accomplish the HVAC upgrades. It's a significant amount of work. As for I think I answered every question. Superintendent? Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Student Member Shake.
Thank you, President Pritchett. I just wanted to thank our parents, incredible parent comments that we've heard so many times. And I think you can hear the voices, you can hear relief in their voices, seeing, this fantastic presentation, months of work. And I think finally some good news that we're able to present. I echo a lot of what Ms. Buckles and Ms. Nichols said. When we see that elementary schools were able to open 2 days ago, or the date passed where they sort of reached that community spread timeline, and we're already prioritizing those are the first we're opening in April. I think there are a lot of questions that arise as to why we're not doing that sooner. I appreciate the superintendent's insights in response to Member Morowski's questions. But I guess I would ask, is there any possible way that that could be exacerbated? Is there any way we could end up with a date that would be quicker?
Yeah, as I mentioned, Student Board Member Shake, to Member Morowski's question, we certainly can go back. Again, this was a date where we thought that all of the things that we discussed tonight could come together. Potentially, we would have to go back and sort of, kind of prioritize, come back to the board and say, if we were to prioritize these things, then we could come back. These things might still be in process of being completed, but that was the date that we thought where all of these things could come together the way that that our community might want to see, that the board might feel more confident about making sure that we've created a safe learning environment for all of our students. So that, again, we certainly could come back. Part of what I'm hoping as part of this discussion as well, Member Shake and board members, is again the importance of us hearing from you all so that we can start communicating to our community, to our families. We've reported to you the results of past surveys. We've conducted several surveys to get a sense of, at that moment in time, where are our families' thoughts in terms of returning their children, keeping their children. So we do want to make sure that we provide another opportunity for our families to hear, because again, all of this is going to have to come together very quickly. It's complex and it's very fluid. So we can come back with greater clarity about what are the things that would not be completed if we were to start sooner. But we will want to know, the board's position, and if President Pritchett, you want it to be an action item, a separate meeting with an action item, then we would work to plan that meeting pretty soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple more questions.
Absolutely.
So President Pritchett already mentioned this. I think I would love to get Ms. Bieda sort of insights on the 2 weeks. What were the, thoughts and sort of what are the intentions of giving that period?
Thank you so much for that question. First and foremost, I think it's important to understand that we're not recommending that we're shutting down learning during that time. Teachers will return to their classrooms and be providing distance learning during that time from their classrooms. So the biggest point of this is to get the teachers back acclimated with all of their technology and used to teaching in this space. So yes, although they have taught inside their classroom, some of our practitioners for many, many years, but they've not done this distance learning, which is a whole nother thing from their classrooms. And so we want to give them time to get their technology set up, to get everything just right in the room while they're teaching students from their classroom for that period of time. The other thing that's really important, and please note that we're looking at 1 to 2 weeks. And the other thing that's really important is we need our adults to be very comfortable with how all the routines and procedures, all that signage, how we expect students to navigate the campus. Like if you think of a passing period, you can remember what those look or feel like during a passing period at a really busy, large high school space. And the same thing happens when kids are passing for recess, lunch, and if you've had the opportunity to visit a hub, you see how kids are moving so smoothly and in these single file ways through a campus. If we get our adults back on campus, they will be very acclimated to how that's going to work, so that when the children come back, what I want for our children is a calm, a confidence and calm. We've got you. This is all going to be okay. This is where you go. This is how we're going to do it. No matter how big or small, our kids need to be treated with that kind of care. And I just want our adults calmly able to provide that. I don't think that it would be a good idea, because we need to also honor and acknowledge that our adults, our teachers, and our other staff that support our students, they've been going through a lot too. And so we want them to transition back to this because even though we know it's safe, our hubs prove this is safe. We've got this. But as they come back, we want them to really feel comfortable, confident, so that when the kids come back, we're smiling and our arms, even though we can't hug, they'll know that our arms are open and we're really ready to support and serve. I worry about that all happening at once, with adults having to come back at the same time that the kids come back. I absolutely think it can reduce to a shorter period of time, but that's really the purpose. And I want everybody back really quickly too. So I'm really interested in us being able to do that as soon as we can. I appreciate that question.
Thanks, Ms. Pieta. I would just express my gratitude for going after Member Morawski. I feel like so much of what she said are exactly my thoughts and exactly the sort of stuff we need to be acknowledging as parents and students go through an extraordinarily tough time. I think a lot of us saw the Sacramento Bee article this week discussing parents sort of leaving our public schools and, you know, seeking out private options. And I mean, it really, I don't know if it's infuriating or sickening or what, because I feel incredibly happy for those parents who are able to seek out those options and get sort of a more engaged sense of learning. But this is not a district where the majority of parents can do that. And so we are forcing these inequities deeper and deeper. And I feel like I say this all the time, and I feel like I talk about following the science with regards to the numerous CDC recommendations that we've talked about tonight. And, you know, Dr. Emily Oster of Brown University sort of research on this, that schools are not, you know, super spreaders, and that distance learning hasn't really helped us with regards to any sort of health, mental or physical, with regards to stopping the spread of the virus. With regards to that, I would just ask Tara briefly, outside of the dashboard, or maybe in spreading access to the dashboard, how are we ensuring that students and parents are aware of how safe the environment at Sac City schools are going to be? Because Member Morawski and Phillips and I held a listening session last week. The superintendent was there. And we heard many students sort of share their fears about returning to in-person school. And I don't share any of those because I feel like I've spent way too many late nights reading the Journal of American Medicine Association and, you know, all these things that I really didn't want to. But how can we do a better job at ensuring that students know that this is a safe alternative?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we are communicating with our students and families in a number of ways. We send out an email each week, which you probably get, which outlines our different return together plans and where we're at. We also send out an email to our staff each week as well, aside from that. And in addition to that, what you've probably seen lately, if you follow us on social media, either Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, we've been posting information about the tried and true health measures, right? Like wearing your face covering, washing your hands, practicing physical distancing. And while it kind of seems like we're just saying the same thing over and over again, it's very intentional because we're trying to help train our students and prepare them for when we will return together so that they've heard this over and over and over again. And when we step back onto campus, we know these are the things that we need to do. And it's comfortable to us. And we've learned about it a lot. And the other thing that we're doing and working with our facilities and risk management to make sure that the signage that we're putting up is going to be targeted for our different student populations. So just as Chief Pieta is talking about how we want to give our teachers an opportunity to get acclimated to the spaces, we want them to see that giant sign that's up on the wall that says we're all going to be wearing our face masks and learn how to remind our students and remind each other how to use those health practices. So I would love additional ideas or suggestions, especially from our students. So please communicate those to me anytime. Did that answer your question?
It does, and I'll absolutely sort of send you an email following a discussion with the Student Advisory Council. And then just sort of really quickly, I know we're running late on time and I'm talking a lot. Just sort of some reflections on our letter from Mr. Fisher. I feel incredibly grateful that we are a district that's taken plans for this for a long time. These are metrics we've discussed going back to the previous board for months. And I'm very glad that we're taking as a framework the CDC and not the CTA. So I'm kind of uncomfortable when we throw out these requirements like vaccination as a prerequisite or being 2 weeks into the red tier. I think those are great things, and I'm really excited about the possibility that we're heading really quickly towards that. But it's going to be more than a year already with what we've proposed today. And I absolutely do not think that fear-mongering based on an unscientific premise that schools are going to be super spreaders is responsible. And I don't think that that's the right way to approach this. Rather than sort of worrying superstitiously about this, we actually need to understand the actual consequences of our actions so far. For many school districts, the refusal to act on this reopening matter will be judged by history, and it won't be judged lightly. And so, with that, thank you.
Thank you, Student Member Shake. Member Garcia, I think I saw your hand up.
Thank you. Wow, 2 tough acts to follow. So I want to thank staff for all the hard work. I know you've been working really hard for a long time, so it's good to see sort of the end product up until now, and how solid of a plan we have for reopening. I'm excited as a board member, and I'm even more excited as a parent because it's something that needs to happen as quickly and as safely as possible. I know there are a lot of reasons why those dates were selected, and I look forward to hearing sort of what the independent analysis brings back. So I also wanted to thank my colleagues for bringing up the maybe additional conversation, additional communication about ventilation and HVAC that needs to happen. So I want to recognize that. Also, what happens if these, the testing, the UBDI doesn't meet the expectations, what the plan B is there. I think that's really important for our parents, students, and educators to know. I also wanted to ask a couple of questions, though, because many of the questions and points have already been made. So I want to focus on the training, the anti-racist professional training. I'm very encouraged that this is happening. I think this is long overdue, and this year I can't imagine coming back to school without really talking about this and having this training. So I'm excited that it's happening with our educators and that it's mandatory. I also want to find out how a similar training may be available to our parents. And I bring that up because I've had parents reach out asking for how they can get training on anti-racist, conversation discussions. So how can we can start thinking about how we can offer that to our parents at PTOs, PTAs, school site councils, some of our standing committees at the school site, ELAC, others, and also our district-wide standing committees. So figuring out a space and the opportunity to really offer that training to our parents, because it's coming, they're asking for it. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. I did have a question about the scheduling. You said that the scheduling, the grouping, A's and B's would be done in partnership with the teachers, because the teachers know best their students and how to group those groups, those cohorts, I guess. So that then, you determine, okay, I'm in group A, so this is my day that I go for in-person instruction. I'm just wondering how are we going to take into consideration multiple siblings at the same school site? And I'm thinking about the one that has a second grader but has a fourth grader, and they're in 2 different groups, right? So that's just something I wanted to put out there, because I think it's something we need to think about, right? How do we ensure that our families don't have to leave a child home alone, distance learning, because they're not in the same group as the other one who is going to in-person instruction. And then I also wanted to ask about, because this is something we heard about at one of our listening sessions with the students back in December, the instructional minutes. I know the schedules, you showed that we have 3 hours of learning instruction, but we also know that our school sites have different, I guess, schedules, right? So I needed to understand that a little bit more, maybe not tonight, but as we move forward, that needs to be a little bit more clear, because students at the high school level, which is what we targeted, they were very stressed out, right, about sometimes the inconsistency of the instructional minutes, sometimes the workload, and how they feel they're in class, they're doing schoolwork 24/7, and then it's just a lot of work. So anyway, just wanted to put that out there because it's something that triggered for me. And then I also wanted to, I also have here in my notes, I want to, support that we hear this item at every school board meeting. It doesn't have to be this long, but it certainly has to be something that we focus on. Maybe with more frequent updates, we tend to focus on certain areas a little bit more, like to just go deeper. Two, maybe we have to have a special board meeting just on this item, right? And so that we can spend as much time as possible, so that we can encourage as much public comment as possible. And our parents are very engaged. They have been, but this now there's a plan that they can, like hang on to and speak more, targeted towards. And then I also wanted to make sure that we have community sessions, so that we, whatever they may be, town halls. So we need to come up with a number so that we can reach out to the community. We can walk through the plan, with as it looks like when, it's closer to being agreed upon, adopted, as we just get closer to reopening. I just think it's really important for us to go back and walk through this, because you heard some of the callers, they were intended to speak on a totally different topic. And I could imagine, I anticipate what that would be. But after the presentation, the thorough presentation, they wanted to, they wanted to exhale, because they know there's a plan, there's a timeline, and there's just light at the end of the tunnel, right? So I just wanted to make sure that I touched on those points. And again, I'm excited. I'm really excited, and I know you've all been working really hard for many months. But the plan is solid, and there are some areas that just need further discussion. But thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Member Rhodes.
I will make this very brief. My colleagues here have spoke articulately around this subject and issue, and so it's really good to see the plan coming out, and that the community has opportunity to now kind of dive into it more. So that's a big one. But I have two questions very quickly, and has to do with vaccinations. And I would ask, what is the want versus the availability of the vaccine currently for our staff? And then also, will rapid antigen testing be available at all sites when we start to reopen? And is that kind of one of our things in our tool belt that we can use? So I'll just ask those two questions right now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Board Member Rhodes. So right now, nationally, the average is about 60% of people are saying that they want vaccine, and we're seeing that roughly around the same. So we sent out 2,000 invites, roughly 1,200 staff registered. And so, we'll continue to track that and continue to do, a lot of education with folks. And then for rapid antigen testing, we're piloting it as just solely using rapid antigen testing, as well as then just PCR. Our hope is whichever we decide to do, we will always have access to rapid antigen to use in the case someone is symptomatic. So we're still working on both. We'd like to have the option of both at all of our school sites, and we'd be happy to share more with you as we learn more. We're actually going to go out to some of our staff are going to go out to a site that's doing all rapid antigen testing to see how they're doing it. How long does it take? Because part of it, the cadence is you take the swab, but then you have to monitor it for 15 minutes, and you can imagine having all these test kits that you're monitoring, and so it's kind of hard to wrap your head around. So we're going to go see it and try it.
No, that's a great explanation. And Ms. Flores, you know me. When you go, please go ahead and send me an invite, and I'll go along. Yeah. So once again, this is exciting it's definitely for our families and our community, and it's exciting also for me to hear the board speaking about connecting with community in a way that's tangible for them to kind of digest this information and having that part of our plan. If we do not involve community in this plan, then we're going to set ourselves up for failure. So getting the message out to everyone, engaging everyone is going to be key, how we move forward as a district moving forward. And it's really exciting that, everybody's on the same page with actually making that happen. We need to take more of the community organizing idea of reaching people where they're at and bringing them in. And so with that, I know that member Trustee Phillips has something to say. I want to keep it brief because I know we have a whole bunch of more things to talk about, but it's exciting, and I'm optimist. So optimism is my superpower, and it's moving forward. And it seems that my superpower is working well behind the scenes. So thank you guys for your time, and I give my time to Member Phillips.
Member Phillips?
Sorry about that. Regarding the vaccination setup that we have at Cerna Center, I don't recall if we said that there were going to be vaccination centers in other places. Schools, possibly.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So right now we just have the initial 3 that are scheduled for the Cerna Center, and then the following 3, we continue to, reach out to partners. We were hoping to plan some out at school sites, and for now that's on hold. But our ethic and hope and desire is to continue to provide a vaccine to our community as well out at our community, sites and schools. So we will definitely keep you apprised as we learn more about that.
Thank you.
And Member Phillips, if I can just again, I know that Ms. Flores acknowledged and recognized, but I just want to publicly thank Dignity Health, who has been a very amazing partner. We walked Cerna earlier this week. You saw some of those pictures. As Ms. Flores mentioned, we have about 1,200 of our employees that are registered to get their first vaccination tomorrow, hoping that weather conditions will allow and we continue with the additional 2 clinics that we have. I think it's really important that our community and our board continue to follow the very complex again, but the fluidity in how we're moving priority groups as we find out who might have already accessed a vaccine through a healthcare provider or through another entity, and hopeful that we will have provided access and offered the opportunity to all of our employees to receive the vaccine here in the next few weeks. The other thing I just wanted to mention, Member Pritchett, in the event that there's still more questions and comments from the board, because of the comments made by Member Morowski, Member Shake, related to sort of the academic, social, and emotional well-being of our students and the importance of keeping that as our true north. Our next presentation is equally important in our opinion to this one, and I'm hopeful that members of our community will stay logged on to hear that presentation as well, which is really foundational for us, particularly as we prepare to welcome our students back, so that we have a better understanding of the extent of lost learning, the needs of our students, again, from an academic and social and emotional perspective. So really just a plug that, you know, depending on how long this conversation goes, I'm hopeful that we won't see a drop in the number of our community members that will stay for the remaining part of the board meeting.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there any other board comments or questions? Okay, perfect. Thank you. And just a time check with this next presentation, that puts us about an hour and a half behind schedule. So I just want to make sure that we're all aware. Okay, item 7.5, district assessments, current district-wide student assessment practices and SPED assessments. Ms. Bieda, Mr. Bozio?
Good evening, and as we're getting the presentation up and ready, I know Mr. Flores does such great behind-the-scenes work. Good evening, President Pritchett and Superintendent Aguilar and our esteemed members of the board. What we're going to do this evening, as Mr. Flores is preparing our presentation to come up, is really start to think about, so we're bringing our kids back, and to be able to really meet the needs of all of our students, we know that one of the things that we need to be able to do is to get to open up and see a window into where our kids are. What do they need? Where are their strengths? I don't want us to constantly be thinking about mitigating learning loss, although that's really important. But we know our kids are also going to come back with a lot of strengths. We need to know where those strengths are. We need to be able to build on those strengths. And we also need to be able to find out what kids do not know so that we can start to move in and be able to help them to accelerate and move forward. So this evening, I'll be joined by Raul Bozio, our legal in-house counsel, Mr. Matt Turkey, our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and also Dr. Sadie Hedegaard, our Special Education Assistant Superintendent of Innovation and Learning. Next slide, please. So we do have 3 board policies that I would like to bring to your attention this evening that really call out specifics around assessments. This very first one speaks to the board's belief that our students, our parents, have the right to receive accurate information, assessment information, that help us to understand our students' achievement. This also calls out that our teachers, we know, are the practitioners who evaluate and help us to understand that student achievement at that content or grade level. So that's the first board policy. Second slide, please. This next board policy calls out the governing board's belief that the purpose of these assessments is to help students, parents, and teachers identify these strengths. Think about how important this is right now with what our kids have experienced, our families have experienced, and our teachers have experienced. How important it is right now that we have this governing board belief that the purpose of these assessments is to help to identify these strengths, to help to identify areas of need so that we can move in and enhance teaching and learning, and also to be able to speak to the effectiveness of our schools. More important, always important, but more important right now than ever. There's a third board policy, next slide please, that I would also like our community and our board to be aware of. This board policy speaks to the responsibility of making sure that our students are performing at grade level with their curriculum tasks, that our teachers know what kids know and that they're able to assist in ongoing monitoring and intervention so that we can make sure that our kids, and I think we all have to be thinking about starting to accelerate student learning in very new and different ways. We have to be able to monitor kids' progress and be able to intervene. We'll hear more tonight about the assessments that will help us to do this in multiple areas. But if we can go to the next slide, please. I understand that as a board, you've been studying the governance core. And as I thought about this work tonight, I thought about our commitment to the shared moral purpose. And I'd like to read this quote from the governance core. A shared moral imperative, a relentless commitment to the learning of all students, no exceptions, must drive the work of the board and its individual and collective action. You might also remember from the governance core that there's a call out for a commitment to an aligned, guaranteed, and viable curriculum for all of our students. You'll hear more about that this evening and how assessments align to that, as well as this continued commitment to monitoring student progress. And again, right now, more than ever, this is really critical for our work and our service to our kids. Next slide, please. We'll begin with looking at the really critical work that happens with assessments regarding special education. I know there's a lot of questions around this. So tonight we're going to start by grounding the purpose of these assessments, getting some real common understanding and common language for the names of these assessments, how these assessments are used, and then also end this piece of the presentation with some information on where we're at with our special education assessments. Next slide, please. We know that our special education assessments have to help us as they are the foundation on which an IEP, an individual educational plan team, is able to make informed decisions regarding special education eligibility, and then to develop those individual educational plans that are targeted specifically to a student. All of the other assessments that we'll be talking about tonight, this is really important. We don't ever want to silo assessments regarding special education in one little bucket. Remember, please, with me, that all of our students are first and foremost general education students, and all of the assessments that we hear about tonight are impactful as we make decisions about students and special education supports and services. Dr. Hedegaard now will share some additional information on the general guidelines, as well as to provide you with some important and specific definitions regarding special education assessments. Next slide, please.
Thank you and good evening. Special education assessments, as this slide highlights, it's a process of collecting information about a student for the purpose of determining eligibility under one of the 13 eligibility categories that are highlighted on this slide. The data collection process must also, however, consider highlighted on the right-hand side of the slide some factors which include but are not limited to poor school attendance, limited English proficiency, and a lack of appropriate instruction to ensure that we are identifying, not misidentifying students as having a disability. Next slide, please. To ensure that we're utilizing a common language, this slide just defines the difference between an initial and a triennial special education assessment. An initial special education assessment is conducted in order to determine eligibility for special education services, whereas a triennial assessment is conducted for a student who has already been found eligible for special education, again, under one of those 13 eligibility areas highlighted previously. So the district is responsible for conducting a triennial assessment at least once every 3 years. Next slide, please. As you may know, there are very specific timelines that are outlined in federal and state law regarding the district's responsibility to respond to a parent's request, or any request really for that matter, for special education assessment, and to conduct those assessments. So as highlighted on this slide, the district shall respond to a request for assessment within 15 days of receiving the assessment request. Once a parent has provided written consent that the district may conduct those assessments, the district has 60 calendar days in order to complete the assessments and then hold an IEP meeting in order to review those assessment results. So as noted just at the bottom of the slide, we just want to highlight the full education code section text is available in the board executive summary document. Next slide, please.
Hey, Sadie, sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulty. The Mac just decided to restart itself. So let me log back in real quick.
No problem. Thank you.
I'm just transferring some stuff over to Anne's computer real quick, and we're going to use her machine until I can get back up and running.
I just want to thank everyone for staying with us during these technical problems. We'll get this up and going.
And thank you, Anne, for your assistance. When you're able, if we could skip to slide 11, please.
All right.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay. And so this slide is just to continue in addition to the state and federal laws that were highlighted earlier, our district, of course, also has policies and procedural documents which inform how our teams are responding to requests for assessment and meeting the timeline requirements as outlined on the previous slide. Our in-house counsel, Mr. Bozio, will update you with information next in regards to the negotiations process related to special education assessments. Next slide.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hedegaard. Good evening, board, superintendent. We wanted to give you a little bit of a background regarding the negotiations relating to this matter. Of course, it's relevant. Negotiations are relevant to our efforts currently to conduct special education assessments. The viewer may wonder why that is. And of course, it's related to COVID and our school closures, like so many other things. Many of these special education assessments are required to be conducted in person, in a one-on-one type of setting, in order for those assessments to be valid and effective and meet the requirements of federal and state law. So since the fall, the district has been discussing these matters, negotiating with SCTA regarding establishing a program, if you will, to allow for in-person at our school sites special education assessments to take place. On the slide before you, you can see that the district first passed its initial proposal in October, and then a series of counter proposals were passed between the parties throughout the fall and into January and into last week as well. I think maybe our last couple bullets may have been maybe cut off by the screen share, but that's okay. The last few counter proposals were passed on the 11th, with each party passing 2 counter proposals, including the district passing a proposed side letter to allow for the district to contract out with independent third-party assessors to conduct the many assessments that have accumulated since school closures. And that's why this is such a pressing and important matter. As you'll see on following slides, we have hundreds of initial and triennial assessments that we're under legal obligation to complete. And so the district did pass that proposal last week to allow it to use outside assessors while the parties continue to discuss the procedures for conducting these assessments. Again, many of which require in-person interaction at our school sites. That has not been accepted by SCTA at this time. So we can go ahead and move on to the next slide.
So we understand that significant areas of interest such as this, the board appreciates being able to know the current landscape outside of the Sacramento City District community. So this slide highlights the time frame when neighboring districts were able to establish an MOU regarding the topic of special education assessments. It's important to highlight that while these districts have MOUs in place, each MOU, of course, is unique in the details that it contains. Next slide, please. The Special Education Information System, or SACE, is an online database that's utilized by our special education teams in order to manage our data. And so the data that we're presenting to you this evening is from the SACE system. And so I'll turn it back over to Raul to review our numbers.
Sure. As I mentioned, due to our school closures, we have many outstanding assessments, 420 outstanding initial assessments and 431 outstanding triennial assessments. As the previous slide earlier described, the difference between initial and triennial assessments. So many outstanding, as you can see here.
Did you walk the test?
Next slide. As a result of this large backlog that we've been discussing of required assessments, a complaint was filed with CDE, California Department of Education, on November 20th, alleging a violation of the district's obligation to conduct special education assessments within that 60-day time frame that Sadie talked about earlier. That complaint was brought by Disability Rights California on behalf of an individual student, their individual circumstances, but also asserted a district-wide systemic failure, if you will, to meet our legal obligations. Two additional complaints that are very similar in nature have been filed with CDE since that first complaint. CDE conducted its investigation based on the records provided by the district and issued a decision on early January that included 8 corrective actions. So CDE determined that the district was in fact in violation of Ed Code, and it's not providing timely assessments for the individual student as well as district-wide for those hundreds of assessments referenced earlier. And CDE issued 8 corrective actions, which you can see in detail in the backup board documents that we provided. But primarily, they involve the items listed there on the slide. The district, of course, is under an obligation to provide the assessment for the individual student at hand. And then district-wide, CDE has directed the district to provide it with updated data regarding the number of outstanding assessments, to issue communications to the parents of those students with outstanding assessments, and importantly, to provide a plan for completion of those hundreds of outstanding assessments by the end of July 2021. And finally, the last bullet there, an important fiscal impact, of course, as well as simply an important element for all of our students, of course. In addition, for all of those outstanding assessments, the district will need to determine what amount of compensatory services and compensatory education must be provided to each of those students. So it's a very impactful decision, very important one that we are working on complying with, and they're frequently communicating with CDE to satisfy those corrective actions. And Dr. Hedegaard can talk a little bit more about how we're doing that.
Okay, thank you. And so, yes, just as was cited, the CDE investigation did confirm that the district was in violation of our obligation. And also the 4 corrective actions that we're going to provide you with an update on. Again, all 8 are included in the executive summary in their entirety. But these 4 we felt of particular interest to our community and deserved additional attention this evening. So first, the district is collaborating with the Department of Education to provide data regarding students who have the outstanding initial and triennial assessments. An example of the data that's being requested from CDE includes further defining the types of assessments that need to be conducted for each student. So as our community may know, we're always looking at all areas of suspected disability, and so we want to make sure that then an assessment plan or a response to a request for assessment is individualized to the needs of the student. Second, the district is preparing a parent communication that will go out to families who have students with outstanding assessments. The communication will include information regarding the complaint, but also will include a survey in order to request feedback from families related to special education assessments and help us to inform the plan that's highlighted in number 3. So going there, the third, the district, we are preparing a plan for how to address the outstanding assessments and how they will be completed timely and with fidelity. The plan is being informed by the negotiations process, will also be informed through the survey from our families. And for example, the district has received inquiry from our community, as Mr. Bozio had highlighted, presented in regards to the district's ability to contract with individuals who, of course, are appropriately credentialed and licensed, but to conduct those assessments, but are not employees of the district. So we will continue to evaluate those options. Lastly, the district is preparing to support IEP teams in order to make informed decisions regarding compensatory education services in instances where students are found eligible out of the outstanding initial assessments. So it is important to highlight that this will likely have a large fiscal implication, again, as Mr. Bozio highlighted, for the district, given that the compensatory services would be considered from the time that the student's original 60-day timeline would have lapsed. And so in regards just for next steps in more detail, other than that, we are providing weekly updates to the Department of Education on all of the 8 corrective actions and being extremely attentive to these matters. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Matt Turkey, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. And the first slide which I have here is to give you an update on our LPAC testing. So LPAC testing, otherwise known as the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, which is California's assessment system, which is used to determine the English language proficiency of students whose primary language is not English. The LPAC is aligned to the 2012 California English Language Development Standards and assesses 4 domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The initial LPAC is used to identify students as being either English learner or fluent in English, and it is administered only once during a student's time in the California public school system and is based on the results of the home language survey. The purpose of the initial LPAC is to determine the English proficiency of students entering California schools for the very first time. So far this year, we have had 735 students who have been identified as needing to take the initial LPAC, and all 735 of them have been assessed. Now, moving on to the summative LPAC, which measures how well students are progressing with the English language development in each of those 4 domains. And the purpose of the summative LPAC is to measure that English proficiency to help inform proper educational placements and to help determine if a student is ready to be reclassified. This is important to ensure that students continue to receive the support that they need to do well in school. And the summative LPAC is given to all English learners in grades K through 12 who take the assessment every year until they are reclassified as English proficient. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the 1920 window to administer the summative assessment was extended to October the 30th, 2020. And for the 1920 school year, we had 8,924 students who needed to take the summative LPAC. And we assessed 29% of that number. For the 2021 school year, the window for the summative LPAC is the February 1st through until May 30th. We have 7,500 students who need to be assessed. And as of last week, we have started to assess about 2% of students, and 0% of students have completed all 4 domains of the assessment. It is important to note that in grades K through 2, I should say, all 4 domains need to be assessed on a 1-to-1 basis. And in grades 3 through 12, the speaking domain is assessed one-on-one, while the other domains are assessed in a group setting. Next slide, please. So moving on to an update on other assessments. This slide gives an update on the College Board exams, the Smarter Balanced assessments, and GATE testing. In any usual year, we would administer College Board assessments for all students in grades 8 through 11. And these are paper and pencil assessments only and can only be taken in person. As such, our students in 11th grade were not able to participate in the PSAT and MSQT, which was scheduled for January the 26th. The SAT for 11th grade students, the PSAT 10, and the PSAT 8-9 are all scheduled for in-person administrations in April. Due to the uncertainty of where we are in the pandemic, it's still to be decided whether our students will be participating for sure in these exams. Moving on to the Smarter Balanced State Assessments. These will take place from March 22nd through to May 28th. Students in grades 3 through 8 and 11 will be assessed on English Language Arts and Math, while students in grades 5, 8 and 12 will be assessed in Science. And then lastly, moving on to gate testing. In a normal year, we would have assessed all of our first and third grade students in the January to February timeframe. The details, and for this year, our aim is to make sure that we provide a fair and equitable access for all of our first and third graders to this gate screening. The details of gate screening this year are still to be determined and something which we are still working on due to the pandemic. And next slide, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. So as we think about this next block of assessments, it's important to understand that some of these common assessments that we'll be visiting about and describing also impact some of the other assessments we've already discussed this evening. For example, for our GATE students, for reclassifying an English learner to English proficient, we need common assessments that are the same assessments that are being administered in the same way across the system. The same is also true for our students who we suspect may have additional needs and we may need to further assess in special education. As these students are moving through a process, we need to have common assessments that help us to understand where their learning is and if they need additional support. These start to anchor all of that work. Next slide, please. This slide helps us to see that it's not just in Sacramento City Unified where we're knowing that we need to have these common assessments. The importance of assessments is also called out in many of our state documents, in our California dyslexia guidelines, and in all of our state content frameworks for ELA, for ELD, for mathematics, for history and social science. We find a call for the importance of assessments. I'd like to give you just a couple quotes from these documents that you can see here. For example, in the California English Language Arts and English Language Development Framework, it says that assessments within each cycle function best when they are part of a comprehensive, coherent, and continuous system of assessment that provides ongoing information to our teachers throughout the school year. In another document that you see here, the California MTSS, or Multi-Tiered System of Supports core competency states that to create an integrated data collection system that includes assessments such as state tests, universal screening, diagnostics, progress monitoring, and teacher observations at the site to inform decisions about tiered supports and placements. This is really important as we look at the work that we've done this year with our students and we prepare to bring our kids back. You'll hear me share a little bit more as we move forward about making sure that we have assessments that tell us that we're appropriately using our finite resources. Also, on this slide, I wanted to make sure that the board and the community understood that we have a legal requirement in Child Find to assess and find students who may have a disability. As Dr. Hedegaard shared, we know that these students have a right to, they are entitled to special education services. And Child Find covers every child from birth to age 21, and we have to have assessments to help us evaluate to determine if a student may have a disability. Next slide, please. I'd like to now share a few slides regarding the why behind special or all of our assessments. If Mr. Flores could advance us one more time, thank you. This first why, it's important for us to understand that we will never be able to improve what we cannot measure. I'd like us to keep thinking about that as we go through each one of these whys. But the very first one is to monitor that student progress toward grade level readiness, to inform students where they are on their learning progression, to make sure our parents have timely information regarding how students are progressing, to make sure teachers and administrators, the superintendent, and our Board of Education know how students are performing. Next slide, please. This next why is really about the informing our teachers with teaching and learning guaranteed around this guaranteed viable curriculum. We look at 4 core questions when we're in service to our students. What do we expect that our kids learn? We find that in the priority standards and scope and sequence, and you heard us discuss a little bit about that in our reopening plan. Secondly, how will we know what the kids are learning? This comes from common assessments that help us to understand regarding those priority standards and that scope and sequence, are kids getting out of that what they need, or do we need to adjust our instruction to make sure that they can? Because we know that all students can and will, when as adults we're doing what we need to do based on that student's area of learning strength. I call that their student superpower. The third question is, how will we respond if a student does not learn? Based on the way that the adults are providing that for a student, this is when we move in with interventions and other strategies, because we know that the student can master and learn. We just have to adjust what we're doing. And the fourth question is, what happens when they already know something that we're teaching? We need to be able to move in, extend, and accelerate for those students. So this is a second really important why, to make sure that we have common assessments. Next slide, please. This next slide provides a third why, to provide schools and teaching teams with regular, up-to-date, objective data as we engage in cycles of continuous improvement. I'd like to think back to those schedules that we looked at that we are proposing for our return, where we have Monday as a full distance learning day. In addition, on that day, that's also a day where every single week our teachers have what's called collaborative time. And it's during that time that our teachers need common information to sit at the table and use their superpower, their magic collective efficacy to look together at how students are progressing, to find where teachers have their strengths so they can share that with other teachers, so that every student benefits from the gifts that each teacher brings to the craft. That can only happen with common assessments. We don't know if any changes that are happening for our students are improvements unless we can actually look at this data and collectively do that in groups together. Next slide, please. This next why helps us to understand that assessments can help us to move forward for interventions and supports for students. When we think of a multi-tiered system of supports, no matter how many dollars come to our system for COVID or otherwise, we must be very cautious, careful, and moving in exactly the right direction for all of our interventions for students. We need to know that we're using the right interventions and at the right time, because honestly, all of this as a resource will always be finite. So when we look at our common assessments, they help us to know, is that first tier, and you heard me speak earlier about that universal design for learning. That's that first grounding tier of instruction that we offer students. Common assessments will help us to understand, is that working, or do we need to layer on top of that some additional supports for any one student and in any one area? And then we need to keep monitoring that student's progress to determine, do we need even more for that particular student? This piece may also then lead us to, as Dr. Hedegaard was sharing, a determination that we need to assess a student for special education needs. That all has to start, though, with these common assessments that lead us to interventions that lead us to asking, is it working? That lead us to changing those interventions if they're not, so that we can continuously move forward with improvements for our students. Next slide, please. This is the last why. You heard Assistant Superintendent Turkey talk about some of the assessments that are powerful and in our program regarding, for example, GATE eligibility. Mr. Turkey also talked about the LPAC and its role in redesignating students from English language learners to English language proficiency. In addition to those specific assessments, we also have to have additional common assessments that help us to understand where students are on any of those progressions. We also use common assessments to make determinations for placement recommendations in programs like IB and AP. And they also help us to determine which math classes students move into as they move from 6th grade and into 7th grade. So I hope there's a good understanding of why these assessments are so important. As we move to the next slide, please, what I'd also like to offer you as our board and our community is that when we look at common assessments, they also offer us the opportunity on a more iterative or often fashion to be able to share with you the progress of our students. It helps us to start to forecast that end of year state testing data in ways that can very closely emulate how we present that data to you. But that data is end of the year, one time a year, terminal. We owe it to you, to our community, to our parents to be able to report out on a more regular basis. So the next few slides will just take us through some of the data that we can present to you when we have our common assessments. This first slide shows you a participation rate in just one of our common assessment banks in ELA. You'll see there in the first column, the beginning of the year assessments that we gave our students, really looking at standards and skills that we would have expected students to have mastered at the end of the school year last year. But we started this year by looking at those as we typically do in any year. We typically do a beginning of the year assessment that helps us to know where students are in their learning, where are their strengths, and where are areas of need that we know we're going to need to help with as they move forward. Participation data is also reported when we report state data. And you can see here in this participation data that between that beginning of the year data and then moving into our first interim data for English language arts, we had a decrease in participation rate across most of our grade levels. This interim assessment that we administered throughout our system was offered to help us to understand how students were progressing in their learning through that scope and sequence and in those essential standards that we know, those standards are those ladder rung building blocks that if a student misses any one of those, makes it very, very difficult for them to reach up to the next standard that they need to acquire. So this slide helps you to understand that with common assessments, we can come to you with participation rates so that you'll know and understand how many of the students we serve are actually being assessed. Next slide, please. We can also, from this data, present to you how students are performing and in multiple ways. Again, forecasting and very similar to the way that we're able to report when we're reporting that end of the year SVAC or CASP data. Here you can see some of the foundational reading skill assessments. This was one of our beginning of the year assessments for our kindergartners, our first graders, and our second graders. I chose this particular slide because you'll see the data represented in a format that's very familiar to the way that we present data that comes to us from that end of the year data. You can see in this type of data Who met standard? What percentage of students met standard? What percentage of students nearly met the standard? And we can look overall at a grand total to see how our students are performing. So we get information on what percentage of students actually took an exam, as well as how they're performing. And this one shows you how we can present that data for you if we have common assessments by grade level. Next slide, please. Very important whenever we're looking at data to know what's hiding within the data. And so we need to know how are our programs and how is our instruction supporting the students we serve. It's always great to see who's doing really well and who the program is working for, but we need to peel that apart and find out who is it not working for so that we can find the superpowers for those students and start to move in with those interventions that we talked about previously. So when we have common assessment data, we can also come to you, to the community, to our board, to our superintendent, and share with you how specific groups of students are performing. And then it offers you the opportunity to ask us questions about our programs and what more we need to be doing to ensure that we're supporting all the students that we serve. Next slide, please. We can also disaggregate or separate this data to provide you with information regarding English language learning, where students are in their process of acquiring English, and then how they perform on a specific assessment. This type of data is really important to us as we examine our programs and our services to students in the immediacy as well as over time. And this is also another way that we present data to you when we're looking at that end of the year SBAC data. Next slide, please. And with common assessments, we can also share with you students and their performance based on program, and we can break that information out for you. So when we go back to thinking about what we started with, that shared moral imperative, a relentless commitment to the learning of all of our students, no exceptions, that must drive the work of the board and its individual and collective action. You can see by looking at how we can share the common assessment information with you, the importance and the ability to be able to assess and report to you on our students, and that is imperative. I'm going to turn it over now to next slide and share and turn it over to Mr. Bozio, who's going to share with you the current status regarding negotiations and where we're at with our ability to administer these common assessments to the students we serve.
Thank you. So currently the district is unable to administer its common assessments due to an arbitrator's decision rendered in January. Pursuant to that decision and an MOU from 2016 that it was based upon, the district and SETA for next steps are to convene a committee in order to come to an agreement on the common assessments which the district will give in addition to those required by the state. So relating to the district common assessments that Ms. Beda was just speaking to. And at this time, although the district has offered to meet on numerous dates, there has not been a meeting accepted. So at the present, we are at a bit of a stall and waiting to convene this MOU, this assessments or testing committee. And I believe that is our last slide. So we would be willing to take some questions from the board.
Thank you. First, we need to get to public comment. I believe we have 2 live public comments. Anne, do we still have our 2 live comments?
Yes, our first public commenter is Taylor Kayeta.
Taylor, I believe you're on mute.
Yes, I'm clicking on the second button. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
So I'm speaking tonight as a board member of the district's Community Advisory Committee, or the CAC. And I'd respectfully request that my time be combined with board member Kenya Martinez so that I'll have time to read our combined board statement. I'll start now. Good morning, board member, or good evening, sorry, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Taylor Kayada, and I'm the current secretary of the CAC. Pursuant to the Education Code, the CAC is a group of parents and community members that advises the board on matters related to the education of students with disabilities. Tonight, the CAC would like to call your attention to two important issues affecting students with disabilities. First, learning loss and reopening. Students with disabilities are the most vulnerable and lowest performing subgroup in SCUSD. They have become even more disadvantaged during the COVID-19 pandemic. They are in need of in-person instruction, which has not been available to them since March of last year. Parents have told the CAC that learning loss and regression are very real for students with disabilities. We ask the board to proactively check in with the approximately 7,000 families of students with disabilities and ask how they are doing and what they would like the district to do to help their children catch up academically and social, economic, or emotionally. We also ask the board to aggressively pursue reopening, at the very least for students who need it the most, like those with disabilities. Second, conducting special education assessments. As mentioned in tonight's agenda packet, the number of special education assessments that have yet to be conducted appears to be increasing from data we have seen before. Currently, there are 420 outstanding initial assessments and 431 outstanding triennial assessments. District staff have told my own child that his triennial assessment will not be conducted on time and have provided no estimated date by when it will occur. This is a huge disservice to our students and, as noted in tonight's agenda packet, is a violation of state and federal law. If initial and triennial assessments are delayed, affected students may not be able to access the services and supports which they need and would be otherwise entitled to had the assessments occurred. Additionally, CDE has required the district to develop a plan by February 2nd for completing overdue assessments by July 30th. If they have completed a plan, it is not included in tonight's packet for the public or for the board to consider. Notably, we have no insight into whether or how the district is planning on using qualified, non-district contracted assessors as described in corrective action number 5. Inclusion. Immediate action needs to be taken to address learning loss, a realistic plan for reopening, and conducting statewide or student assessments for students with disabilities. The CAC is disappointed that this agenda item came forward as information only. The CAC is also disappointed that we were not given the opportunity to provide advice to the district on this matter before tonight, in the spirit of the law creating the CAC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kayada. Is there one more live comment? Anne?
Our second live commenter is Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Thank you.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I am deeply concerned about both of these issues, and in the past they've been addressed separately, so I was really surprised to see them combined tonight. And I think I understand why, but I feel like staff is not spelling out as clearly, perhaps, as the public might need, why these two items are combined. Number one, if we don't do child find, we're breaking the law to not identify students who might have disabilities. And in order to do that, you need all of these common assessments that SCTA is saying they don't want to do. They will straight up tell you in that PERB complaint that they don't want to do them, that they don't believe that they're useful, that they don't believe that they inform the education they provide, and it's failing our students. And it's against the law because we're not, as a district, providing child find. Number one, this issue of special ed assessments, I'm deeply frustrated and disappointed that even though the California Department of Education told the district to move, to provide a schedule, to communicate with parents, to commit to who was going to provide the assessments and when for the next 6 months. And they set a deadline of February 2nd. And to the best of our knowledge, based on this presentation, those deadlines have not been met. Instead, the district went back and negotiated again with SCTA and said, okay, let's talk about whether you're going to allow us to bring in outside consultants that the state told us to use, and will you give us permission to do that? I don't understand where the district is coming from in allowing these negotiations to interfere with students' right to their education. And I would like an explanation from our staff and our superintendent and our board about why they think that's okay. because I'm deeply angry that we've been talking about this and negotiating about this for something that isn't and shouldn't be negotiable.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you. And with that, I mean, we have enough time for 2 written comments.
Okay, the first is from David Fisher, and he is combining time with Nikki Milevsky.
Is that going to be a 4-minute comment?
It's 3 persons. So
Okay, so that's a 6-minute comment?
Yes.
Okay, so then that'll be the only written comment that will be read.
Okay. And says, last Thursday, our bargaining team met for the second time last week in an effort to reach an agreement that would enable educators to move forward with one-on-one in-person assessments for special education students. There were more than 75 teachers on our team, including dozens who provide services to special education students, including special day class teachers, resource teachers, program specialists, behavioral intervention specialists, school psychologists, school nurses, language, speech, and hearing specialists, and also general education teachers. A major stumbling block is Superintendent Aguilar's refusal to provide the appropriate mitigation measures, specifically regarding the district's ventilation and filtration system. Following the advice of the leading ventilation and filtration experts in the state, we propose, and they have a link, it says you can view our proposal here, that we could immediately begin in-person special education assessments in those classrooms or work areas that meet the following conditions. 1, currently equipped with a centralized HVAC system that provides air filtration with a minimum efficiency reporting value, MERV, of 13 or better, or 2, currently equipped with a centralized HVAC system that provides air filtration with a minimum efficiency reporting value, MERV, of 8, and portable air filtration units with a clean air delivery rate, CADR, of 250 or greater per 1,000 square feet of floor area. Additionally, all classrooms would have to be equipped with CO2 monitors. Based on the cost of approved portable air filters that would need to be used in the majority of classrooms that are not currently equipped with MERV 13 filters, we estimated that every classroom could be furnished with portable filters and CO2 monitors for under $2 million, which can be paid for with the $128 million SUSD has received in COVID relief funding. We also provided the district with a list of recommended portable air filters. It says, which you can view here. To our surprise and disappointment, the district rejected our proposal and responded with a counter proposal, says that you can view here, that subcontracts the work out to more expensive agencies that may or may not be available, but would still require students to participate in classrooms with inadequate ventilation. We concluded the bargaining session with several special education and general education teachers and professional support staff expressing their profound disappointment in the district's leadership and its willingness to subject students to unnecessary and entirely avoidable health risks. The district committed to providing a new response to us at a date that has not yet been determined. And here we are 1 week later, and the district still has not asked to reconvene. The district is under some pressure to reach an agreement after the CDE issued a finding against SUSD on January 19, 2021, regarding the district's failure to provide special education assessments. A complaint was filed on November 20, 2020. The district provided its official response to the complaint on December 24, 2020. Superintendent Aguilar did not mention the complaint when we met with him on January 20 and did not provide any details about it to us until January 27, 2021, when we were in a caucus just minutes before we began bargaining with the district. You can view the district's February 5th, 2021 response to the CDE by clicking here. Our proposal, which is substantially the same proposal we first made to the district back in November 2020, would enable staff to immediately commence one-on-one in-person assessments. It would also provide more resources for staff to conduct assessment that can be undertaken virtually. Despite our repeated requests, the district has made little or no effort to provide additional resources to educators that would enable them to increase their capacity to do assessments virtually. For over 1 month, Superintendent Aguilar has told us he is looking into it. To this date, the district has been unable to provide full and accurate numbers of the overdue special education assessments to the CDE and cannot provide any details regarding which portion of those assessments can occur in a virtual setting and which need to take place in person. Despite our repeated requests, the new Director of Special Education has not been part of our discussions. As we concluded with the district 1 week ago, the major impediment to reaching an agreement is Superintendent Aguilar's refusal to spend a small portion of the $128 million in COVID relief dollars to provide a safe and healthy learning environment for students and staff. Superintendent Aguilar has shown he is willing to spend COVID dollars on a number of different things: a new pickup truck, a new cargo van, hundreds of thousands of dollars to an outside labor attorney and consultants, but apparently not students with special needs. This is indefensible. And that's the end of the one public comment.
Thank you, Anne. And just a reminder to board members that, and to the community, that all written comments were sent to board members prior to the board meeting and are posted on the district's website. Okay, well, we are, just another time check, we are about an hour and a half behind. This is not an action item, but I'm going to open this up for board discussion. Does anybody have any comments? Or Member Garcia, the Member Morosky?
Wow, I felt so good after the last item. I don't feel so good about this. So I did want to ask about the status of the plan that was, I guess, that was part of the CDE finding, the request. It was February 2nd. Is there a plan that has been developed and it just hasn't been shared for some reason? I don't know if it means that you just can't share it, or if it's part of the negotiations, or just to understand a little bit more, because it is, past the February 2nd deadline.
Before that question's answered, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it is 10:30 and I know our agenda goes to 11:10, but we need a motion to extend the meeting. And I'd like a motion to extend the meeting to, let's just say 1 a.m. Let's hope we don't need to use all of that time.
So moved.
I got a first and did I get a second? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, staff, you can answer the question now. Sorry for the interruption.
Mr. Bozio, can you offer some support on that?
Yeah, so I would say, board members, that we have shared a high-level plan with CDE, and we've worked with CDE to continue to provide them weekly updates as we get the information that's really necessary for us to make a more detailed plan and to take action on that. And that's the information that Dr. Hedegaard described with regard to the number of outstanding assessments, but not just the number, but the type of assessments that each of those students will require. And so as we continue to gather that information, that would inform the plan. The other piece of the plan is, as Dr. Hedegaard mentioned, the issuing of a letter of communication to all the families to try to gather more information from them about their needs, about their students' ability to potentially conduct some of the assessments virtually and conduct some of the assessments in person. So I would say that while we've shared the beginnings of a plan with CDE, we're working with CDE, and CDE has provided some flexibility for us to continue to do that as we try to determine a more detailed action.
Okay, I just have a couple more questions. So also part of the public comment, and one of the findings in the CDE report is I don't know if it's a finding or recommendation, is for the contracting out of for these services. And I know that there was a slide with the dates of our neighboring districts and when they were able to reach an agreement. I'm just wondering if other districts, had an agreement that essentially contracts out this work. I I'm just wondering if maybe there is maybe at some point we determine that there aren't enough teachers available, even if there's an agreement to accelerate the pace of these assessments. So maybe there is still going to be a need. I don't know if it depends on the type of assessment. So I'm just trying to figure out how do we get to conducting these assessments in as quickly as possible in a very timely manner, and certainly be able to meet that July deadline. So is just wondering if there's any feedback on maybe what others have done. There's just in-house contracting out, or maybe there's a combo. I don't know.
And I can give a little bit of that, and then maybe Ms. Beta can as well. But or Dr. Hedegaard, it looks like it's a bit of a combination. Some of the districts are doing a bit of both, depending on the number, as you say, of staff that are able to do it or volunteer to do it. And so many are using kind of a combination and conducting in-person assessments. And it's, as you can see and view from the district's proposals and counter proposals on our dashboard, that's been part of the district's kind of plan throughout that we've included within our proposals, and that we've also shared with CDE. And specifically, that plan to be is constituted of trying to complete 20% of the backlog of these assessments each month, so that by June and July we would be able to catch up on the 100% and make up that backlog. And as I stated, that it's been part of our plan and proposals throughout to supplement as needed staff's work with outside independent experts, assessors.
Okay, well,
Can I just interject, and I'll certainly defer to President Pritchett on how much the board would like us to get into the topic, but this is an area that has to be negotiated. So we can't just on our own go out and contract third-party vendors. Districts that that were on slides that you've heard who are using third-party contractors, that's the result of an agreement, of a side letter of some sort. We attempted that. Mr. Bosio referred to this. I always encourage our community to access the negotiations dashboard. I know how complex it is in terms of being able to follow proposals, counter proposals. You see different font colors. You see things that have strike-throughs. But again, this is complicated. We would have to reach an agreement to do that kind of contracting, irrespective of CDE's of a letter that says, here's a suggestion for you. It's a very good suggestion, and we've tried to pursue that. But it's not something that we can just do without having a more comprehensive assessment of the potential liability and other factors that are important for us to consider as well.
And just two more questions. I don't understand if there's a rationale as to why the current, I guess, MOU being pursued is only for special ed assessments, and why LPAC was not included in that, because they fall under the same sort of logic. I mean, the state provided districts with an extension for these two assessments, but they have to be conducted. So I'm just not sure why you're splitting them, because then you have to go back and negotiate a separate MOU for doing LPAC. And I'm just, I'm an English learner. These are
Anyway, the district did pass that a proposal that basically followed the same outlines for health and safety measures that would allow for those in-person at sites LPAC assessments to take place as well.
So there
So
isn't
we're basically in
anything
the same
different.
position. Yes.
In the terms of the setup of the environment that's necessary in order to conduct these assessments.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just my final, I think, thought is that, the district will be receiving, funds from the state, right? The state is proposing over $4 billion for learning loss mitigation, including Saturday classes, summer school. And this information is so incredibly important in order for the district and for the board to understand where these dollars need to go, what type of programs need to be developed, and whether it's summer school, whether it's before or after school, whether it runs into the next academic year. It's just the only way we will know how to best use those limited dollars. I feel like these are one-time dollars. So I'm just really concerned that we won't be able to really target those dollars and put those dollars to fund those programs, hire the staff that needs to be hired to really meet the needs of the students without knowing where they're at. So it's just, I don't know, it's just heartbreaking. And I know a lot of work needs to be done. And I just hope that we get there. We have to get there. We are breaking the law, and this just means that, in addition to students not getting what they need, the supports that they need, the district is liable for lawsuits, right? It's open for lawsuits. So it puts us in a very weak position. And I'll just stop my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Member Morosky?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Member Garcia covered most of my points or questions. I guess just one other that I would I just ask after I just emphasize. I mean, that these need to be done. I just put a point on that. Both the special ed assessments and the common assessments, the targeting, that's just, those comments were right on. So in terms of the common assessments, if teachers say, well, I don't really see the use for these common assessments because I'm assessing my students as they go, I'm using whatever other tools are in my toolbox. Maybe I don't like the assessments that the district wants to do, or I just don't see the use for it. How do you kind of respond to that? Because, like some people, I guess they might have their program, and feel like, well, I'm getting what I need to work with my students. So what's the point of the common assessments that the district's asking me to do?
I think that's a really good question, because these common assessments are interim. They're coming in after a cycle of learning. In between, we expect that teachers are giving those assessments that they're designing, that their grade level team is putting together, that are more iterative, that are happening in a more in a quick fashion in the middle. But we can't come to you as a board. We can't report to our superintendent, and we can't report to the community if everybody's giving a different assessment. I have no way to come to you to tell you how we're serving the kids. So we do expect that teachers are giving those other assessments, and we value and honor those. Those are really important. Remember, I was a teacher. I know how important those are. But at several markers during the year, we owe it to you and our community and to our system to understand, is that working? Because if what we're doing is not, and we find out on the same assessment that's happening for all kids in that grade level or content across the system, when we learn who it's working for, who it's not, we know what we need to do programmatically so that we can offer additional support. We can't do that if every teacher is doing what they do in their own individual classroom. We expect that that still happens, and we know it does. We honor and value that. But at markers through the year, we owe it to our community, we owe it to our kids to be able to report out. And if we're going to do something like, for example, as Member Garcia shared, identify students for, let's say, a summer learning loss program or other interventions, I need to know what those skill sets are that we're going to target and make sure that I'm putting kids together in groups so that it will work, or else we could waste a whole lot of money in putting just kids together in a room and not knowing what we're intending to do for those students. So we honor and value those. I do very, very much, but we need these common markers.
Member Borowski, if I can just interject, because your question is a very excellent one. And the reason why I thought that this was an important topic to bring to the board following your action at the last board meeting, which was much more fiscal in nature, is of course because in your governance journey, two of the primary functions of any board of education, of course, is the kind of fiscal stewardship and the student programming, and there is a role, as you know, that the board plays. That's why we started the presentation with those board policies. You set that direction for your staff, for our team, to make sure that we can bring back evidence to you that in fact we are implementing a guaranteed viable curriculum for all students, that we have an aligned instructional system. So it's not a question of whether I, as your superintendent, or Christine as your CAO, or any other staff member thinks that we're not testing enough, or we need to test more, or we're over testing. But it is yet another evidence point that across the district, we are working successfully toward implementing those board policies that the board has set up. As an additional evidence point that we are working toward having a guaranteed viable curriculum, that third graders at one school are receiving the same level of instruction, first tier instruction, as students, third graders at another school. So, again, let's kind of separate whether we should be focused on whether it's too much testing or too little testing or over testing or no testing at all. It is another evidence point that we are working and striving toward meeting and providing evidence that we're meeting those board policies that we started with, that we are working toward having an aligned instructional system across the district, that we have a guaranteed viable curriculum across the district that all students benefit from.
Thank you. So it's a matter of equity of students' rights to receive that curriculum and know how they're doing, and then also a matter of being able to target interventions, being able to respond quickly, being able to manage, from a district-wide perspective. Because honestly, people say, "Oh, well, the district or a school has these scores, and that's good or bad." But if the district has no way to measure district-wide what is happening, then there's no way for the district to improve what's not, what has opportunity for improvement, right? So I appreciate that. Appreciate that framing and your work on this. We know we need to continue, and I would just say, maybe the limits of local control. I don't know what it's local control, and I don't feel very in control. As you're speaking to my community, I don't feel very in control of what we're not able to do, because we can't come to agreements on special ed, on common assessments, on what reopening schools, successor contract. I mean, we are mired in conflict in every single one of these areas where we really desperately, urgently need to move forward. So I guess that's just more of a comment. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
And Member Borowski, if I can just add, in the world of continuous improvement science, there's a saying that you cannot improve what you can't measure, and that's sort of the heart of this issue as well. There's there's an element of the board holding me accountable as your superintendent. Forget the test scores, but holding me accountable to make sure that, again, we are working toward and achieve having a guaranteed viable curriculum across this entire district, that we have an aligned instructional system across this entire district. So us bringing this forward and presenting it is as much for you to be able to communicate to our families that we are getting closer to achieving that, that it's happening across the district. And I think that is what our community deserves.
Are there any other board questions, Member Rhodes?
And once again, I'll make my comments brief. When we talked about the assessment committee, could you tell me how the makeup of that committee is put together, and then also how could we expedite creating that committee because it's something that we have to do, and the assessments for EL students and special ed students are high priority, and we have to get it done. So, like, can you answer those two quick questions quickly? And then also just, on the urgency of what we really need to do here, it's mind blowing actually that we're like at this point and it's just there. I have a lack of words to say how mind blowing that is. And I'm usually not with a lack of words. And I would tell you right now, this is crazy. So if you can answer those two questions for me, and how we expedite that, and then how the makeup of that committee would be created. Thank you.
I mean,
I can. Soup, you want?
Well, I'll just say, Member Rhodes, I mean, that's a fair question. Some of the discussion that we had in this presentation comes from an MOU, as you know, that was signed before I was here, before you were here, before our CAO was here, and it does discuss an assessment committee. That MOU doesn't dictate how it's made up. It doesn't dictate how many people, but it does refer to an assessment committee. That is the meeting that we have tried to schedule. But because it doesn't dictate the composition, the number of committee members, I really can't answer what the question with specificity. On our part, of course, it will involve our instructional leaders, folks that understand this topic very well, including our chief academic officer, of course. But from our perspective, we're not needing time to form a committee, if you will.
Yeah, that was the gist of the question of, like, we have a time span and how long will it take to perform that, and then also, you might not have an answer for me on this either, but how could we expedite this process with the knowing that we have a time and date that we need to get these things done, and we have the rights of our students are being denied, the rights of our students and our families are being denied, and that's never okay when we as a district speak so heavily about equity and wanting that for our families. It's clear that we're not able to perform that, and it's ethereal in jest, but we're not doing it, and so we have to move to do that. And so that's why I want to say, like, how do we expedite that, and with some real fire behind us to do it.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Student Member Shake, did I see your hand up? Okay. Are there any other board comments or questions? Okay. Thank you, staff, for that presentation. I'm beyond frustrated right now, so I'm going to hold my comments at the moment. This is an informational item, and will be brought back to us, I'm sure, at a later date. Okay, we're going to move on to item 9.0. Just give me a second here. All right, I'm sorry, we're gonna move on to item 8.0, not 9.0. I'm trying to move us along on the agenda further than we are. For public comment, before we start public comment, I have a statement to read real quick for you. While we initially navigated the uncharted waters of holding virtual meetings due to the COVID pandemic, we undertook the practice of reading aloud public comments that were submitted via email form, even though they were posted and accessible to members of the public on our website and also sent to board members. Now that we have developed more of efficient means of allowing members of the public to provide live comment public during the meeting, we will no longer read aloud written comments during the meeting. We will continue to provide all written comments to board members prior to the board meeting for the review and also post written comments on the district's website. This change in practice will be effective starting March 18th. This will give us our community time to get used to, how they're putting in their public comment. Once again, this change will take place March 18th, at the March 18th board meeting. With that, I want to move to public comment. And my understanding is that we have 5 live comments. Ms. Moretti?
Oh, yes. Our first public commenter is Amanda Connolly.
Okay, can you please just verify, do we have 5 public comments? Ms. Moretti?
Yes, we had 5 originally, but it looks like 2 are not online right now.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Ms. Connolly.
Thank you. Good evening. I was going to first ask you to open up the fields and playgrounds at the schools, especially in communities where that school is pretty much the only park option. However, after listening to everything last board meeting and tonight, I think I have to go in a different direction. I would like to start out by saying that the SACB has reported on, and transparentcalifornia.com confirms that SCTA's president and vice president, David Fisher and Nikki Malewski, make 6-figure salaries with lifelong benefits that are paid mostly by the district, thanks to a decades-old deal made with the SCUSD and the union. And the SCTA has also managed to negotiate with the district that no other union labor negotiating for their particular members who are not SCTA are allowed to have as nice a deal as the SCTA has managed to negotiate in the past. They're not content with securing their own interests. The SCTA actually hinders other unions from getting as good a deal as they have for themselves. So I want us all to think about that for a minute and then try telling ourselves that the SCTA cares about the children's best interests. I can't say it with a straight face. The union, especially SCTA right now, only cares about the union. In my opinion, even their teachers are secondary to the SCTA's political power, and that's why they spent an unthinkable $200,000 on running a candidate or 2 or 3 for a local school board race. They can't pay their own leaders with their dues money, but they can interfere in the public's one avenue for influence in this district apart from lobbyists' interests. So, knowing this, I'm not going to hold my breath for April 8th. I'm not going to tell my kids.
2 minutes.
If you fail, it will crush my kids and I'll have to face it. So I'm not going to tell them. And if you make it, great. And if not, well, I wasn't holding my breath.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Terrence Gladney.
Hello, Mr. Gladney.
Hey, I was going to make a comment, but first I want to say I would ask on behalf of all the community, whatever side of the line you're on, that you guys might introduce some fact checking. I know David as a parent, as a teacher at CB Wire, and his school was closed, and I've stood beside him, as I know President Pritchett did as board members of the PTHV. So, if that takes up the bulk of my comment, then I'm going to say that because, I stand beside parents that want the best for all children. And I know that Nikki's service is as teachers and people on behalf of all of our kids. When we talk about transparency and equity, transparency allows people to look into our homes, but it doesn't mean anything if we don't have open doors and windows to allow them to walk inside of our building, right? But when putting up all that glass for transparency, we cannot ignore that we also need glass mirrors that force us to look within our own selves, okay? So, after I made the comment about the policy or the resolution on African American History Month, the following policy regarding national eating disorder was backed by data. We claim to be a district-driven data, but yet one policy or resolution is very subjective and there's no numbers behind it, but the other one had specific numbers. So when I speak to intended outcomes, that's what I'm speaking to. If I have a direct conversation with the superintendent and he makes a comparison between one campus being, I believe it was Ethel Phillips or Ethel Baker, with John Cabrillo, my home community, and by inference referring to Cabrillo as a gentrified community, is because there's no data or awareness for him to understand the impact of school closures, the impact of where our students actually attend school. There's not too many kids within the footprint of Cabrillo that attend that school. They come from Freeport Manor, who had their school closed for Alice Burney to become a Waldorf-inspired thematic instruction school. So if we're really going to dig down into the root of our problems, we have to look at what happened to our neighborhood schools. Why do our kids bypass their adjacent middle school, such as San Brandon, to go to Sutter? Because we created a pandemic of perception that some schools are better than others, and you have more than adequate, highly functioning or highly successful schools that are ignored, and we give the talent of some neighborhoods to other schools, and then we wonder why we have enrollment problems. We wonder why some schools don't have proper electives, but yet we ignore what the actual footprint of our district is, and then we will say we want to solve problems. We can't solve problems if we won't address the problems and look in the mirror. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. Our next comment for written comments is from SETA, and according to Article 18.2 of their collective bargaining agreement, allows 15 minutes, and they're reporting on 6 items. So they will be given 15 minutes. Member or Ms. Moretti?
Yes, we have one last public commenter, Taylor.
Oh, we have another live comment. Okay, that's fine. Yep. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hello again, members of the board and Superintendent Aguilar. I spoke to you during agenda item 7.5 on behalf of the district's Community Advisory Committee, and I'm speaking to you now as an individual parent. I would like to share about my 6-year-old son, Torsten, 6 years old, to drive home the need for in-person learning. Torsten has childhood apraxia of speech. When he entered kindergarten, he was almost completely nonverbal, despite years of therapy and attending a district preschool. Not being able to express himself affected him significantly. He became introverted and uninterested in interacting with others, to risk the embarrassment of not being able to communicate like other kids his age could. To this day, he says that he has no friends. Thanks in large part to the excellent staff and teachers at Pony Express Elementary, Torsten is now able to speak in an intelligible manner. However, he started making real improvement just as distance learning began. Since then, he has made little progress with his social and emotional health. He barely participates in his Zoom classes. He needs to be in person amongst his peers to gain confidence in his communication skills and to be open to letting people get to know him. With each day that passes, I'm concerned that his emotional issues stemming from his earlier speech issues will become permanent. Our children are not bargaining chips between the district and its unions. They are not abstract numbers on spreadsheets. They are human beings whose social and academic skills are evolving every day. A year in a child's life, which we've been now almost to this point, is significant. We cannot afford to wait any longer to get children like Torsten back to in-person learning. I support the Return Together plan the district presented tonight. I pray that the district can make this happen. If the district can open even earlier for especially young kids like mine, that would be even better. It's time for the district to ensure that students like my son Torsten, who need to learn in person, can do so before they fall behind together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it looks like we actually do have 2 more live comments. I saw messages from Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Renee Webster Hopkins. Do you have them online, Ms. Moretti?
We did see that message. They are not online yet, but we are trying to get them online.
Okay, it looks like Ms. Rodriguez is online now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Terrence Gladney is a friend of mine, and we actually met for coffee this week, and I guarantee you we did not coordinate our comments, but my comments fall in line with his. I want to say I, like others, I'm thankful for the work on the reopening of schools, but unlike others, I am not sure that I think it is the biggest topic that you all have to address. When schools reopen, our district will still have the systematic inequity issues which so deeply plague our students. I would like to reiterate some words I heard Rich Vasquez say last meeting. Rich said many things which are worthy of your further attention. One of the things he pointed out was SCUSD's open enrollment process. Rich said open enrollment does not get us closer to our guiding principles of equity, but widens the gap. Rich hit the nail on the head. As long as there are schools that are perceived as better than other schools, and as long as those schools are disproportionately located in communities of wealth, the systems of inequity will remain. No doubt you all know that Sutter Middle School is known to be the good middle school. Both of my sons went to Sam Brannan Middle School. My older son went when Sam Brannan was a priority school by prior Superintendent Raymond. His principal then was Mr. Purcell, who was revered as a principal who knew every student on campus. Mr. Purcell was pulled out of SCUSD administration to serve this school community. However, priority schools were undermined by those who have other agendas, the same ones who have agendas today, by the way. So by the time my second son started time at Sam Brannan, Mr. Purcell was retired. And just as my son was eager to begin his 7th year of school, which had many exceptional teachers, Sam Brannan, at least 2 were teachers of the year, his teacher left Sam Brannan to teach at Sutter Middle School. 2 weeks into the school year, the teacher left for the, quote, good school. I don't mean to diminish any teacher or administrator for doing what they have to do to satisfy their own life goals, but I do want us to really see how the current system is broken. I believe that as long as SCUSD has a competition between school sites, there will be inequities. You can institute whatever plan, program, or intervention you think will work, but as long as families are allowed to self-segregate, it is an uphill battle. Thank you for your service, especially School Board Member Shake. Last meeting, I expressed hopelessness, but as I listened to him speak brave words every meeting, I gain my hope every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Webster Hopkins, sorry for that confusion.
Hi, thank you, Superintendent, President Pritchett, members of the board. I was looking at my Facebook feed, and a year ago, Member Pritchett hurled a bunch of fiscal audits across the dais in disgust that there were decades worth of reports that essentially said the same thing about the fiscal and structural imbalance here in SUSD. Well, I want to let all of you know, if you don't remember, that you have the same stack of reports reporting the same sad outcomes for our students with disabilities and other vulnerable students that saddened you tonight. We have the Council of Great City Schools report from 2016. We have the Capital of Suspensions report from 2018. We have numerous OCR reports that pin the lack of achievement of our Black students on the assessment MOU that the superintendent spoke about. We have federal compliance monitorings. We have the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence report that was issued last month that nobody is talking about. You have all the information. the blueprints, the recommendations, the findings, the mandate to act. I'm glad to hear among some of you the sense of urgency. I strongly compel you to demand that staff prepare you to take action at each and every board meeting on these critical issues. These issues haven't just popped up. They've been here for 20 years in our district. They didn't go away because of the pandemic, and we have to tackle them together with returning to learning when we come back for all of our students' sake. Dr. Shirley Weber yesterday really was very compelling at a statewide webinar hosted by Jake Luke Wood, who published the Capital of Suspension report. She said she's tired of the discussions, the listening, the data collection. It's time to act. There's nothing new in any of these new reports.
That was
It's make work. Please act now.
Thank you, Ms. Webster Hawkins. Okay, the last 15 minutes will be given to SCTA.
The comment says, "Good evening. I'm David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Reports regarding the California state budget continue to get better and better. In January, with revenues to the state between $13 and $20 billion higher than expected, Governor Newsom announced the 2021-22 California budget that includes the highest spending for K-12 education in California. Since then, the news has only gotten better. More recent estimates are that state revenues will be $10 billion more than the projections in January. The new revenues coming into SUSD from both the federal and state government enables us to have a discussion about increasing resources to students, not cutting them. SUSD has already received $59 million from the federal government as a result of the first CARES Act and will receive another $69 million shortly. That's $128 million. This does not include the $1.9 trillion package being finalized by the new Biden administration and Congress that will provide tens of millions more for SUSD. In addition, Governor Newsom's state budget includes an additional $100 million in revenue for Sac City, a number expected to go up significantly when the state budget is officially passed. In fact, the governor and the legislature, along with CTA, are negotiating now over an immediate funding package for K-12 schools. Often overlooked, the California budget is so robust that the State Legislative Analyst Office, LAO, recently noted that the governor's budget will exceed the 3% threshold in the Proposition 98 Reserve Fund for state K through 12 financing in 2021-22. As a result, the school district reserve funds will be automatically capped at 10% in 2022-23. Sac City's reserve fund is currently $93 million or 17%, which means SUSD would be required to spend down approximately $28 million in its reserve fund, in addition to the more than $225 million in new revenue from the state and federal government. To put things into perspective, according to the Legislative Analyst Office, there are 1,037 school districts in California, but only 130 school districts currently have reserve funds that exceed 10%. SUSD is one of those 130 districts. Again, SUSD should be discussing how to improve services to students, not cutting them. The need to improve services to students is especially critical in light of the recent report on SUSD released by the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. We don't understand why the superintendent hasn't organized a school board workshop on its findings, but we would encourage the board to do so. The California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, CCEE, Systemic Instructional Review, SAR, regarding SUSD and recently released provides several insights regarding, quote, equity, access, and social justice, unquote, as a kind of mission statement and its lack of substance in operation. For example, the CCEE report notes that while there is a theory of action, strategic plan, and vision around equity, access, and social justice, there is not yet a roadmap or comprehensive strategy for schools to engage in this work beyond the redesign of the SPSA and the beginning of MTSS implementation. We concur with CCEE. Superintendent Aguilar has not provided a roadmap or comprehensive strategy. We would go further and say that we are unaware of a theory of action, strategic plan, or even a, quote, vision, unquote, beyond the often repeated slogan. The CCEE report states further, quote, while there is an understanding that the superintendent's overall vision and mission is to address existing inequities in SUSD utilizing continuous improvement, there remains a need for the district to articulate the instructional vision, strategies, priorities, and outcomes that will be taken to accomplish this, unquote. More than 3 years into his tenure, Superintendent Aguilar has yet to articulate the district's, quote, instructional vision, strategies, priorities, and outcomes that will be taken to accomplish this, unquote. The CCE report notes that the district's model of, quote, equitable, unquote, inclusive practices, quote, is not evident, unquote. We should be discussing how to vastly improve special education by providing additional resources that will allow staff to move forward on special ed assignments virtually, including the availability of test kits and other easily accessible supplies. With regard to special education, many of the CCEE conclusions are brutally honest. Quote, there continues to be a lack of inclusive educational environments and quality instruction and support for students with disabilities, unquote. And, quote, the special education department's organization is not staffed or structured for maximum effectiveness. This continues to be a significant area of need, unquote. The report is equally critical of the district's shortcomings with regard to English language learners. Quote, there is a perceived lack of support from district staff regarding English learners, e.g. currently no full-time director for the multilingual department. And yet tonight you will be asked to lay off several bilingual aides. The CCEE report notes that Priority Schools model, quote, is incongruent with the vision and mission of the district regarding access, equity, and social justice, unquote. And yet more than 3 years into Superintendent Aguilar's tenure, Priority Schools continue to be funded by cutting resources from the other Title I schools, while critical services like child development are deprived of the limited district funding that will enable the programs to survive. Our students deserve better. And that's the end of that comment.
Thank you, Em. And I just want to remind everyone, we had 20 additional comments on top of that were emailed to the board prior to the board meeting and will be posted on the website. Okay, item 9.0, board workshop, strategic plan and other initiatives. 9.1, local control accountability plan, update and recommendations from the parent advisory committee and student advisory committee. Mr. Harris and Mr. Ramirez-Fong.
Good evening again, Board President Pritchett, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, Chief of Continuous Improvement Accountability, and I'm joined with a distinguished group of members of our LCAP PAC and Student Advisory Council, and we look forward to sharing with you this evening a presentation among sharing their recommendations as we start into creating the next 3-year LCAP plan. If we go to the next slide, please. So as we think about tonight's presentation, it'll really split in kind of two ways, but really it'll be basically 1/3 and 2/3. Myself and Mr. Ramirez-Fong, our LCAP CIPSA coordinator, will basically provide some context to the work in terms of looking at our upcoming template, talking about some of the strategies of stakeholder engagement and some of the more technical aspects of our LCAP development. But probably most important, you'll have an opportunity to hear directly from our LCAP PAC and our Student Advisory Council, their recommendations for how we should shape our LCAP over the next 3 years. And the intent of this is to get board member feedback, which of course is very important, inform our district planning process and overall LCAP development. If we go to the next slide, please. So when we think of the LCAP, it really is in essence a 3-year operational plan. And so it will be driven by, really student needs and the creation then of actions and services with expenditure numbers associated with them to drive increases in student outcomes, positive student outcomes. And ultimately, as we think about our LCAP, it really must measure and be really that kind of return on investment of our overall budgeting process. And so as we shape this LCAP going forward, that's our focus. And these recommendations tonight will be really important for us to consider. So if we go to the next slide. So what's in the LCAP? And so what's in it is basically a student needs oriented assessment, giving some sense of what we've done in the past, some context around things that might have been working, but also more importantly, things that we need to improve, much of the theme of our meeting this evening, with metrics and targeted outcomes. So there is this notion of really being very specific in terms of addressing and resolving longstanding student challenges and having measurable outcomes that can be reviewed, ultimately with ongoing analysis to make sure that we see the return on investment in terms of our expenditures and what are we seeing in terms of improvement for our unduplicated students. An important aspect of the LCAP development is stakeholder input, and that's what you're going to see tonight as well. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Ramirez-Fong, and he'll take you through some of the technical aspects in terms of how we actually build the LCAP, and then most importantly, we'll get to those recommendations from both our LCAP PAC and Student Advisory Council.
Thank you, Chief Harris, and good evening, Board, Superintendent, and members of the public. Next slide, please. This table provides a summary of key events since March 2020, with a focus on the major impacts of COVID on the LCAP timeline and the overall process. As we shared in some past presentations, the LCAP was first postponed by Governor's executive order, and a new requirement, the Operations Written Report, was created. Senate Bill 98 later shifted the start of the new LCAP cycle to 2021-22 and established a second one-time requirement, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. The 2020-21 LCFF budget overview for parents was also shifted to December 2020, which we recently approved. Tonight's presentation will really focus in, as Chief Harris noted, on this last row, the new LCAP cycle that we've postponed for this year, and now we're returning back to our normal timeline. This will be the third three-year LCAP cycle since the start of the local control funding formula era. Next slide, please. So within this next LCAP, the 21-22 LCAP, we do have the traditional components, but also some unique aspects due to the changes that we just discussed. In a typical year, we would be completing an annual update component that would address only the last year's LCAP. But because of this postponement and the unique learning continuity and attendance plan, we'll have two annual update components this year. And then we will, of course, have the LCFF budget overview for parents that goes at the front of our LCAP and the three-year plan itself. And I'll lastly note that this new LCAP will be the first to use a brand new template that was approved in January 2020 and was initially intended for this current year, but will be used for the next year. This table just summarizes some of the key components within the annual updates. Because we have some unique aspects, it's helpful to be able to draw some parallels and also look at the differences. Similar in both of the 1920 and the 2021 annual updates are reporting on the implementation outcomes, the expenditures, really just detailing what happened over the course of the year relative to our plans and what was implemented. A difference is that for 1920, because we're reporting after the year has ended, we'll be able to actually report actual expenditures versus estimated actual expenditures. And then also the state has really encouraged within this process discussing how this overall reflection is informing our development of the next LCAP. So looking at lessons learned and the successes and challenges that have occurred during distance learning. Just a brief note on what is in this new LCAP. So you look at our current LCAP, which is from 1920, and then the new template. What you'll notice in the instructions are that there's some guidance from CDE on setting different types of goals, and we'll dig in a little deeper on that in the next slide. But here we're also summarizing that the expenditure tables have been changed, so the way that the LCAP will show the dollars will look different and a little clearer for transparency purposes. There's also a focus on a three-year target outcome with annual reporting of progress rather than annual targets that were set in the previous LCAP. And the annual update and the goals section have also been merged. And all of these changes really were made based on stakeholder input and with a focus on reducing the overall length of the document and also increasing the clarity. Next slide, thank you. So the three types of goals that the state is encouraging districts to consider are focus goals, broad goals, and maintenance of progress goals. It is important to say that the state's not mandating that every district have all three types, nor that they have any specific number of each type, but really providing the guidance to ask us locally to consider what kind of goals are going to make the most sense for our context. A focus goal will be something that's much more concentrated in scope, time-bound, and really looks at a small number of metrics to measure improvement. Broad goals would be very similar to those that we have now, our broad culture, climate, college, and career readiness goals. And a maintenance and progress goal would be where actions and services that don't necessarily fit in the other goals can still be featured for transparency, but that also are supportive of the other goals. This next slide that we're going to shift to will have some examples of where we see our LCAP potentially headed in the coming years. And just note that this is a draft, and a lot of the engagement that will be occurring over the coming weeks and months will allow us to continue refining this. So if you look at the left column for the 1920 LCAP goals, SCUSD has had these similar goals in place, largely unchanged since the beginning of the LCAP era, so since 2014. The exception would be our fourth goal at the bottom left, which was added in 2017. But those other three goals have been in place. And so this is an opportunity for us to either reaffirm those goals or to potentially revise them. And so to the right column, you'll see some of the emerging areas that we're proposing as draft goal areas. And that's based on stakeholder input, the work of district staff, the current efforts of the district. So you'll see at the top, a proposed focus goal would be aligning with the work you've been hearing about, including tonight, the implementation of our multi-tier system of supports, our database decision-making. You'll also see some broad goals under that that would include a goal focused on college and career readiness that would align to our equity, access, and social justice guiding principle. The next two broad goals, where you see foundational educational experience and integrated supports, would be those that would allow us to detail our Tier 1 and Tier 2 and 3 programs, really aligning to some of our stakeholder feedback about needing coherent and consistent program where all students have equitable access and opportunities to standardized instruction, fidelity to district curriculum. That certainly aligns with some of the presentations you heard tonight. And the integrated supports piece really aligned to that stakeholder feedback around wraparound supports. And all of these things you're going to hear about more in the coming presentations. And then the fourth and fifth broad goal area would be a culture and climate area, similar to what we have now, but really focusing in on this dismantling of systems, aligning to our core value of interrupting and confronting inequitable systems. And then for engagement and empowerment, continuing to partner with parents, families, and community stakeholders as partners, but also then adding students to that goal is something that our stakeholders have recommended. And then lastly, a maintenance of progress goal, which would help us bring in our pieces around facilities that are safe and clean, instructional materials, classroom staffing, and other pieces. Next slide, thank you. This is a slide with a lot of text on it, but what it's trying to show is the evolution of the stakeholder engagement over the last year plus. With the closure of schools and even pushing further back, we were working on an LCAP that we thought would happen this year and be implemented this year. And then again, after the creation of the operations written report and then the learning continuity and attendance plan, we went through some unexpected but very important processes. Now, a lot of what you're seeing that we just shared in those emerging goal areas came directly from the engagement that happened for the learning continuity and attendance plan. So we're not seeing those two processes, the first being the learning continuity and attendance plan, and the second being the LCAP work we're doing now as completely separate. They are really related and they're building upon each other. And so now as we're seeing this goal structure come into shape and continuing to engage, we'll refine and have a plan that fully reflects this longer body of engagement. And here I'll pass back to Chief Harris and just want to thank you for the opportunity to present this evening.
As we look at our final staff slide, it really just gives a quick snapshot of the planning sprint that we'll be going through with the LCAP over the next few months. And so tonight we're basically setting up the notion of the plan. You'll hear tonight the recommendations of our LCAP PAC and our Student Advisory Council. And really what's important to note is that this is actually 3 months earlier than we have in the last few years presented these recommendations because the LCAP PAC really committed to wanting to get its recommendations to the board sooner so they could be much more formative to the budgeting process. And even though we're in the midst of obviously working through the fiscal recovery plan and other fiscal issues, the LCAP PAC thought it was important to at least share these recommendations early so the board had time to react to them and of course add to and revise them as appropriate. Then as we work our way through the balance of the spring, there'll be extensive engagement, bringing things back to the board for review. And then of course in May and June, we finalize and then look for adoption with the district's budget in the final board meeting of June. With that, I'm going to actually turn the presentation over to our stakeholders who are with us this evening. And the LCAP PAC will start. in this conversation. And I believe the first LCAP PAC member who will be speaking will be Ms. Renee Webster Hawkins.
Hello, board members and superintendent. The LCAP PAC is very glad to be with you even at this late hour because of the importance of the LCAP and appreciate the board members who understand the nexus between the LCAP and the accountability and ultimately the outcomes for our students in our district. As Stephen mentioned, we had hoped to be bringing these triennial recommendations to you last year, but the pandemic interrupted that. But what I can tell you is that because of the board's action in extending the terms of all the members, we have a really, really strong group of parents who needed less training this fall on what the elements of the LCAP are, and we've been able to dig more into the data. We appreciate our calls for more data so that we can better understand what some of the programs and expenditures and outcomes have been in the past that have been directed to the activities in the past LCAP, so that we can look forward and really where we're at, even though as Stephen explained, the LCAP template has shifted around a little bit for ease of digestion, try to make the document a little bit more consumable and rearranging the goals somewhat. What I can share with you is that ultimately as a PAC, we decided that most of the goals that we've had in the past plan still need work. We still have very intransigent progress for many of our student groups. Sure, we've made some progress with some of our student groups in terms of the graduation rate, with some of our student groups with engagement and attendance, but across the board, we're still struggling and our students are still being failed by our system. The reason why we had the CCEE SIR report conducted in the first place is that we still have significant disproportionality for 3 of our most vulnerable student groups, and it required the intervention of the state to help us. So our priorities and goals are largely the same, but rearranged a little bit. But what we expect is that our activities, once we get to that level of fleshing out the details in the plan, will shift a little bit. In particular, we're very heartened by the work that staff is doing around the MTSS and database decision-making. So we'll be working to integrate the investments in those activities to better move the needle on the broad outcomes that we're looking at. So maybe the next slide, we can show you, there we go. There are some overarching priorities and, we've focused a little bit more on making sure that there is some coherence and consistency across the program and experience for all students. The last plan was a little bit chunked out by student group. What we're hopeful for is through the MTSS framework that all students in a much more seamless way are going to be able to access curriculum that's differentiated for them. We're focused on making sure that there's equitable opportunities, experiences, and outcomes across the district, and really disrupting the status quo so that our students can thrive. Next slide, please. So we have some broad priority areas, but this first one is really the heart of it. It's the foundational educational experience for all students at all school sites. Earlier this evening, Chief Academic Officer Baeta shared with you the importance of the assessments as a linchpin for ensuring that there's a foundational educational experience for all students. And she showed you a bunch of the data that the assessments can generate. And what you may have noticed on one of those slides is that, well over half of our K through second graders are not meeting standards for basic foundational reading skills. So this isn't just about making sure we have intervention for the most struggling students. Our foundational educational curriculum is not meeting the needs of most of our students. And that's what we really hope to focus on and change through our priorities and activities that we're recommending as a PAC. I'm not going to read all of the information here in the slides. I know you all have a thicker packet of our recommendation, but just to know that we're at the heart of this LCAP PAC, we are laser focused on making sure that the curriculum and instructional practices are high quality, that our teachers get the professional development that they need to implement those higher quality educational practices in each and every classroom. Next slide, please. And so once we focus first on the foundational educational experience for all students, we also are very focused on making sure that there's a robust and equitable school program across the school district. So making sure that all of our students at all sites, regardless of the activities of a PTA or not having a PTA, or whether or not what neighborhood a school happens to be in, that every student has a robust and equitable opportunity for sports, for arts, for accessing enriching programs like GATE programs, and that the demographics in all of our specialty programs are reflective of our very diverse district here in Sacramento. Next slide. And now I'm going to hand it over to Miguel.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, President Pritchett, and board members. My name is Miguel Cordova, and I have a 4th grade student at Washington Elementary. We're going to move from the foundational into the integrated supports for students and some of the recommendations we're working on there. So looking at integrated supports for students, we are guided by data-based decision making in order to identify and address student needs. It's critical, especially considering all of the data that shows that inequities likely have widened in the past year with our current conditions. And so it's critical that as we start looking at how we come back, how we start reopening and looking at where students may be, that we have some of these considerations. So some examples, I'll do the same. I'm not gonna read out each of them, but just some examples of what we're looking at here on this slide of the recommendations we're developing. They address the need for increased staffing of counselors. Example, mental health issues have been a factor in our school for quite some time. We've been talking about it as an issue that's kind of plagued our schools throughout the country. And so many of our communities have been impacted additionally in the last 12 months. So it becomes even more critical to be able to respond to it and to be thinking about what are the supports that we're going to provide and how we're going to provide some of those support systems or counselors for that. But we also additionally have had kids who have missed opportunities to learn and hear about college and career options. And then there needs to be more staff that's available for students. So, they've gone a whole year where maybe they were getting visits that were coming into school, and there was more of a focus on that. And obviously our seniors have had to deal with that. But then how are we looking at how we're going to bring kids up to that certain level of kids who have missed the entire junior year of that, for example, and coming in and being ready as a senior. Additionally, the data shows that many students have disengaged. Many have missed a lot of school, and there's been reports about how D and F grades have increased throughout our school systems. And so we need to provide tiered re-engagement for our students to ensure we are ready to bring them back in and to provide interventions to increase our attendance numbers. That's some of the recommendations that you'll see there. And next slide. So considering an expansion and improvement of student support services and wraparound services means finding ways that we can work with students with the highest needs and find the means to help and engage them. This means identifying our homeless and our foster youth and providing necessary services. And we know the impact that the economy has had on many of our students. I think that if we were all back in person school, we know that a lot of folks, if just the economy were what it is today, that we'd be worried about students and families that maybe are without homes right now and how they may be dealing with this issue. And so, having that separation right now, it means that when we come back together and families may still be struggling, that's something that we have to be looking for and finding ways that we not only identify them, but how we're going to help them. Also, our district student support centers are vital. We've had meetings where we've learned about the services there. We know that services are not at every school site. We believe strongly that these are services that are very helpful in keeping students engaged and keeping families connected. And there's got to be a way that we find how we can have these type of services available at all our school sites. And that's something that has been a continuous thing for us, where we know either some schools have it or some schools haven't now, but it may not be something that's going to be there in a year or two, or that's a question, right? So how do you maintain something and build the credibility of it, knowing that, it's not a program that may be there from year to year. It's something that maybe for 2 years we have it and then it goes away. And so that's something that we feel is important to address. And so next we're going to have Maria present the next couple of slides.
Thank you, Miguel. Board members, it is always my honor to present with this team of the LCAP PAC. I have so much admiration for them, and I thank you, President Pritchett, for giving me this opportunity to work with them. I'm going to speak to the priority of recruiting, developing, and retaining highly qualified instructional staff. And on this slide, I want to look at the second item, incentivizing teachers to go to target schools, and refer back to one of our overarching priorities, which was specifically disrupting the status quo. Incentivizing teachers to go to target schools will disrupt the status quo, whereby, generally speaking, the incentives now are in place to encourage teachers to bring their skills to schools which already have programs and community support. Incentivizing teachers to target schools being those that demonstrate the devastating impacts of the educational gap, incentivizing teachers to target schools, among other things, would eliminate, for example, the disproportionate problem of teacher vacancies, which my teammate Rich Vasquez has so often lamented to you. The next slide, please. This topic of development and training has been the one that I return to over and over again while we are in our meetings. And kudos to Mr. Ramirez-Fong for always making time for me to revisit this topic. The LCAP PAC recognizes that all of the development and training items listed on the right side of this slide are imperative to our coherent and consistent, just and fair learning environment that we want for our children. But I return to these specific recommendations over and over again because I just could not see how all of these trainings could be implemented in a way that truly impact our children in a consistent way. I think you all know that there's many ways that our hands are tied behind our backs when it comes to these trainings. So while all the items on the right side are recommendations that we want, you must know this is not a to-do list. SCL training, check. Restorative practices, check. No, rather, I bring your attention to the important left side of the slide. And if we could just even call up from tonight's meeting, we talked about anti-racist training, and that's not even on this list. Well, yeah, there it is, anti-racism. And so looking at the left side, mandatory training with clear identification of which staff are required to complete it. All these trainings aren't going to be impactful if we don't have these things that are happening on the left side of this slide. Even tonight, what I heard was the anti-racist training is mandatory. It's being sent to all of the school administrators, and from there, the administrators give it to the teachers, and the teachers watch videos and they're invited to come into a discussion. I would still question what mandatory actually means in that case. So we want to see mandatory training with clear identification, unification of components. Again, going back to the anti-racist training, unification of components recognizes that each item on the right does not live in its own silo. These trainings work together, and in fact, they inform each other and should not be underestimated in how they work together. And then third, and really importantly, there needs to be effectiveness measured of how these trainings are they effective? We need to know if these valuable trainings actually impact outcomes. And as my teammate, and I will refer to Frank DeYoung, who is a perennial LCAP PAC member, and he is a trainer by trade, he always points out to us, there must be feedback to know if these trainings are working. I will go out on a limb myself and say that treating these recommendations on the right-hand side as a mere checklist without considering the left side is going to be a misuse of time and funds. So with that, I'm passing it on to LaShanya.
And I'm LaShanya today.
Okay, Miguel.
She could not be here. She couldn't make it. It went a little late. She had something else. So it's Miguel back again. So looking at capacity building, and I think this is something that's really important. I mean, one, if we talk about the building capacity amongst the parents about how to support learning at home, but most importantly, we've had a year of where we introduced the technology to a lot of homes. A lot of homes where parents weren't as familiar with any of the technology that their children were now getting. And so it's really important. I think at this point, it's like we've made an investment to put computers in all these homes. And this should be a way that we're thinking about how do we continue to provide some support, to provide more academic enrichment in the students' lives. And how do we build capacity with the parents to do that? I think now that we have made that investment, we should find ways that we can use that with the parents. But also, I think besides the inclusion, I think it's also about being able to ensure that they can fully participate in this system, right? I mean, we talk about how we want parents to be there and to be supporting all the different, not just their students, but supporting the school and bringing themselves into changing that culture and the climate in our schools. And yet, we've got to find ways that they're actually involved in making decisions, engaged in knowing what are some of the needs and how they themselves can be part of the solutions there. And so those are all very important, especially when we're talking about providing translation services. If we go to the next slide, the continued communication between the schools and the school district and home, but also, staying cognizant of the fact that there are language issues, right? And so ensuring that we are providing those support to be able to engage folks. A lot of time what I've heard from different communities is that, the more that they feel welcome, the more that they feel like the school is a place that they feel comfortable bringing their kids in, the more they feel that that's a part of it. So, some of the things that have come up today with, families leaving and moving from schools where they feel that these are not the places for them, it's about them feeling comfortable and them feeling that their child is getting the best education there. And if they don't trust that and feel that, or if they don't feel welcome themselves, that's not a place that they're going to trust is doing the best for their students. And so I think it's really important that we keep those things in mind and build genuine relationships. It's not about, where it's transactional and we're just trying to get through it and provide whatever we need to provide. And like Maria just said, it's not a checklist, but it's actual real relationships that we're developing with the students and their families. And I think that needs to be a goal. Moving on to the next slide. Finally, we want to not only provide important recommendations, but also be able to track and evaluate the progress. And with that in mind, we would like to see the use of targeted funding to specifically provide support to students with the highest needs. We want to see a full picture of funding for identified LCAP actions. Show all the funds that are used to address those specified needs that we've talked about. We want to see more of the alignment of plans and district supports and targeted outcomes and be able to see how we are working to assure effectiveness. As was mentioned earlier when we first began, The LCAP recommendations in the past have come at a time when so much of the plan for the coming school year have already been settled. And then here we come in June with our recommendations. So here we are in February, giving the school district a little bit of a glimpse of what we are hoping you begin to think about how you will include in the coming budget. Now, I don't know what's in the water tonight. I think truth may be a little bit part of what's in the water tonight. I want to be able to provide a little bit of that truth for our LCAP group tonight. So the local control and accountability plan and the local control funding formula, we're supposed to present a big change in how California manages its finances and how well we serve all students, and more specifically, how well we serve our English learners, our foster youth, and our low-income students. It is supposed to include all members of the school community, as all stakeholders were going to engage in the development, review, and support of the LCAP. Local control. Parents would help determine the district's priorities. The community would be able to respond to the needs of students in their communities. And the truth is that in good and in bad fiscal times, it seems that the same students have tough decisions made for their circumstances. Whether we have an influx of federal money or if we do not, your LCAP group will sit in a meeting trying to choose whether to recommend more reading or math coaches or provide mental health programs for kids. Provide English learner support or diversify the GATE program. Provide school attendance staff support or consider adding student support centers in sites where they don't exist or keep them going in areas where they do exist. And yes, we're looking at those upsetting assessment numbers and trying to figure out how we can work through that failure. Good times or bad times, students of color, homeless and foster students, English learners, low-income kids, they don't get full access to the mission of Sac City Unified School District. They don't receive the constitutional right to an equal educational opportunity because we're trying to figure out which of the many practices, which of the many support systems, which of the many programs and curriculum we will actually provide. So we as parents do that for you as the LCAP. I don't know if it has met the hype of changing our educational system, but we want to be heard and considered when we come and report about the heartbreaking decisions we're making. So all that is to say, we will be available after the presentations to see if you have questions, because we want this district to be an example of how the LCAP is supposed to work, how we are not just another part of the system that maintains the status quo, because our students deserve better. So now I want to introduce the Student Advisory Council to provide you with the next presentation.
Thank you so much, Miguel. I'm going to let my fellow members of the council sort of discuss our specific policy discussions, but I would just thank the LCAP PAC. I have the honor of sitting in on the monthly meetings, and all of the recommendations the Student Advisory Council very, very strongly endorses. And with no further ado, I'd like to introduce our Student Advisory Council reps who we are 10 minutes away from midnight, so I really, really appreciate them being here. We're going to have Sarah Faraj of Kennedy, Young Huang and Abby Morioka of West Campus, and Natalie Nielsen of Rosemont, if I'm right. And so take it away, Sarah.
Hello and good evening, good late evening. I appreciate everybody's attention for this presentation. We are absolutely thrilled to be able to present these recommendations, and our group wholeheartedly stands behind these recommendations, so we please hope that you consider them. First, we want to talk about one of our priority areas, which is mental health, and we all understand why mental health is a big concern, but we'd like to go in bigger detail. One of the specific problems facing SUSD as a district is the lack of mental health counseling services for every student across every campus. Some campuses have access to these counselors and some have access to 0 counselors. We need to address this equity issue. More than that, though, with distance learning, a lot of us are facing a lot of mental health issues as a result of this lack of flexibility around assignments, due dates, and assessments, things of the sort that cause a lot of stress inside regular school, but when you're at home and you have no access to your friends to kind of keep you distracted, those are just magnified to a greater level. And finally, we have an issue in the status quo. Even when students have access to counseling services, those counselors are so inundated with such high ratios of students to counselors that we can only account for 10-minute meetings, which absolutely, if you're in the middle of an anxiety attack, is not enough time for you to calm yourself down and talk to someone else to kind of get you back on track and ready to go to class. So we absolutely need to change these practices in the status quo. As our group, we have a few recommendations in regards to mental health. The first is prioritizing and making sure that every single student has an annual mental health check-in, because not every student is able to speak up for themselves. But when we're actually forcing students to check in, even if it's just for 5 minutes for them to say, you know what, I'm good, I don't need support right now, that's going to ensure that every single student, even those who are afraid to speak up, are still getting heard and still being addressed. And most importantly, we want to ensure that there's regional equity once again. Every school campus should have access to counselors for students. They should not be struggling on their own. Next, we would like to recommend having increased student support centers. The LCAP presenters already did talk about student support centers, but we have heard specifically from people inside the SAC that these student support centers have been effective. So we'd like to expand those to different campuses. We also want to ensure that there would be mental health training for both teachers and for students. Teachers don't exactly understand what every student is going through right now, and I think that having these mental health trainings would allow them to be more empathetic towards students and understand what might be too much for students to handle at certain times. And for students, it's absolutely important, if we want them to advocate for themselves, they need to know what they're advocating for and what some symptoms that they can address are. Because if they don't know what's going on with their emotions, then they're not able to actually advocate for help with those emotions. Next, we'd also like to encourage alternative behavior intervention programs. A lot of students are told that they're acting out when in reality, they're just trying to manage the emotions that they're feeling and manage their mental health circumstances. And that might seem like acting out, but if we actually encourage alternative behavioral intervention programs instead of promoting things like suspensions, that will ensure that students who are acting out because of an emotional issue are being addressed and not being punished for something that they don't feel they can control. And finally, this is something that has been consistently talked about through the entirety of my time here at this meeting, but we need more resources for students with 504s and IEPs. These students are constantly overlooked, especially in the mental health field, and just because we don't talk about them all the time does not mean that they don't suffer from the same mental health issues as every other student in our district. We all need to be addressed equitably. Slide, please. And these are our outcomes. When we pass these policies, these are what we want to see as a result of these policies. First and foremost, addressing the mental health stigma that exists right now. A lot of students, especially in high school, feel that they can't speak out about their mental health because they're going to be seen as weak, or they're going to be seen as something like crazy. And that's not okay for us to have right now. If we want students to feel okay talking about mental health, we need to ensure that we're addressing it district-wide. And these policy recommendations our SAC has made will definitely reduce mental health stigma. Next, we believe that it's going to reduce mental health crisis. When students can actively talk to counselors, can access those student support centers, and aren't just forced to go to these meetings for 10 minutes, then, hey, go back to class. There's going to be a reduced mental health crisis. We're going to have less students who are in a position where they are seriously suffering from these mental health issues. And overall, when we address both stigma and mental health crisis, we'll see better student productivity. This means students can finally focus on all those tests, focus on getting their classwork done, focus on, actually paying attention in Zoom class, and that will ensure that students are able to actually finish their homework, their schoolwork, and be what we want them to be so that they can achieve as much as possible. Thank you for your time, and I'll hand it off to my next speaker.
All right, so our next priority area is career preparation. To begin, not all students have the means or want to attend college. There are many other options such as trade schools or specialty programs for young people to further their education after high school. As of right now, there's a high demand for trade jobs, yet a low amount of people in that field. With only college being promoted throughout our district as a post-secondary option, most students feel that that is the only choice for them. However, there's a vast amount of ways for students to pursue a career after high school. Another issue is the inequity in college preparation for students throughout our district, where some students have more resources to provide, where some schools have more resources to provide to their students than others. No matter where a student goes to, they should have multiple resources to prepare themselves for a career in the future. A few recommendations we have in regards to this policy is expanding our current programs, such as the Rosemont ECD Engineering Construction Design Program and School of Engineering and Sciences College Prep Program. Along with that, we recommend expanding the Superintendent's Initiative on College and Career Pathways, providing students with better resources on post-secondary education options that includes trade schools, helps broaden their options, and better inform them about the different opportunities available. With those, next slide, please. With those policy changes, these are the long-term outcomes that we look forward to for career preparation. For one, by supporting students in their different career pathways, whether it be college or trade schools, we are normalizing students being able to change their mindsets regarding their future careers. Aside from that, they will be better informed about the different programs offered to them and have better chances to earn competitive wages after high school, which will help to promote their social mobility from one class to the next. All right, thank you.
Our next priority area is student voice. A lot of students don't have access in the status quo to all of the conversations that Type A students are having. This creates a lack of diverse representation and Student Advisory Council and different listening sessions, especially since students work after school and have jobs or have to tend to their families. They aren't able to access those same listening sessions that we have been holding, where we receive mostly Type A students attending and we only get feedback from mainly Type A students. This causes a lot of student concerns to not be addressed, especially for families who don't speak English, or families who work, or families that just need their students to take care of younger siblings, or just take care of the family in general. Some recommendations that we have are to create more listening sessions that are scheduled during school operation hours for students who are not able to attend them because they have work after school or have to tend to family needs. Better publicization of opportunities so that all students, not just typical Type A students, attend. More anti-bias training for staff so that we can create more inclusive environments for all different types of students and families. And finally, interpreters for families and students who do not speak fluent English so that all families and students can be included in the conversation. Next slide, please. The long-term policy outcomes of this are more students can share their opinions, needs, and wants. It creates it so that policies are tailored to reflect the needs and wants of all students, and ultimately, all SUSD students are supported in their education. Next slide, please.
Our last priority area are the lasting effects of distance learning. So it's no surprise to anyone that young students, English language learners, and several other communities within our student and in the district are really struggling with Zoom school, especially learning multiplication tables, learning addition, trying to learn a new language online when people are struggling to find out how to set up the Zoom because the instructions are in English. All of that amounts to be an incredible difficulty to overcome. Adding on the fact that through having online school, it's an incredible detriment to students' focus, their ability to focus, and a lot of students, like we've already talked about several times throughout this meeting already, don't have the same access to technology and resources. Not all students in our district have high, fast quality broadband connection, so many of them are getting kicked out of classes due to their Wi-Fi acting up while in class, missing several minutes of class, maybe teachers not noticing that they've been kicked out and having them in the waiting room for several more minutes, and they're missing a decent chunk of class because of this. There are also mental health challenges, as Sarah talked about earlier, with it is an incredibly isolated, difficult time for so many people, and that is just really exacerbating the mental health challenges that we're facing as students in the current virtual environment. Additionally, as school in person has been on pause, but nothing else has been on pause. College applications were still due in the fall, and college decisions are still coming out in the spring. And so because of that, over the virtual space, there's been a lot of ineffective college preparation for students who need the help that they would typically get from their schools that aren't getting it because they're in the virtual space. And then lastly, the 504s and IEPs, we've been told by several parents and people in the district, they're not being renewed. So students who have been previously identified as needing special requirements to help them achieve their full potential in schools are not getting those standards renewed, and so they're not getting that specialized curriculum and the time that they need to do the work, and so they're missing out as well. So it's no surprise to anyone that these are all going to create lasting effects. We need to bolster tutoring programs and especially pay attention to regional equity. I know that a lot of students and parent comments have been about how we have resources for some students in some parts of the district and not for others. And we need to address that when talking about tutoring programs and seeing who needs that most. And then we also need to increase more student support programs like we had talked about with the mental health check-ins with Sarah earlier in the presentation. These would be extremely helpful to making sure that our students are engaged enough. It's okay at home and everything is fine and they don't need any more support from our district. We also need more flexibility in completing assignments. Many of our students who last year at the beginning of fall in the 2019 to 2020 school year who were full-time students have now become not only full-time students but full-time babysitters, full-time teachers for the younger siblings, and full-time caretakers for their family. And so they're doing that while in classes, and that's extremely difficult for a lot of students to manage while their parents are off. And so we really need this flexibility in completing these assignments. And then lastly, our last recommendation is to reject normalcy and embrace creative solutions, in that right now is not a normal time for anyone. No one expected that we would have to do distance learning, and this is how we're going to complete this entire year. However, it is what it is, and that's where we're at. And so we need to be embracing creative solutions that allow us to provide for all of our students. Next slide, please. So for the policy outcomes, we've outlined that implementing these recommendations would reduce learning losses and keep students engaged and up to date with what they need to be doing, which would then improve educational outcomes and thus improve mental health through their academic growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I just want to, take a moment and thank all of you guys for taking the time out tonight. I know it's very late, and I want to send a special thank you to our students. I know you all have class tomorrow, and we apologize. I did not realize that we had students on this late. We'll make sure that we moved you up closer into the agenda so you're not up this late. And you guys presented fantastic. I don't think I could present like that at this late hour. You guys are definitely the leaders of tomorrow. And Ms. Collins, due to the time of this, it is 12:05. Are we able to defer board comments and have a standalone discussion at a future board meeting?
I don't believe there are any public comments for 9.1.
Right. No, I meant a board comment.
Oh, if you'd like to defer that with the consent of the board, yeah, that can be deferred.
Okay, I'd like to get the consent of the board to defer board comments. Member Sheik, did you have your hand up? Or are you just saying yes?
That's me very enthusiastically.
Yes, okay. All right. All right, it looks like I have the consent of the board. Thank you so very much. We look forward to having you back and having a further conversation. Please get some sleep. We know you have school tomorrow, and the adults, I'm sure you have work tomorrow as well. Thank you.
And President Pritchett, I just really do want to clarify, as you've expressed your appreciation, in no way are we, I think, or are you suggesting that we would be minimizing the importance of this topic? I think it's quite the opposite. This should be a discussion that is had as a standalone item, and I'd be happy to work with board leadership to figure out the most appropriate venue of doing that, particularly in partnership with the LCAP PAC and other stakeholder groups as well. I know that our LCAP PAC members would really like the opportunity to be in space with board members as well, and so I think this is a critical discussion that should take place, and I think that's what you're suggesting.
Yes, absolutely. And I know I'm not the only board member that had a ton of questions that I want to ask. So we will definitely be bringing this back. Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, item 9.2, approve resolution 3182, resolution to eliminate certificated employees due to a reduction of particular kinds of service. Ms. McCarn, welcome back.
Thank you, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent, and board members. Presenting with me this evening will be Rose Ramos, our Chief Business Officer, and Vincent Harris, our Chief Continuous Improvement and Accountability Officer. We know that the hour is late or early, as it may be, and we appreciate your time, energy, and attention to this matter. We know it's not one that anybody takes lightly, but one that we nonetheless are bringing forward for consideration, given the entirety of everything. We can have the next slide. We'll go on with our presentation. So due to declining enrollment, reduced funding in a number of areas that we'll talk specifically about, and ensuring the long-term fiscal health, as well as program needs and changes, we are recommending the reduction and or elimination of particular kinds of service, otherwise known as a certificated layoff. This would be for the next school year. So employees would be employed through the end of this school year, and these positions would not exist for the upcoming school year. Accordingly, this action would then allow the district to go back and conduct an analysis to be able to determine which individuals might be affected through this. But we want to start and talk with you about the entire process. We want to talk with you about where it starts. We want to talk with you about the context and the notion that this is an annual process that the district goes through in order to look at a variety of things. It's a cross-departmental team that collaborates and works with site administrators in looking at budgets, considering multiple different factors to get to these recommendations. Next slide. So in that vein, we're going to talk about the budget development process. You may recall that when we previously have spoken about this, we've emphasized that it is not a one-time process. It is ongoing. It is monthly. It is not just right now that we're talking about. It's actually something, as you'll see through the presentation, that is it is ongoing and involves multiple different components to get to where we are. We will talk not only about the process, what goes into those budget allocations that sites and departments receive in December, actually, that they work with their school site councils, that they engage in this larger process. We'll talk about some system process improvements, year 2 of them really, they began last year. We'll dive a little bit into that, and then talk about the results and bringing us where we are today. Next slide. So our CBO is going to take us through a bit of how we get started with the budget development process and the budget allocation specifically to school sites. Or I can continue. That's
Is Ms. Ramos on?
I don't see her.
You see Rose on, President Pritchett.
You do not?
I do.
Oh, okay. Are you able to unmute her?
I just requested. Yeah, I just.
Okay, Concy, do you want to continue until we can get Rose on?
Certainly. Happy to do that. So with the elements involved in the budget development process, again, we're emphasizing that it is a process. It is not a one-stop meeting. It is the continuation, moving from one complete part of the process to the next. It's something that is done every year. So in getting the district enrollment projections, the staffing allocations that school sites and departments received in December, the district used Decision Insight to and their cohort survival model to talk about. Rose is here, so she can jump in at any time.
Sorry, Concy, my internet connection is so bad, but yep.
It is all yours, Rose.
All right. Yes. Thank you, Concy. And so, yeah, we use Decision Insight to start off our process for our enrollment projections. And in addition to that, then on top of that, we apply our own factors that are unique to our district. For example, we may have some school sites that do have a little bit of a fluctuation in their enrollment, and not just, what Decision Insights uses, which is the cohort survival from the prior year, plus maybe an adjustment for an enrollment decline. So we add that, and then of course, as we've shared before, we don't just stop there. Then throughout the year, as we get more information from pre-registration, open enrollment, we continue to make those adjustments. And then, excuse me, the other item that we use, of course, for our budget development process is the governor's January proposed budget for the coming year. So that we know, we have an idea of what to expect for the coming year in terms of allocations and for our sites as well. So that's, next slide, please.
So the next few slides are meant to kind of show our work. As Chief McCarn mentioned, we've tried to implement more district processes to really bring more robust data into the budget development process earlier. And so one frame you're seeing here is our budget planning calendar. And what this really is meant to show is that as we think about our resource allocations over the course of a year, it is really a cross-department team that sits and on a monthly basis really thinks through. So what are the key steps? And so you're just seeing a sliver of our starting of this past process, which starts in March. As Ms. McCarron mentioned, this is a multi-month, several week kind of journey for us. And so, really when we talk about the budget planning process for next year, we're going to meet again in March and next month to start thinking through, critical milestones, whether they're not just simply staffing, but decisions we might make about the system, the use of resources, other decisions that might be made that actually have implications for the budget in terms of potential classes we might be offering and programming changes we might make. And so this slide is just meant to show that, as we think about this work as staff, it really is a timeline, and it really is monthly, and it really is a multifaceted. If we go to the next slide. So we talked specifically about two initiatives that we kicked off last year, and we're in year 2 of seeing them as really important elements of supporting our budget development process. One being our pre-registration process, which CBO Ramos just spoke to. And what's important about it, and we're actually going to show our work on this one, is that this has been kind of a 2-step process of how do we accelerate the process by which we do pre-registration so that we have more information at the start of the budget development meetings. And so we'll show you a couple of artifacts that will show district work in improving the cycle time so that information is readily available at the most relevant time for decision making for staffing. And then we'll talk a little bit about our SIPSA mid-year process. We go to the next slide. So ultimately, I know there's a lot of words on the page, but, our pre-registration process really is one of those things through our master scheduling office, through our site teams. It's really one of those ways in which we ensure students are pre-enrolled in courses based on their academic profile. That's really the core of this by subject area. And this is, of course, is a system-wide effort right now really focused on our high school students. The bullet there really emphasizes the notion that if we do this well, of course, we know the number of courses that are needed, and that correspondingly gives us the number of teachers that we need by subject area. And so that information becomes very relevant as we think about our sites and their budget development processes. If we go to the next slide. So this is a little busy, but I'll ask you just to look at the green box. And so when you look at the green box that has student requests used to determine full-time equivalent staff, you'll notice that when you look at the right, as of the 2019-2020 school year, we didn't have that information until March in terms of having it finalized. So of course it's during the budget development cycle, but on the back end of it. So it meant that there were adjustments that needed to be made. And of course, obviously that leads to sometimes inefficiencies in terms of overall process. What we were able to do last year was the first year of it, is that we were able to move back the cycle time and move up the availability of information from March to January. So that gets us much closer in the budget development process when sites are able to meet with fiscal staff and have an opportunity to really see those numbers more clearly, more set, if you will, rather than having to kind of guesstimate in January and then do an adjustment in March, which had taken place previously. Go to the next slide. And so year over year, we actually were able to move up one more month. In that we moved from January now into December. So again, now putting us in a position where sites have a bit more time. Of course, obviously, we know that butts up right against the winter break, but our goal here was to, again, have more time for sites to really have the solid information about here are their student course requests. This will drive your course offerings, and of course, then drive your staffing plan exercise. And the goal here, again, in terms of supporting budget development, was that more information sooner allows us to make smarter decisions with our resources. If we transition now to the school plan for student achievement on the next slide, we're in year 2 of a SIPSA mid-year process. So what's important about this is that, of course, obviously the school plan for student achievement has always been an annual process for our district, and of course, all districts with Title I funding. But really what was an important step forward for us was to say, okay, you have a plan, but if you just look at the plan once a year, of course, for a variety of reasons, it's not necessarily in the most active state of mind for folks. And so what we did last year, and this was year 2 of it, was introduce the SIPSA mid-year process. And really what this was an opportunity to do was to say, okay, take an opportunity to look at the plans you've made and think about what is the emerging data that tells you the plan is on track or potentially not on track. And what are the implications then for your Title I funding? Again, coming back to the budget development process. What I'll point to here for this conversation, the most important element of this is actually the last bullet, where we have now structured this process to be completed in December. So again, as we think about the conversation around budget development and those important staffing meetings that take place in January, this was another one of our attempts to say, let's get more relevant information into the budgeting process more earlier when we can take action. And so the goal here was that you do your review of your school site plan, with the goal being that information also has the potential to inform your Title I budgeting process. If we go to the next slide.
And on the next slide, we highlight, again, as Chief Harris said, we've been going through an improvement process, because this particular budget development is something that happens every year. Every year, regardless of other things going on, there are budget allocations that come out. There are conversations that are had, cross-departmental conversations that are had. There are sites, conversations taking place at school sites with site councils, with stakeholders, and meetings taking place centrally. All of that happens annually. So in this process that we are working to continuously refine, we wanted to highlight some pieces that were put in place that are continuing to move us on our growth journey here. So the integrated approach, we've talked a lot about the cross-departmental team engagement. And the big part of that is that it doesn't just happen at one point in the year. We have large groups coming together on a regular basis, monthly, in fact. And as Chief Harris said, we actually will begin the next cycle next month, looking for next year. The actual budget development process itself, and just framing how we look at that, it is not just a one-time thing to look at your staffing allocation. It is really a process that involves your SIPSA, schools SIPSAs. It involves a variety of components. And so really looking at it as a developmental process, as opposed to just something that is done at this time of the year. The other thing that we want to highlight is the adjustments that are made along the way. This year, as well as part of last year, but certainly this year, we were able to, through the work of Chief Ramos and her team, put in place some additional staffing components in the allocations before school sites received their packets, their allocation packets in December. So whether it was around specialty programs or whether it was around additional needs that the site might have, those things were taken into place and accounted for prior to sites receiving their information. And then we are continuously working to build important feedback loops because, as we know, things change. We want to continue to work on those areas. Next slide, please. The next slide just shows a sampling of the different groups, the different areas that are involved in this process. So representatives from these various departments are part of that larger group that we're talking about that meets. Each has a really valuable perspective in the whole picture and whole process. And this team continues to grow and expand. But the intent is that it takes all of that to be able to support the entire budget development process. So this process, as it happens, as I said, every year, right? This is not our fiscal recovery plan. This is the budget development process that takes place so that sites and departments are able to plan for the upcoming year based on their allocations, right? Based on declining enrollment projections, based on all of those different components. And so the results this year of that budget development process, if you can go to the next slide, notes that for a variety of reasons, there are positions, and as you can see on this slide, it's 132.05 FTE positions that have been identified through the process to be closed. So some of these positions, as you can see in the exhibit as well, but some of the positions are vacant, and we list that, 8.25. Those positions identified for closures don't currently have anybody in them. We have adult education at 5.5 FTE positions being closed, and 118.3 of K-12 positions to be closed. So at this point, these are positions due to a variety of things, and Chief Ramos will talk a little bit about it, scheduled for closure, being identified, not being needed in the upcoming school year based on the information that we have at this time. So if we can go to the next slide.
Thank you, Consti. And I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. His team worked on this slide. Adrian Vargas, if you could.
Sure. Thank you, Rose. Good morning, Board of Trustees. So I'm just going to kind of discuss the categories and the associated FTE related to those categories. So in relation to program changes for sites and departments, we're looking at roughly 26 FTE in reductions. Those are primarily related to special education, adult education, and some charter school program changes. And then we have alignment of FTE allocations to enrollment, which comes a little under 40 FTE. And then we have grants that are expiring, but primarily our school improvement grant, where we have 34 FTE in reductions. And then our next category is limited term funding. So this is funding that we provide year over year to assistance to schools. So depending on what the need might be for a particular fiscal year, we provide, extra supports. But we do have reductions in that area of a little under 11 FTE. And then our final category is related to HR adjustments, because we have a process where we do not eliminate partial FTEs, and we have situations where we have to lay off full FTEs, and that is the difference between what budget has and in the work we do relative to what happens with the PKS list. So with those categories, we have a total of 132.05 FTE.
I'm not sure if we can pull up the exhibit, but I'll speak to it. And if we can, then that's great. And if we can't, then I'll do my best to explain. On the exhibit, which is the actual positions, which lists out the positions that Adrian just spoke about that were separated, we noted, as we did last year, that there are some positions that we believe will not result in a notice being issued because of anticipated attrition, known or anticipated attrition. So some of it we have right now. We have retirement or resignations that have come in, and others we're anticipating the attrition based on prior years, based on what we know about some hard to fill positions. So on the exhibit, you would see asterisks, thank you, near some specific positions. If you look under K-12, math, the 3 science areas, as well as the special education, are all positions that we do not expect that will result in a letter. So those positions closing, even though they're identified for closing, because of the anticipated or known attrition, we don't expect to have to notice an individual for that. And I would just say that this portion, what you're being asked to approve and consider tonight, this morning, is the preliminary layoff notices. As we look at the entire process, the notices that districts have to provide employees if they are going to be potentially not employed for the upcoming year must be done before March 15th. And that number this is the maximum number that can be reduced. We then, employees then have the opportunity to submit for a hearing. That hearing takes place in April, and we get the results from the administrative law judge at the beginning of May. We then come back to you in May, and that's when the decision is made for final layoff notices prior to May 15th. So again, just to give you a little bit a sense of the entire process, as well as the anticipated and the known attrition, which we will continue to keep in mind. So even though a resolution may be adopted today and we move forward, should we get additional resignations, retirements tomorrow, next week, next month, all of that is taken into account in those final notices that would then come before the board in May. And with that, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. We have 9 comments on item 9.2.
Yes, we do. And the first is from Nikki Malevsky. And it says, "Dear board members, before you vote on the large number of layoffs the superintendent is asking you to approve Thursday night, we implore you to look at the facts of what happened as a result of the layoffs last year. The first attachment is the layoff resolution for March 2020. Although this year's proposed layoff is even larger, you will see some similarities to positions that the board approved to lay off last year. As you can see, last year, the board voted to lay off math, English, science, physical education, social science, art, elementary, multiple subjects, K-8, special ed, and other teaching positions. Please look through the second and third attachments, which are the postings of vacant positions the district needed to fill during the summer and fall of this school year. You will see the district trying to hire math, English, science, physical education, social science, art, elementary, multiple subjects, K-8, special ed, and other teaching positions that your staff told the board to lay off last March. Even after the school year started, the district still needed to hire teachers in many of these areas. This left many of our students without fully credentialed teachers for large parts of the year. This year, your staff is asking you to approve laying off 132 teachers in mostly the same areas the district mistakenly laid off last year. There is a national teacher shortage. Other districts are out there recruiting diverse and fully credentialed teachers for their students. Please do not repeat the same devastating mistake again this year by voting to approve these unnecessary and destructive layoffs. Our students deserve to have fully credentialed teachers. Your staff needs to focus on recruiting and retaining them. And the next comment is from Shanice Junius and says, first of all, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak at this pivotal time. The superintendent of Sacramento City Unified School District is proposing major cuts to programs that are essential to the development of children ages 3 to 5. Being educators yourselves, I'm quite sure that you know the statistics and proven evidence surrounding the importance of this program, how beneficial that they all are. So I would like to know why these programs have become a target, seeing that they are for the most vulnerable in our district. I would also like to know why the superintendent is proposing cuts to the classified staff, their pay, and expects them to pay a portion of their medical. How would this be possible? We don't make that much. How would we be able to afford what he is proposing? I have been with this district through thick and thin. I started in the PHI program at Bowling Green Elementary School. I was really impressed with this program because it fit the specific needs of children who had disabilities. If they were able to be fully included, they were allowed to go out into the general education classrooms. The unit housed their therapist. If they had issues with their braces or their wheelchairs, the techs and doctors came to them. It was a beautiful concept. This unit was shut down 2 years ago. The parents did not find out because the staff was told to not say anything. Why? Where is the representation for these children in our district? Why were parents not notified? So these children have been displaced and placed in classrooms that were not right for them. Fern Bacon was affected by this move and shut down last June. Bowling Green was their feeder school. I would like for the board to sit down and go over what is being proposed. Is it sound? Is it fair? Is it just? Especially since the superintendent seems to enjoy the perks of this position. And the next comment is from Thomas Trinningham and says, please keep the preschool program. Our children attended it and our youngest is now just finishing Cal Poly. Those teachers know how to inspire young learners and they were well prepared with an attitude of success for college. Thank you. The next comment is from Kevin DiLoretto. It says, hello, my name is Kevin DiLoretto. I am a current employee in the district and possibly a future parent in the district. I sadly must say possibly a future parent in the district because with the lack of investment and the continued threat of disinvestment by the superintendent with layoffs, I may send my child to another district. Just recently, you voted against his unnecessary cuts, and you need to again reject what he's trying to jam through with only a brief discussion. I mean, he hasn't even provided specifics yet, and we have seen that when this was allowed to happen in the past, that it turned out to be a mistake, and students were the ones who ultimately suffered. Superintendent Aguilar easily found $6.2 million for outside legal counsel, e.g. Lozano Smith, and $730,000 for his own office expenses, including his executive assistant and travel. But he can't find $500,000 for our neediest children to have access to preschool. Remember, board members, you were put in these positions to advocate for your constituents. And as we saw last year, the citizens will vote out those of you who don't listen to them. Reject the superintendent's non-specific proposal. The next comment is from Alice Parente and says, please vote against all cuts involving K through 12 layoffs. For 9.2, no layoffs. Child development layoffs in classified 9.5, do not cut early childhood funds. The next comment is from Jennifer Chabriel and says, please do not lay off teachers. Our students are suffering enough and do not need the added stress of losing their teachers as well. I have heard from students before who have lost a teacher and had a substitute the main part of the school year, and they all say they do not learn anything. There is no consistency in assignments or grading. Even worse, they never now know who to contact or how to speak with their quote teacher unquote about the situation because it is a new sub every month. They all express frustration at the inability to understand material or be successful in the course, and it makes them feel unimportant and undervalued at their school. Is this the message we want to send to our students during an uncertain time? Shouldn't our goal be for their educational success and some consistency? And the next comment is from Kirill Lukinski and says, as a teacher at SUSD, I am opposed to any cuts to staffing. And Amanda Paskey says, I find it curious that the board is considering an action 9.2 termination of staff, yet has not identified which staff positions are slated for elimination. Your agenda notes that the appendix item for agenda 9.2 would be available 2/6, yet when I checked this morning, 2/18, the appendix is still blank, just like it has been for days now. SUSD, it is cowardly to not let the public, your constituents, see who you intend to lay off. I have serious doubts about your commitment to your, quote, students first, unquote, motto. And the final comment is from Michelle Volker and says, please prioritize people right now. We should not be cutting positions or programs that we know have value. SUSD claims to prioritize mental health, and employees get weekly wellness updates from the district. In order to truly prioritize the mental health of your employees, do not threaten to cut their jobs. Do not add to the stress that so many are feeling day in and day out right now. And that was the final public comment on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. Okay, I know board members this and staff, this is always a tough pill to swallow this time of year. I just want to reiterate what Ms. McCarn had said, that this is a formality and not the final decisions. We will have an opportunity to dig in deeper before the final decisions are made. Is there any board comment? Okay, Member Garcia, and then Member Rhodes.
Yeah, so I understand this is a process. I appreciate that. I think a couple of years ago, at least when I first came on the board in late 2018, you were embarking on a new process, implementing a new process, establishing the decision inside based on the FCMAT recommendation. So I just want to recognize that there's been a lot of improvement from that point to now, and appreciate that some of those that it's a year-long process essentially, right? So there's constant check-ins with school sites, and then checking also the enrollment factors and other assumptions that you have to take into consideration, and that the information is coming to sites and to the district earlier in the year, but also it's something that it's coming to, I think, the board earlier too. So I appreciate that because these are really difficult decisions, and at the end of the day, we're trying to figure out what the budget looks like for next year and then 2 years after that. So these are important decisions to important information to have. The earlier, the better. And then also gives us time to make adjustments along the way. But there's certain deadlines that we have to meet because it's the law. And that's kind of where we're at right now, right? It's the preliminary part of this whole process. And the final part takes place in June. But I just do have some specific questions on the information, specifically to the exhibit, because that's where you outline all of the positions. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood there are multiple, I guess what we see today is just solely informed by the budget development process. It is not informed by the fiscal recovery plan that we just voted on at the last board meeting.
That's correct.
Okay, because I felt like I needed to point that out because there are 2.5 FTEs under adult ed, parent preschool I think that's a parent participation preschool program that I know board member or President Pritchett and I participating in many phone calls, meetings, I think last year to try and find a sustainable funding model. I know staff spent a lot of time on this. Superintendent was part of some of those conversations, really trying to preserve the program and make it self-sustaining, because the district can no longer support the program from the general fund. So I just wanted to make sure that this is in a way the reflection of a somewhat organic process, because there's a declining enrollment in the program at this point, which means that fewer FTEs are needed. Am I understanding right? I know it's late, but I'm just trying to make sure that I understand this. We got a lot of emails relative to this program, so I wanted to make sure that the reduction of 2.5 FTEs does not eliminate the program completely. Is that correct?
Member Garcia, I've asked Ms. Bieda to answer that question for you, just so that our response is clear, given your acknowledgement of communications that you've received on this question.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Garcia. The 2.5 teacher reduction, those are all of the parent participation preschool teachers. Those are all of the teachers. There are 2.5 teachers.
So is the program being eliminated completely?
That would eliminate all of those classes. We have 30 students right now this year that we're supporting.
Okay, I'm not
Member Garcia, as you remember, because we were trying to find ways to make the program self-sustaining, that program was not in the budget for this year.
Correct.
So I agree with you. This program is, as you know, I'm fully in support of this program and know the importance of this program. We need to find creative ways, and I'd love to have a conversation with you about that.
Okay, I guess I'm still not understanding that these 2.5 positions eliminate a program at a particular school site or in its entirety. So these are like I think we have like 5, I looked at our website, we have like 5 sites that have a parent participation program. So 5 sites with 1 teacher each, that's like 5 FTE. So I'm not understanding how a reduction in 2.5 FTEs eliminates all of the program at all sites.
Some of those, some of the 2.5 FTE, Member Garcia, support more than 1 school site. So those 2.5 teachers, that's all we have in that program. There aren't others in that program.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm being dense, but so then I go back to the fiscal recovery plan and the asterisk that we got from that information that essentially acknowledged that the reduction in child development did not include the parent participation program because it was self-sustaining. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm keeping those separate, but I'm having a hard time doing that right now.
That's correct, because when we discussed the fiscal recovery program, the parent participation preschool was not included in the budget. So that is why it was asked like that.
Okay.
Member Garcia, if it I'm not sure if I'll clarify and follow up with a board communication that maybe can be clearer. But if you remember in our interactions around this conversation and this program last year, we had also identified that some of the funding was coming from supplemental and concentration funds, and we deemed that to be inappropriate as well. And so we tasked ourselves and partnered and held several discussions in which a self-sustaining model was agreed to. And because we're in this process of a resolution that you're taking action to issue initial layoff notices, eventually when that resolution was reached, we rescinded the layoff notices that had been issued to eliminate that program based on the actions of the board for this fiscal year or for this fiscal year's budget. Because of the pandemic and I guess, in my opinion, because of the extension of the distance learning, many of the parents who are the students of the program did not enroll in the program. And essentially, we had to utilize funds that had not been budgeted for sustaining the program to sustain the program as we speak even right now, given that, as Ms. Pieta just mentioned, we have about 30 students who are enrolled in the program. So when we submitted the FRP to you, we wanted to make sure that we were transparent in that for some, you might interpret this as a program that's being cut, even though it had not been budgeted, because it was supposed to be self-sustaining. And we wanted to be clear that for those who might treat it as a cut, that we indicated that program was not budgeted last year, and it's not budgeted really. There's no line item for that program. So the question now is, how can we do what we attempted to do last year, make it self-sustaining or demonstrate that it can be self-sustaining through grants, through donations, through this restructured fee model that we had agreed to. And of course, we think that if we were to return back to in-person instruction, that many of those parents would probably be willing to entertain the same agreement that was made last year to continue the program. At this time, there is no what we tried to make clear in the FRP through that notation is that program does not have a budget line. It didn't have a budget line this year, but because we're talking layoffs right now and the serious nature of it, we are recommending that we include that as part of your action tonight to abide by the statutory deadline. Otherwise, we essentially would have to find the resources to maintain that program. And again, that we don't have a budget line for that.
Okay, I get that. I get that the program was not in the budget because it was supposed to be self-sustaining. And in order to be self-sustaining, enough parents need to enroll, and we don't have enough parents to support the program. I get that part. I guess I don't think it was clear in the FRP sort of annotation. It wasn't clear that. Anyway, I think we can talk offline more about more clear information coming before the board. I do have just two more questions. One is on the 33 FTEs for elementary teachers. It just seems like a really big number, and I'm not sure. I also know that all districts in California are suffering from declining enrollment. Some of the heaviest areas are in elementary schools, especially kinder. So I'm just wondering if that impact is informing the reduction of these 33 FTEs in elementary schools. I mean, and there are more in other areas, but just trying to figure out, I don't know how many of those families will return. I don't know. I know there were other grades in the kinder to sixth grade elementary. So.
Right, and it is a combination. Declining enrollment, absolutely. We also will no longer, after this year, have the SIG grant.
Okay.
A number of school sites used to reduce class sizes. So that's accounting for some of that number as well. So a combination of those.
Okay. Okay. Got it. And then my last question. Some of these positions are closing. And so these are recommended for us to take action and to close these positions. And then this was, shared in the public comments too. I think it would be helpful to understand how, if we close a position, even though we're trying to hire for the same, I think, like if we're eliminating a math teacher but we need a math teacher, what happens to that person in that position? Because I'm trying to separate the position from the person, and the person may not ultimately be at that site, but may ultimately still be with the district, just somewhere else. It does.
Oh, exactly, member.
Okay.
So the positions on here are all noted for closure. These positions are going to be closed should the resolution be approved. But that people in the position, the ones that we put the asterisks next to, the three sciences, the math, the special ed, they aren't going to get noticed, right? Either based on the attrition that we know that we already have or that we anticipate. And it's related to the next resolution, one of the next two resolutions you'll be looking at. But you're right, these are positions. And because the position is going away, then we go back to do the analysis to see what happens with the person, because that person may not necessarily be the one to get noticed.
Or ultimately not laid off, right? Because they go into another available position, and if they meet the requirements or the credentials. Okay. Thank you for walking me through that.
Member Garcia, just in response to the PPP, I also feel that, due to the pandemic, they really didn't have a fighting chance to be self-sustaining. And I appreciated the work that you and I did last year, and I'd like to continue working with you on this as well. So if we could schedule a meeting, that would be fantastic.
Between now and June?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we should probably start working on it sooner than later.
Okay, so I'm just before final action.
Yes,
just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And
Thank
just to
you.
clarify, final action is actually May.
May, yes, correct.
Right.
Member Rhodes and then Member Phillip.
Okay. My bigger question, I guess, for right now is I know that we were talking about parent participation program. I'm just going to state that I'm not in agreement or support cutting the parent participation program. I think Member Garcia spoke about how it was presented, how it seemingly was presented at our last meeting, and I feel we should look at other forms of funding to uplift this current program. And then also, I wanted to know very quickly, how much are we currently spending on sustaining the program? If you guys can answer that question for me really quickly, because we're currently sustaining it. How much are we spending on that, and how much do we project to spend if we were to keep this program through this year?
I can answer that, Member Rhodes. This program requires a district contribution annually of nearly $300,000, and it will require that this year.
Okay, and then maybe Rose can answer this question for me. Could we utilize any of our CARES funding or any of or any other funding to uplift this program going into this year, knowing that the reason that they have attrition in their numbers is because of COVID and having to do distance learning and the continual distance learning for the preschool program, and where parents opted out. When last year it was shown that it did have a model that could actually be sustainable. is there possibilities, or is there funding now that we can just look at just to uplift them that $300,000 until next year and see their sustainability become more realistic?
I can answer that if you want, Superintendent. Just so you know, Member Rhodes, I have asked that very question, and staff is looking into if we're able to use CARES funding for adult education. The parent participation in preschool is listed under adult education. Okay. So we will know the answer to that. We're looking into it.
Okay, perfection. And then my next, I have a statement and a question, I guess. So during my time on the LCAP, like we continuously talked about how our schools, our students have like subs and long-term subs every year, and students didn't have permanent teachers for a big portion of the year. And I know that Superintendent spoke to that a little bit earlier, but I saw personally at the beginning of my son's 7th grade year, when he did not have 2 of his teachers in his class for the beginning part of the year. And so my question to staff is, if we approve these cuts, how would this impact the start of 21-22 school year for at-promise youth?
Well, what I can say to that is that while these positions that are listed on here for various reasons, as we discussed, to be closed, we, knowing the historical, historically what we've needed, that's part of why we went forward and said, okay, even though sites are reducing their math, sites are reducing their science, we know that those are hard to fill positions for us. Math, science, and special education. They're just hard to fill. They've been hard to fill for a number of years. So we specifically, this year, last year, were layoffs, year before, no layoffs, but we specifically say, even though sites are reducing sections of those particular subjects, we are not going to notice individuals in those areas because we're going to need to fill them. So that's one way that we try to adjust that and get ahead of it. Even though the position is closing, we think the person in the position with appropriate credentials in those areas can be used in other places. And we've been fairly, we have not been overstaffed in those areas. So our the looking at the past trajectory of what we've needed, as well as the reductions in attrition, have matched. I will say this year, our attrition is less than it has been in the past. Actually, it's close to half so far. We'll see what happens. We'll continue to keep that in mind. But that's exactly why, Member Rhodes, we know those positions are hard to fill. So even though the position is closing, that doesn't mean the person with the appropriate credentials would go.
Okay, and thank you very much for that explanation for our board, but then also for our community at large. And then, the time is going really late, so I will make sure that I give that to other board members to have an opportunity to speak as well. But, last but not least, is there a opportunity that we can get a breakdown of a little bit more clear, just like Member Garcia was saying, when you see the big numbers, if we can actually say like these number of people are from the grant that's ending, or these number of people, so that as we continue these conversations, there's a little bit more, people can see it a little bit better and understand it a little bit better. I think one of the things that we get a lot of information, but if it can be digestible to our community as well, people can better understand why this is happening and what it impacts. If that's helpful for our future conversations, it's more of a statement.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Member Rhodes. Before I call on Member Phillips and Member Morosky, it is 1:00. I need to entertain another motion to extend our meeting.
Move.
To 1:40 to 1:45. Let's try not to take all of that time for sure. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Please
Aye.
raise your hand.
No.
I know.
Saying no, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm still here. We're bored. I'm still here. I didn't have my hand raised. So you can continue with Trustee
Oh,
Rose.
okay. I apologize. I thought I saw your hand raised. Okay. Member Morosky?
Okay, thank you. I wanted to just, I guess, echo what Member Rhodes was saying about the breakdown of what is from where. I actually had expected that type of information that we were given prior to have in front of us tonight. So maybe we can follow up on getting that so we can have more clarity. I understand, that this is difficult because we're talking about things that may impact people's lives, and it's also not a final decision or notice or anything by any means. So I understand, the need to move forward with these these preliminary notices so staff can do all the work they need to do. But I also just want to agree with Member Rhodes that that further detail so we could really understand it would be helpful. I wanted to also I guess lend my support to the figuring out the parent participation preschool issue and the fees, and so I think it seems like you have a good consensus around that. I guess the last thing is I just wanted to clarify on Ms. McCarn, when Member Garcia asked about whether this includes anything from the fiscal recovery plan, I think the answer was no. But then in your presentation, I thought I saw, and I don't know if we have a minute to pull it up. I just wanted to be clear on. I thought I saw transportation and child development reference from the fiscal recovery plan. So
Actually, on a upcoming resolution related to classified. So the answer will be different. I would say yes, but for certificated, for these positions that you're looking at, no.
Oh, okay. Maybe I had my wires crossed. So, okay, I appreciate that. So this is just the enrollment and special ed changes and other, or the enrollment.
Declining enrollment, funds,
and site changes,
and other changes, program changes, those kinds of things.
Okay. Well, then I'll just appreciate, once we get through this, just following up on what, just more clarity on what those positions are, what we might choose to, fund with CARES funds, or just depending on what our needs are. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Are there any other board member comments or questions? Okay. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve Resolution 3182.
No, so moved.
All right.
Seconded.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Superintendent, could you please take roll? Oh, I'm sorry, student member preferential vote.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Aye.
Sorry, it's late. Thank you. Superintendent, please take roll.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
No.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
All right, thank you, Superintendent. Item 9.3, approve resolution number 3183, determination of tie-breaking criteria. Ms. McCarn.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Given that resolution was approved, there are a couple of things that we need to do to ensure that the analysis can be appropriately conducted throughout the layoff process. The next slide, please. So the tie-breaking criteria really looks at, because there are employees that have been hired that have the exact same seniority date, there needs to be a system in place to break a tie, to say that within that very specific seniority date, there is an order of seniority. And so the tie breaking looks at a number of things that they can get points for. If you go ahead to the next slide. Used in that tie breaking, so if there are more than one credential that they might have, or any of those things that you see noted on here, that's used to help determine that. So we use the tie breaking criteria, again, only when and if we get to a seniority date that has more than one individual in it, to determine what that order is within that one very specific seniority date. Happy to entertain questions, but that's what it is.
Okay, thank you, Concy. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, there's no public comment on this item.
Okay, do we have any board member questions or comments? No, sorry, I'm trying to look at my screen. It doesn't look like it. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, superintendent roll call?
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 9.4, resolution number 3184 to determine criteria from eliminating a certificate employee in order of seniority, skipping criteria. Ms. Karn?
Thank you, President Pritchett. So similarly, because of the resolution to reduce the particular kinds of service, given our conversation, right, we shared that there are very specific credential holders that we would want your permission to essentially skip when noticing, because layoffs are done in reverse seniority order, that if we get to, and you can go ahead and move to the next slide, please, we get to an employee in one of these positions that holds one of the credentials that we spoke about, math, science, the special education, we essentially, with approval of this, would be able to not notice that individual, skipping them, because they are in an area that we've identified as hard to fill. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that that also includes BCLAD holders, individuals able to teach in our immersion programs as well. So BCLAD, special education, math, science. With this and the competency criteria, you'd be giving us permission to, through that process, not notice individuals with these particular criteria. Happy to entertain questions.
Thank you, Concy. Are there any public comments on this item?
No, no public comment.
Are there any board member comments on this item? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
All right, can I get
Second.
thank you. I got a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Superintendent roll call?
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, and item 9.5, approved resolution number 3185, notice of layoff classified employees and child development permit teachers, reduction in force due to lack of funds and or lack of work. Ms. McCarn?
Thank you, President Pritchett. This information, to some extent, is similar to what we shared with regards to the certificated, because it begins as the same process. It is the budget development process that the district goes through to gather information about staffing needs for the upcoming year. So some of the information, and we can certainly go through it as quickly as we need to, is exactly the same. They're getting budget allocations to sites and departments. Sites and departments are having conversations with stakeholders. They're coming in to engage in a conversation with central leadership to share their staffing needs for the next year, the upcoming year. The additional piece and component to this is that in addition to what happens every year as part of the budget development process, there were some implications from the fiscal recovery plan decision that the board made 2 weeks ago that results in some of what we'll see here. Please I'll go on to the next slide. So I pretty much just said all that. It's the same as for the certificated in terms of the process. Go ahead to the next slide, and board, please let us know. I mean, Rose, is there anything different that you would say?
No, not at all, Constance. Thank you.
Okay, so the same process was utilized. Go ahead to the next slide. Vincent, for the slides that you shared about not only the monthly engagement with the ongoing collaboration, but also the SIPSA, is there anything different related to classified as we go through these slides that we want to highlight?
No, these are all equal implications for certificated and classified.
Okay, please go ahead to the next slide. The next couple slides, actually. So as it talks through the same process and system, go ahead to the next slide. Thanks. That was used in the overall, looks at the entire site or the entire department, both certificated and classified. Go ahead to the next slide. And one more, two more. Keep going, one more. Sorry, one more. So I think where we get to, and it's actually probably the next slide, where we will spend a little bit of time going through what this looks like as a result of the decision made through the budget development process, as well as through the decisions through the fiscal recovery plan. What this has resulted in is a reduction of 133.10525 FTE. Now, this is broken down with first taking those positions that are vacant. It just went away from the screen, so thanks. Those that are vacant, the 43, just over 43 and a half FTE that are vacant that will be closing. And just to highlight that, something on this point is that as part of the ongoing need to ensure the system is clean, right, as part of former audits have told us, we need to make sure we are going in, and if positions are not going to be staffed, rather than have them sit in the system as vacant, they need to be closed out. This is a way to also close them out. So closing out those vacant positions, the department closings, the site, and the special education. And if we could turn to the exhibit on this one, I will share that the special education relocation changes that are listed on there, you'll see on the exhibit, they're in a separate section and they are together. They are just moving from being central to being site. So the work is no longer existing in one place, it is existing in another. So that piece is really different than these positions here that are closing. Go ahead. So first, what you see are departments. At the beginning of that list, you saw a number that were child development. Those were directly tied to the fiscal recovery plan decisions. The next section you see are some site closures, site positions that are closing. Followed by the special education ones that I just mentioned, right? That they are closing from central, moving to site. And then I think actually Rose was going to take the next slide, or her team, the next slide.
Yes. And I'll hand it over to Adrian.
Hello again.
Yep. We can get to the PowerPoint. One more slide, please.
So on this slide, we're showing the breakdown related to the fiscal recovery plan. So in relation to child development, we're seeing a reduction of 16 FTE. And then for transportation, we're seeing 7 FTE. And then the difference between the 133 and those 23 FTE reductions is 110 for the annual layoffs. Next slide, please. And then here is the breakdown by category. So for grants expiring, which is solely related to the school improvement grant funds, we have a little over 20 FTE. We have one-time funds or limited funds. So that's the school assistance support that we do year over year. We have a little under 4 FTE. And then we have site department requests due to program changes. So of that 96 FTE, we have roughly about 38 FTE related to special ed changes and about 17 FTE related to child development. And then the remainder of the 40 plus FTE is spread out amongst 42 sites and department changes. And then the last category is alignment of the FTE allocation to enrollment, where we're seeing a little under 13 FTE, which would total 133.106 FTE.
And so in closing, we would, of course, continue to look at any attrition, any additional vacancies, any resignation, retirements. And with classified, the layoff process is a little bit different in that we would sit down with the labor partner. We will sit down with them and together meet with the employee. They might have the employee, the classified employee may have different options. And so that analysis is done person by person. Their seniority is based on positions they previously held in that calendar, in that classification with those hours. And so we sit down and go over what the individual's options may be. They may be able to take a voluntary reduction. They may be able to do a number of things. And so the individual meetings is just a little bit different in terms of the process.
Okay. And do we have any live comments still online for this item?
Yes, we have one from Mo Kashmiri.
Die hard, Mo. All right.
Hey everybody, this is Mo Kashmiri again, parent of a William Land, fourth grader. I would just urge the board not to make these cuts. I think what's clear from the budget is that we're getting more and more money coming in from the federal and state governments. Now is not the time to be reducing services for our students. As some of the board members mentioned earlier, you know, we're going to need more staffing for some of the things we want to do. To be cutting people now is just wrong. I remember, you know, the reason I work in labor is because when I was growing up, I remember the day my dad got laid off from his job after 14 years as an engineer. And I remember how it wrecked my family. And I remember just hiding behind the green couch as I watched my dad come in and punch a hole in the wall and sink down in despair. And I remember then and there, I was like, you know what, this isn't right. This isn't the way we should be treating people. I think this district needs to fight to bring in more money and the resources we need to build the schools that we deserve, instead of moving this austerity model where we just cut and cut and cut. And what we do is essentially just, you know, keep hurting our long-term enrollment by sending negative messages to the staff, by sending negative messages to the community. Our kids need more support than ever right now. They are struggling. And we know that this district is receiving, you know, so much money through through CARES funding, through federal funding, through state funding. Use those people, repurpose them to give them, to support the kids where it's needed. There's no gap and no lack of places where we need support for our students. So I would urge you to reject these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Okay, we have is that the last live comment that we have? I know we had 3 online. Do we have anybody else, Miss Moretti?
No, that was the only live comment.
Okay. I know we had 17 written comments. Board members did receive those comments via email, and they're on our website. I'd just like consent from the board. Review those comments via our email due to the hour. Can I just get a show of hands that this is consent from our board? All right. 1, 2, 3. I can't count. 4, 5. Okay, good. We have the majority. 6. Gotcha. All right, we have a majority. Okay. Thank you. And to the 2 live comments that were online, please feel free to reach out to the board individually via email. All right. Is there any board comments or questions? No. Member Garcia.
Yeah, just to clarify, since this is, I guess these recommendations are mostly driven by the fiscal recovery plan, or is it a combination of fiscal recovery plan and the budget development process?
It's a combination. The slide that Adrian spoke to, that really the fiscal recovery plan components related to the child development reductions in the child care attendance, as well as the transportation positions that were noted on there that are actually also vacant.
Okay, so then just as a reminder, that part of the conversation at the last board meeting was to continue to pursue and identify funds for the child development, and the, before final action. So just wanted to make sure that I reminded my colleagues about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Morosky.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was going to make a similar comment, so I appreciate Member Garcia's comment. And I also just wanted to make it clear, since we had a public comment about staffing, maybe more staffing being needed. Totally true. Even if we're going to maybe create different new positions, more campus monitors, or more other different positions, the instructional aides, or other classified positions that we might need to support our students, we would still be closing out these positions then to create the new ones we wanted. So I see Ms. McCarn nodding. I just wanted to clarify that, because it's sometimes, like Member Garcia said, it's hard to separate the position from the person. But we're talking about positions that are allocated at the site level that we need to trust our site leadership, that they have sat down and figured out that this is the right allocation. And in some cases, it may be the same thing, that they're closing one position, instructional tech or whatever it is, and allocating those dollars towards a need that is more important at that time for that school site. So it is also a matter of just trusting our staff that they have done the work to decide, what's the right allocation. So with that, I would move the resolution and look forward to following up on what we can do to preserve the childcare. Thank you.
And President Pritchett, if I can just interject, one, I just want to let the board know that we are taking copious notes. We always adopt an improvement mindset to the extent that you think we need to continue to clarify and emphasize some points that are important to the board. Just as Member Morowski was explaining right now, we will certainly continue to refine our presentation so that it is clearer that these are points that are important for us to make. But I also do want to acknowledge again and hope. I think Member Garcia mentioned it. I mean, we are continuing to make improvements in this area. It's the reason why you see 3 cabinet members co-presenting because they are all operating units that must work together in order to provide that check and balance and the accuracy that is required, because it is a very significant and serious decision that we're asking you to make.
Yes, thank you.
Second.
All right. Were there any other board comments before we take this? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All right. Superintendent roll call.
Member,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Item 10.0 consent agenda. It's my understanding that we have rewritten comments on item 10.1D. Is that correct, Ms. Moretti?
That's correct.
Okay, go right ahead.
The first public comment is from the LPMH group, Land Parkers near McClatchy High School. And it says, "We are writing to you to express concerns regarding proposed lighting on the new track and field facilities behind the CK McClatchy High School. The families represented in this letter live near the field and represent a diverse cross-section of Sacramento itself, state employees, retirees, scientists, attorneys, artists, judges, teachers, athletes, and peace officers. We are glad students have a safe and modern field to practice, compete, and simply play outside. We want to share important concerns about the proposed lighting associated with item 10.1D. We are strongly against lighting fixtures being added to the field, whether temporary or permanent of any kind, including new tech directional lights. Unlike some other schools in the district, CKM is in a dense urban environment, and new lighting would adversely affect the balance that's been struck between day and night activities in the neighborhood. The nighttime diesel emissions and diesel noise are also unacceptable new circumstances to propose to nearby homeowners. Thank you for considering these comments." And the next comment is from Holly Cisneros and says, for 24 years, we have enjoyed living in Land Park on 17th Street behind the CKM track. Both of our daughters graduated from CKM, and we have always been strong and active supporters of the school, staff, and students. While we understand the value of team sports for young people and encourage this type of fitness and engagement, we strongly object to flooding our homes with the night lighting proposed by the CKM coaches. These individuals do not live in Land Park and are demonstrating a blatant disregard for the residents' sense of privacy, comfort, and normalcy. As residents directly adjacent to the field, over the years we have cooperated, cleaned, donated time and money, and helped care for CKM. However, in this matter, we strongly object to what is being proposed. There are families with babies and young children adjacent to that fence whose sleep and living patterns will be severely impacted by those lights. For these reasons, we ask the SUSD School Board to deny the lighting proposal for the CKM track. Thank you, Holly and Gil Cisneros. And the final comment is from Peter Zulo and says, the following public comment is submitted for February 18, 10.1D. I oppose the installation of diesel-powered field lights as proposed by CK McClatchy High School, which has been proposed by the school in the past. The track/field at CKM is in a densely populated residential neighborhood, and introducing A, diesel emissions, B, diesel engine noise, and C, high-powered lights would significantly affect nearby homes, especially after dusk. Moreover, a categorical exemption to CEQA based on Class 11 category is not appropriate for this project. The proposed diesel-powered field lighting is significantly different in nature than the accessory structures cited in Class 11, such as signage, lifeguard towers, and portable restrooms. The examples within Class 11 are benign accessory items, not projects that introduce particular matter emissions, generator noise, and new visual lighting effects. Lastly, as cited under CEQA 15311, accessory structures, Public Resource Code 21083B, states that projects will have a significant effect on the environment if, one, a proposed project has the potential to degrade the quality of the environment, curtail the range of the environment, or to achieve short-term to the disadvantage of long-term environmental goals, and three, the environmental effects of project will cause substantial adverse effects on human beings, either directly or indirectly. The proposed project would thus have a significant effect on the environment and does not qualify for categorical exemption. And that's the final comment on this item.
Fantastic. I'll entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you. A student preferential vote.
Yes on all open session items.
Thank you, Member Shake. Superintendent roll call.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Just one moment. I want to vote aye, but abstain on item 10.1D. This is an issue in Land Park in my community, but I hadn't been able to get any information on it before today. So I just want to be clear, not, without prejudice. I would just like to abstain on this, on 10.1D. Thank you.
Ms. Collins, do we have to bring that as a separate vote?
No, you can mark that as part of the record. That was D as in David, Member Morowski.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Go ahead, Superintendent.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
I had a question on that particular item. I just needed to know the funding source. How are these lights being paid for?
Superintendent Aguilar, if it's okay, I can answer that. They are temporary field lights being paid for with COVID dollars in order to assist in our return to play efforts.
Got it. Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
and Member Phillips.
Aye.
President Pritchett, I do want to just very quickly acknowledge that in consent, what you just approved also included 10.1H.
For the warming centers.
Warming centers. We have yet to have one take place, but do want to recognize that staff have been working very closely with the city of Sacramento. And we will keep the board posted on when the first use of any of our facilities is done due to weather conditions.
Fantastic, Superintendent. Member Garcia.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank staff on 10.1, the MOU on the on access to the fields, 10.1G. Staff and SEIU on the work to open fields for rec leagues, if you will. So I just wanted, I know I've been on this for a while, Board Member Morowski as well. So I just wanted to express my gratitude and also look forward to seeing sports leagues on those fields so our kids can get back to some type of physical activity. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 11.0, business and financial information and reports. We have received the information and the Head Start reports. Item 12.0, future board meetings, dates and locations will be March 4th and March 18th. I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Moved.
I think that was all of you guys.
Oh, wait, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips, go ahead.
so kidding. It is 1:30 in the morning.
I think your cat was even like wanting to adjourn.
That was a great
bedtime.
That was great.
All right. With that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good